Illustration of Hollywood. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276. The Joker. Arthur is here too. Seeing that the actors behind him had already walked onto the red carpet, Bella Grant spoke faster and said to the strong Batman in front of him, "One last question, Mr. Bale. For playing such a well-known character and having 2 successful previous films, there must be fans who will compare you with Michael Keaton. Do you have the confidence to surpass him and become another screen classic?" "Of course." Christian Bale shrugged, and the expression on his face turned into a teasing one. "I mean, there is no need for comparison. You know, Michael Keaton's Batman has also influenced many people. I still have a lot to do." Retracting the microphone, Bella Grant nodded to him. "Okay, thank you for accepting this interview." After the interview, Christian Bale did not leave in a hurry, but stood outside the interview area and waited, allowing Naomi Watts to walk into the theater first. Today's Easter eggs are definitely more than these. Warner Brothers distribution and public relations departments have racked their brains for this grand show, trying to maximize the influence of this film and try not to give competitors any chance. The main creative team walked onto the red carpet one after another. Everyone knew that time was a bit tight. At first, too many fans came to the scene, which delayed a lot of time, so everyone was trying to rush forward. When all the core creative members had entered the theater, thousands of people on the scene suddenly discovered that Batman, wearing a black Kevlar armor, did not leave the red carpet, but stood at the end of the red carpet waiting for something. The final mystery was also quickly revealed. A Bentley car slowly stopped at the other end of the red carpet. The door was pushed open with a click, and an unexpected person walked down. The first thing that appeared was a pair of red trousers, followed by an exaggerated red suit that came into everyone's eyes. The upper body coat was not buttoned, and the yellow vest inside was also revealed. His hair was neatly combed back, with a painful and wanton smile on his face. Amidst even louder screams, he walked onto the red carpet step by step. That's right, it's Arthur the Joker, or Nicolas Cage. Although he had no makeup on his face at this time, the familiar face and the painful and wild smile all evoked everyone's memories. It was this character that ignited the North American and global film markets. Under the gaze of the people and the filming of the camera, Nicolas Cage walked in front of Christian Bale, stretched out his hands, and put them in his mouth, and pulled his mouth corners upwards with force, making the classic move again. Next to him was the camera arranged by Warner Brothers, which recorded the interaction between the two with great clarity. "Hi, Bruce." Nicolas Cage looked at the Batman in front of him and said in a familiar tone, "Do you remember how I taught you to be happy? Time flies, and you have grown up so big in the blink of an eye." After he paused, he saw the photographer secretly gestured to him, and then he put away the hard-earned performance state and walked into the theater with Christian Bale. Warner Brothers had already thought about it. In order to achieve the maximum publicity results with the least amount of funds, the best way is to use the popularity of the previous film. The purpose of bringing Nicolas Cage here this time is to evoke the memories of those fans, to remind them of their feelings when they watch the movie, and to walk into the theater again, to contribute to the box office of the movie. "Thank you for coming, Nicola." As soon as he entered the door, Wayne shook Nicolas Cage's hand. As the host, he always greeted guests at the door of the theater. "You are too polite, Wayne." After 2 years of popularity, Nicolas Cage has figured out a lot of things. If it weren't for the other party's strict requirements on him, I'm afraid he would not have the current fame that swept the United States. When Warner Brothers notified my agent, I turned down all the work and tried to get back to the state when I played Arthur. I'm glad to help you. Nicolas Cage is obviously much more mature now, and the literary style on him is almost invisible. There is no more arrogance in his words. "Of course, you helped me a lot." Several people walked to the theater while chatting. Today's time is a bit tight, but the screening of the film cannot be postponed. Not only the Los Angeles premiere, but more than 2,000 advanced screenings will be opened at the same time across the United States. On the way to the theater, Wayne not only simply chatted with him, but also asked him about the interesting things that happened in the crew in the past 2 years. That's right, the Joker must be introduced in the second Batman, but Wayne has been undecided whether to continue to use Nicolas Cage to play the role. This actor is very famous now, and it will cost a lot of money to use him. Moreover, Nicolas Cage is not a small figure now. When he shoots, whether he has time or whether he can make time is also a problem. In fact, he has a backup candidate, that is, Brandon Lee, who will shoot when there is a play and act as action director when there is no play. When he entered the theater and sat in the middle of the first row, Wayne threw this idea out. It was still early, and it was a bit too advanced to consider this matter now. The first goal was to take care of the current film. As the fans behind him entered the theater, Jeff Robinov turned around and whispered to him, "I received several calls from Townsend Rothman these days." The sound in the theater was a bit noisy, but the two of them sat close enough, and the words of the CEO of Warner Brothers were still clearly heard by Wayne. Seeing the other party's deep interest, he continued, "He called me several times to talk to me. The future CEO of Fox has other ideas." Before Wayne could speak, Naomi Watts next to him asked curiously, "Is it about the release schedule of Batman Begins and Die Hard 3? Wayne also looked at Jeff Robinov with concern. He glanced at the Australian girl and said, "Yes, Townsend Rothman's meaning is very clear. He hopes that we will not enter a disgusting competition and reduce the petty means of smearing each other." From this point of view, Warner Brothers' public relations department must have done a good job. The publicity advantage of Batman: The Dark Knight is too great. Even if the other party spent money to guide public opinion, it did not achieve very good results. On the contrary, he couldn't sit still when his own film was attacked. In the past few days, there have been more and more scandals about Bruce Wesley's private life and rumors about him smoking contraband. Wayne sneered and said nonchalantly, "How is that possible? We are in an absolutely advantageous position now. There is no need to negotiate with them." In his opinion, although the other party's film is not a soft persimmon, it is highly unlikely to compete with his own film. Whether it is the direction of public opinion or the popularity of the film, even if it is compared with the production quality, he is confident that he can beat the other party. The production concept of this Batman is at least 10 years ahead of ordinary Hollywood commercial popcorn films. Anyone who has seen the film in advance can clearly feel this. Otherwise, Bruce Rosenblum would not say that this film perfectly balances commercial and artistic attributes. In Wayne's mind, let alone the mid-May schedule, even the Memorial Day schedule at the end of May, he wants to try Brotherhood. This film is indeed famous for Gamble Gibson, and it can be said that it was the peak of his career. However, when he encountered a film like Batman that was unconventional and impacted the movie-watching concept of movie fans, no matter how many weeks they collided, he was definitely able to compete with the other party. Jeff Robinov spread his hands and said with a playful look on his face, "Yes, I told Townsend Rothman directly, but he obviously had other ideas and was just trying to find out what I meant in advance." "Other ideas?" Wayne asked in surprise. The production companies of the two films were eager to fight, and the other party could still have other ideas at this time. This kind of consciousness was also surprising. Yes, the meaning revealed in his words is very clear, that is, Die Hard 3 will definitely withstand our impact. He hopes that our two companies will join forces next week to squeeze out the opening of Braveheart in theaters. Hearing this, Wayne felt that he would never be the head of a large company. These people are not only incredibly thick-skinned, but also as smart as monkeys. The most important thing is profit. Today's allies have not yet completed their cooperation, but they are sold out for the day after tomorrow. I don't understand this kind of thing, Jeff. He smiled and shook his head, turned around and looked at the gradually filled theater, and continued, "I can only give advice on this kind of thing, and the plan to be implemented still needs the supplement of the public relations department, just like the arrival of Batman and the appearance of the Joker this time, so you can make the decision on this kind of thing. I'm only responsible for making a good film. We have always cooperated very well, right? Of course, you should put your energy into production, and you don't need to waste your mind on this kind of thing." Jeff Robinov vowed. He knew better than anyone what Wayne was good at. Whether it is the project initiator, director, or producer, this young man is a top talent in Hollywood, a top talent born for this job. Whether it is publicity, promotion, marketing, or arm wrestling with competitors, isn't that what Warner Brothers is best at? The chaotic voices in the theater gradually died down. As fans and media sat down and waited to watch the movie, the lights began to go out one by one. Wayne also ended his brief communication with the CEO of Warner Brothers and put his mind on the movie that was about to start. When the theater went dark, a beam of colorful light shone on the big screen in the front, and the classic opening animation of Warner Brothers appeared. Chapter 277, pulling the audience into the rhythm of being good at. The theater suddenly became very quiet. The light from the old projector was dim and colorful. Hundreds of people focused their attention on the screen at the same time. The first opening animation that appeared was always the historical icon of Warner Brothers. Several old studio houses turned into the classic shield-shaped logo, and there was also the eternal piano background music. A few seconds of animation passed by, and then the screen suddenly went black, and the two huge letters TC appeared. Then there was a line of letters that movie fans were already familiar with Deep Darkness, Wayne Greenberg's work. Since Hollywood entered the 1990s, once these three opening logos appeared, it meant that a fine movie had appeared, and it also meant that another carnival for movie fans had appeared. The name Wayne Greenberg is now the symbol of conscientious movies in the eyes of the general public. The darkness on the big screen faded, and the movie officially began. The dark background of the entire screen turned into dusk after sunset. The camera angle suddenly pulled to the sky. In the dusk, groups of bats flew by, and together they formed a huge bat, which is the classic logo of Batman. Before the story begins, the film clearly tells the audience that this movie is about the birth of Batman. In the end, the groups of bats slowly pull away, forming the name of the film, Batman Begins, which means Batman begins. Wayne has always felt that this translation can better interpret the core of this film than Batman Begins, and it is more in line with the first Batman film that he has modified. Just as advertised, under Wayne's lens, Batman Begins, as the pioneering work that sets the tone for the three dramas, seeks to accurately grasp some of Batman's ultimate problems, and uses a nearly allegorical mode to tell the audience why this hero is the highest example of the 80 years since the birth of superheroes. There is no other reason, that is the so-called no-killing principle. The camera of the film turns, and the film opens with Bruce Wayne and Rachel in their youth. The two childhood sweethearts are playing in the garden, but unfortunately, little Bruce Wayne falls into an abandoned dry well, and falls into a cave under his home. Just as little Bruce Wayne was waiting for rescue inside, a group of bats rushed over and frightened him. From then on, he had a huge psychological shadow on bats and darkness. This is very important, and one of the biggest changes in Wayne. When Christopher Nolan came here in the original version, he used the editing method of disrupting the timeline, directly pulling the camera to Bruce Wayne's adulthood, and then using continuous flashbacks to bring a more exquisite Batman growth story to the fans of that time and space. But Wayne didn't do that. He directly used the linear narrative editing method he was best at, that is, to unfold the story from beginning to end according to the timeline. These two methods have their own advantages and disadvantages. Wayne's storytelling method is more in line with the general fans, because this narrative method does not require the audience to use their brains. As long as they follow the film, they don't have to think carefully at all. They can understand what the director wants to say. The reason for doing this is also very simple, that is, to expand the audience group. Even children can understand it at a glance. Why was Marvel so powerful in the past? No matter whether Marvel's superheroes are childish or young, even if saving the Earth is like a fight between elementary school students, it is because of its simple plotline that more people can understand it, which is why it always generates incredible box office revenue. Of course, Wayne can't follow Marvel's childish style, but he can still make the story simple and easy to understand and restrain his desire to show off his skills. The film is still showing. After Bruce Wayne fell into the dry well, his kind father Thomas Wayne picked him up and told him the words that influenced Bruce Wayne's life. Why do we fall? Because this is how we can learn to stand up. Obviously, young Bruce Wayne doesn't understand this truth. The shadow of bats and darkness has been lingering in his mind. After the film, Thomas Wayne's identity and background are briefly explained. Old Thomas is equivalent to the richest man in Gotham City. In Wayne's version of Batman, Thomas Wayne is a complex character. On the one hand, he has a very high reputation and fame, and on the other hand, he has the characteristics of a capitalist. In the simple folk customs of Gotham City, the lower class people have been in distress for several times, and Thomas Wayne has supported them all by himself, so he built an elevated railway train that connects the entire city, with the center directly connected to Wayne Building, the symbol of Gotham City. Old Thomas wants to use this method to reconnect people from all walks of life and restore Gotham City to life. But as the camera keeps moving forward, all the audience think of the previous work Joker at the same time. Through the previous work's supplement to the background of Old Thomas, everyone understands that this is a complicated capitalist. The hard life of the lower class people in Gotham City is more or less related to him as a capitalist, but he has a kind heart. After that, the plot entered a point familiar to everyone. The Wayne family appeared in the theater to watch the opera. The people in the theater were dressed in suits and leather shoes, but there was chaos outside the window. This is obviously the end of Joker and the starting point of Batman's story. In the performance, Bruce Wayne saw the devil-like bat shape on the stage, which reminded him of the fear of swarms of bats again, and a painful look appeared on his little face. What a wonderful setting. Bella Grant, who was sitting in the media area, couldn't help but sigh when she saw the opera. Apart from her identity as a well-known journalist and editor-in-chief, she has always been a senior moviegoer, and her job as a journalist and editor-in-chief has given her a good knowledge base. The photographer sitting next to her turned his head, not understanding why an opera in a film has become a wonderful setting. In his eyes, it was just a point of origin to set off the story. And the story of Batman's parents being killed is probably known to everyone in North America, so he turned his head in confusion and looked at his old partner. What do you mean? Bella Grant rolled her eyes, moved her upper body closer to him, pointed at the opera on the big screen, and popularized movie watching knowledge to her companions in a voice that only the two of them could hear. The opera in the film is called Mephistopheles, a famous opera by Botto in Italy. The plot is adapted from the eternal classic Faust. It tells the story of the old Faust who made a devil's deal with the devil Mephistopheles and became a young Faust wandering the world. Oh my god. The photographer looked at her in surprise. I didn't expect you to know so much, but what does this have to do with the movie? I don't understand why Wayne gave so many shots to a background opera. Shut up. Bella Grant said softly, glanced at her ignorant partner, and continued, the latter is important. The opera being performed now is Act 2nd, Scene 2nd, the night of the Demon's Feast. Well, to put it bluntly, the devil ascended the throne, and the demons were celebrating and making way for Mephistopheles. Pay attention to the devil's appearance. Wayne deliberately made it concrete. What do they look like? The photographer blurted out a word. Bats. That's right. Bella Grant said excitedly. Wayne deliberately merged the devil and the bat into one, just to draw out Bruce Wayne's fear and make the origin of the story more convincing. As soon as she finished speaking, Bruce Wayne on the big screen was so scared that he couldn't stand it anymore and began to beg his father to leave early. Seeing this, the beautiful editor raised her lips proudly, knowing that her analysis was correct. She was a little disappointed with the film from the beginning to now, thinking that Wayne told the story too shallowly in order to take care of the viewing experience of more fans. But after this scene, she understood that Wayne Greenberg has not changed. He not only has a storyline that takes care of the general fans, but also gives fans who like to explore art exciting points. Basically, every type of fan can find the director's sincerity in the film, and the overall dark photography style of this film did not disappoint the hardcore fans who like his personal style. This movie is a perfect combination of business and art. The photographer never understood why the beautiful editor was so excited. Seeing her somewhat nervous, he shook his head and continued to focus on the movie. The following is a classic shot. After the Wayne family came out of the back door of the theater, they were walking in the alley when someone suddenly called them. Hey, Wayne. You are reaping the fruits of your own labor. When the old Thomas family turned around, a man wearing a clown mask pointed a gun at them. 2 gunshots rang out, and Bruce Wayne became an orphan. At least I understand this. Isn't this the scene at the end of Joker? The photographer muttered, with an expression of sudden enlightenment on his face. Not only him, but almost all the fans in the audience had the same expression. Who among the fans watching the premiere here has not watched Joker several times? This is a classic scene. No matter any Batman movie or comic, there is a similar scene. Little Bruce Wayne watched his parents being killed with his own eyes. In order to take over Joker, Wayne did not design the most popular robbery method, but put a clown mask on the shooter. However, in this scene, Wayne still kept several essential elements: wallet, alley, coat, pistol, and broken pearl necklace. So, in the heart of Bruce Wayne, it was because he asked to leave early that led to this tragedy. He believed that he killed his parents. This also made him bear the indelible grief and trauma. This tragic memory and his fear were intertwined, turning into a shadow area that could not be erased in his heart, like a shadow that always followed. Not to mention senior film critics and media, even ordinary fans who are watching the movie at this moment, can feel the pain of Bruce Wayne. Because of Wayne's special design and the connection with Joker, all fans began to fall into the rhythm of the story he is best at. That is to pull the audience into the world of the protagonist of the film, so that the audience can empathize and experience everything that Wayne has compiled. Wayne is the only director in Hollywood who can achieve this effect through storytelling in movies. This is the mark of master that he cannot erase. Chapter 278. Who is Bruce Wayne? The film is still moving forward. The relatively bland plot in the first half of the film is also immersed in the deliberately arranged classic scenes and the linkage shots with Joker, which makes everyone immersed in the film and enjoy it. With repressed emotions such as self-blame, guilt and uneasiness, Bruce Wayne left Gotham City and went to Princeton University, the 4th oldest university in the United States, and his father's Wayne Group was handed over to the board of directors. When Bruce Wayne learned that the gangster who killed his parents was going to hold a hearing, he hurried back to Gotham City from the university. His only purpose was to personally shoot the gangster in revenge. Compared with the original film, Wayne also made a slight change here. On the big screen, the robber who shot the Wayne couple was being tried in court. The murderer looked down and out. The lawyer's defense reason was that the murderer had no money to eat and was forced to choose robbery. He fired the gun because he was emotional. The murderer looked like a weak person throughout the trial. Originally, Bruce Wayne planned to take revenge himself, but an accident came inadvertently, and the murderer was killed in the crowd of the court by Carmine Falcone, the biggest gangster in Gotham City. This is the first time that Bruce Wayne has the intention to kill. What is the no-killing principle? Especially from the perspective of killing for life is just and righteous. To overview the history of human development, it seems acceptable for Bruce Wayne to choose to kill to avenge his parents. The first half of the film has been shown to the critical moment. Wayne mainly shows here that Bruce Wayne, who has not yet experienced the training to become Batman, is the same as every normal person, and also has normal people's joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness. So he filmed the first Batman in the film describing the experience of Bruce Wayne's origin, focusing on the starting point of the formation of the no-killing principle, directly presented to the fans, and expressed it in the most direct, most vernacular, and most in-depth mode. Batman is full of humanity, and the audience will not feel distant, and will experience his joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness together. When Bruce Wayne was a teenager, his father was a millionaire. He spent a lot of money to give back to society, build railroads, and help the poor as much as possible during the Great Depression. Then, they were killed by an ordinary robber. If you know the Batman comics, you will know that this robber is called Joe Chill, an ordinary social gangster with no ability, no wisdom, and no life. He is a 3-no character. Even when he commits crimes, he simply does some low-level things such as smashing and looting. He shot the Wayne couple because he had no money in his pocket. He robbed some money to go out and smoke cigarettes and drink. It's that simple. Even in the film, there is no description of his connection with the gang. He is just an ordinary thief who can't be more ordinary. Many fans at the scene are DC fans, and they have to consider more. Batman has repeatedly suspected in the comics that the death of his parents was premeditated and planned. This is very vividly shown in the storyline of the Court of Owls, including some branch storylines that often make a fuss about this matter. But the truth is, when Batman accidentally sat on the Metron chair and became aware of everything, he once explored the mind of the hateful murderer who killed his parents. There was nothing, just an old criminal over 50 years old, lonely, and useless, who, after serving his sentence, lived in a dilapidated building and waited for death. The world is so absurd, and the cause is so ridiculous. Gotham Tycoon, the world's top super rich entrepreneur, philanthropist, the Wayne couple died at the hands of a most ordinary gangster. Even ordinary movie fans who don't know much about comics have a sense of absurdity about this scene. The movie Joker tells the origin of the Joker. The Joker, who was forced to do nothing, fell into despair under the absurd tricks of fate, and at the same time, despair made him become the spokesperson of madness. Like the two sides of a coin, the birth process of Batman and the Joker is almost the same. So at first, he was confused and puzzled. He tried to pull out a pistol and shoot the criminal directly in court. Wayne made a plot here. Josiah was killed by the gangsters because he just boasted in prison that he could pretend to be stupid in front of the gangster. Seeing the gangster who killed his parents die in front of him, Bruce Wayne watched everything silently, and on the way to the car with Rachel, he frankly said that he should thank Carmine for sending someone to kill the gangster. This topic obviously caused different opinions among childhood sweethearts. Then Rachel and Bruce Wayne had a disagreement on whether the rule of law in Gotham City was in name only. Rachel was angry and took him to the bottom world of the city. There are countless homeless people living here because the Great Depression has not recovered, and the dying Gotham City is being robbed by Carmine at this time, doing all kinds of evil. Rachel said this to tell Bruce Wayne that, although Carmine did not kill his parents himself, the reason why the criminals dared to take the risk to rob and kill people in chaos was inseparable from Carmine's role in promoting crime in Gotham City. Afterwards, Rachel parked her car in front of a restaurant that Carmine often frequented, provoking Bruce Wayne to go directly to thank him. At this time, he showed the pistol in his pocket and told Rachel that he had actually been preparing to put his revenge plan into action, but it was just a step too late. Pa. Rachel slapped Bruce Wayne twice without saying a word. The slap woke him up from his dream, and he decided to throw away the pistol and confront Carmine alone. Well, this is it. I beat Christian Bale so badly back then. Naomi Watts hugged Wayne's arm in the dark, leaned on his shoulder to watch the movie, and whispered about the filming. I remember this scene. It seems that you made us shoot it for a whole morning. The male lead's face was covered by makeup after I beat him. Naomi, that is, Christian is a good-tempered person. Wayne looked at her helplessly and whispered in her ear in the dark, if it were any other famous actor, they would not be willing to accompany you to practice like that. They would end the shooting immediately and let you go back to the trailer to practice alone. Naomi Watts rolled her eyes at him. That's not necessarily true. Don't think I don't know. Christian is actually very proud. If it weren't for you, he, the male lead, would not be so easy to talk to. Whatever you think. The two slaps here. Wayne is actually using Rachel's mouth to tell all the audience the core of the problem. It's not you can't take revenge. It's don't let your revenge ruin a good person this time. Those vicious people want to see this. In the film, Bruce Wayne entered the restaurant and told Carmine that he was not afraid of him, and the gangster boss broke his young ignorance with just a few words. He directly pointed out that the fear in his heart was not from his fear or not, but whether he was lost or not. A's hand hurts Bruce Wayne, and he is still mocking. As the pride of Gotham City, there is nothing great to lose your parents. You still don't understand the sufferings of the world, and do not understand the real crime world. Life, even take the initiative to integrate into the criminal world and feel the primitive of sin. With the confusion of these questions and the fear of the unknown, he started his journey of practice and began to try to understand why did my parents die in their efforts to do good, and what methods should I use to save this seemingly defeated city. Young Bruce Wayne believes that only by experiencing the true feelings of this kind can he hone himself and understand how to truly save Gotham City. So in the end, he moved around and was finally imprisoned in a prison, and violent friction with his cellmates became the norm. At this time, a man named Henry Duker appeared in front of him, and the destined master and apprentice finally met. And this destined soul mentor told him that the Shadow Warrior Alliance can make Bruce Wayne stronger. In this way, the Shadow Warrior Alliance chose him, and he didn't know the truth about the organization, so he decided to follow Henry Duker to open up the so-called Road of Justice. After leaving the prison, Bruce Wayne followed Henry Duker's instructions, picked a blue flower on the Glacier Mountain, went to the Shadow Warrior Training Academy on the mountain, and met the legendary leader of the Shadow Warrior Alliance. From here, the pace of the film suddenly speeds up. The background of the story that needs to be explained has been set up. The film has also entered the second half, and action scenes begin to appear frequently, and these scenes are also the most likely to attract fans. Therefore, the best-selling element of summer popcorn movies are always exciting action scenes, grand special effects scenes, and a sexy and charming vase that fits the theme of the film. With the addition of these things, fans can even ignore the logical loopholes. The best person in this regard is the already debuted Explosion Bay. In Batman Begins, Wayne also added these elements for the first time, but he was still very cautious. Only on the premise of ensuring the logic of the story, more parts that fans like will be added. Just like the footage being shown, Bruce Wayne learns various ninjutsu and fighting techniques. Everyone knows that these are important experiences for him to grow into Batman. But more importantly, the soul mentor Henry Duker allows him to experience the fear in his heart, and let the fear become one with himself, so that he can conquer the fear. In the first hour of the film fully explores and analyzes Bruce Wayne's background story, without wearing the iconic Batcape, and without fighting scenes. Despite this, Wayne's pace of narrating the story has not slowed down. Enough preparations have been compressed in the front, and the audience has been attracted by the beginning, by taking advantage of all the favorable conditions that can be used. There are many stories about Batman, but Wayne is the first to tell the story before Bruce Wayne became Batman, and give all the origins of becoming Batman. This is also a point that attracts the audience, and makes the film not boring. In this way, the audience also really understands who Bruce Wayne is, which is a trait that no movie in the past could capture, including Tim Burton's two trilogies. But starting from The League of Shadows, everything has entered the stage of finding answers. The intense action scenes also let the fans gradually release the bitterness and hatred accumulated in the previous part. Everyone knows that the latter part of the plot is the most exciting moment. Chapter 279 The poor rely on mutation, the rich rely on technology. The plot of Batman Begins for a long time shows how man hone himself step by step and overcome his inner fear. And Wayne also uses a very concise method to introduce the plot setting of Joker. This film is directly connected with Joker, and the audience basically understands the simple relationship between the characters when they see this. Even if the rhythm suddenly speeds up later, there will be no obstacles in watching the movie. In the Chinese theater in Los Angeles, Bella Grant is also thinking while watching. She is different from ordinary fans around her. Tomorrow morning, the Los Angeles Times will undertake some film promotion tasks, and her report will also be on the headlines of the entertainment section. The biggest surprise for her is Christian Bale's portrayal of Batman, which can be said to be very successful, and she is sure that this British actor will become Bruce Wayne in the real world for a long time after appearing in the movie. Even if Christian Bale doesn't want to, fans will regard him as the spokesperson of Batman. This is what he has exchanged for with his profound performance, which is both glory and bondage. Bella, the photographer sitting next to her, called her quietly without taking his eyes off the big screen, saying, "If I were you, I would find a way to do an exclusive interview with the male lead of the film. This young man is going to be very popular. His performance is like the coming of Batman. You think so too?" Bella Grant didn't expect that her partner would think the same as she did. "I will arrange an interview as soon as possible. Of course, it would be best if it is an exclusive interview." The film has been shown to the ceremony, where Bruce Wayne will pass the assessment and officially join the League of Shadows. At the same time, the leader of the organization finally stated his goal, which is to destroy Gotham City, which they think is hopeless. He was asked to kill a thief on the spot to prove his loyalty to the organization. The premiere of League of Shadows also compared Gotham City to the decline of Constantine and ancient Rome, which is a kind of irreversible history. Gotham City will eventually perish in its own demise. The Shadow Warriors Alliance only plays a role of God's hand to accelerate the destruction and rebirth of Gotham City. In the eyes of the Shadow Warriors Alliance, Gotham City is the cancer of the world and must be uprooted to restore peace to the world. Bruce Wayne, of course, refused. He vowed that he would not kill people. When he found out that the purpose of the Shadow Warriors Alliance was to destroy his hometown, he decided to destroy this evil organization. So, as he burned down the organization's academy, the action scenes that suddenly accelerated also ushered in the first highness of the film. After the fierce fighting and explosion scenes, the Shadow Warriors Alliance organization seemed to be destroyed. He also saved his teacher before his soul mentor Henry Duca fell off the cliff. After everything was over, Bruce Wayne ended his wandering life and returned to the long-lost Gotham City. At this time, the city was controlled by Carmine's gang, and the judiciary and the police were in collusion, making Gotham City more decadent and decayed than before he left. Bruce Wayne is determined to change the status quo of the city and bring justice back. He believed that Gotham City lacked an embodiment and symbol of justice, which made the people of Gotham lose their faith and hope. And this symbol, Bruce Wayne with flesh and blood could not do, so the concept of Batman was born. He returned to the cave where he fell when he was a child to face the source of his fear, the Bat again, and use Batman as his incarnation of the symbol of justice, so as to embrace fear and make himself burst out with greater power. When Bruce Wayne embraced the group of bats and raised his head proudly, the film also sounded the majestic background music. Batman Begins has been shown to the present, and the tone of the film is dark and serious storytelling, especially with this kind of bitter and vengeful male protagonist. Although the audience can accept this serious and stereotype story style, they are also accumulating repressed emotions. The majestic background music, coupled with the picture of Bruce Wayne hugging the group of bats, made everyone instantly excited and released the repressed emotions. The audience understood that the real Batman was born at this moment, and the familiar superhero who fought against crime and silently protected Gotham City came. Although there was a sigh of relief in the theater, no one applauded, let alone discussed the plot with friends. This is destined to be a dark and serious epic, which makes people want to focus on the film, fearing to miss a frame or a second. The camera turned on the screen, and a scene familiar to DC fans appeared again: Arkham Asylum. Crane is a psychiatrist who specializes in working for gangs. He diagnoses those gang prisoners as having mental illnesses and transfers them from prison to Arkham Asylum to gain more freedom and protection. However, Crane did not completely obey Carmine. There was a more mysterious organization behind him. Bruce Wayne's sudden return directly expressed in the company that he had no idea of fighting for power and profit, but just wanted to check the position in the Applied Science Department. The Applied Science Department is managed by Fox. This department is a cold market department of the Wayne Group and no one cares about it for many years. But it was here that Bruce Wayne began to develop his own Batman equipment. Although the story is obviously very fast, Wayne still spent a lot of space here to introduce Batman's equipment and black technology. There are two purposes. One of them is definitely to attract the audience. Movie fans have always been full of enthusiasm for these cool equipment. Some people even buy tickets to watch the film repeatedly in order to study these equipment. The other purpose is the peripherals. When Wayne picks up the camera, he is a director, but when he puts down the camera, he is a capitalist who puts interests first. Warner Brothers still has his shares. The real profit of the film is always these peripherals with extremely low cost but very expensive. As long as Batman Begins performs well at the box office, there will be no worries about no one paying for these things. Unlike the films in the previous few years, the attributes of this film are naturally suitable for developing enough derivatives. Moreover, Warner Brothers invested without hesitation or doubt in the face of a production cost of $120 million. Wayne also has to be responsible for the production company, so that shareholders feel that investing in his film is absolutely right and lays a solid foundation for future larger production investments. Even if he just thinks about it, he can be sure of one thing, that the investment in Superman, Diana, Aquaman, etc. that will definitely be filmed later is absolutely astronomical. After this scene, Bruce Wayne's identity began to double, just like the Wayne Mansion on the surface, but the base of Batman is actually underground. Sometimes American comic superheroes are just like what netizens joked, poor people rely on mutations, rich people rely on technology. At this time, Bruce Wayne is a classic rich man who develops technological equipment, and this equipment also makes his combat power increase exponentially. In this way, Bruce Wayne became a playboy in the eyes of the world during the day, and became the Batman who took care of the crimes in Gotham City at night. In order to experiment with the effectiveness of the primary battlesuit, he first went to find Agent Jim Gordon, and the two sides reached a preliminary alliance. Bruce Wayne believed that Gordon was a trustworthy person, and at the same time, he also found out about Carmine's gang smuggling transactions. So, on a dark and windy night, when Carmine's gang members were carrying smuggled goods at the dock, Batman officially went on a mission for the first time, and caught the gang including Carmine in one fell swoop. In this scene where Batman fights the gangsters, Wayne shows the audience that the unknown is the best fear. The audience follows the gangster's perspective in the light, while Batman is in the dark, allowing everyone to feel Batman's way of fighting in the darkness, with his voice following his shadow. Every time he attacks, he solves an enemy neatly, and his powerful strength is revealed. "Where the hell are you?" The roar of the criminal's collapse resounded throughout the theater. Here, the last gangster turned around and saw Bruce Wayne falling down. Before he could exclaim, he was knocked unconscious. In the subsequent plot, although Carmine was caught, the police chief ordered a wanted warrant for the guardian angel of Gotham City, because for the police, Batman is also full of unknowns. Full of unknowns means full of fear, and fear should be controlled or eliminated. In order to conceal his identity, Bruce Wayne spent all his time as a rich man socializing in public, hugging beautiful women in and out of luxurious places. This playboy shot fully demonstrates that money can really do whatever it wants. Even if the hotel restaurant does not welcome him, he can sign a large check and buy the hotel on the spot. On the other hand, after Carmine was caught, he used suicide to express that he had mental problems, so he summoned Crane to visit him, and the place of visit was Arkham Mental Hospital. But Crane obviously did not really want to help Carmine. The secret organization behind him was planning to destroy Gotham City, and Carmine's frivolous and arrogant criminal behavior had become an obstacle to the secret organization. So Crane took out the mask he carried with him, and released a terrifying poisonous gas to Carmine, turning Carmine into a real psychopath. Crane's true identity also appeared at this time. He is the famous DC villain Scarecrow. Scarecrow. I knew he was not simple. Whispering appeared in the theater for the first time. The fans who can come here are all relatively familiar with comics. After all, Scarecrow is by no means an unknown villain. In the comics, Scarecrow is one of Batman's rivals. He has made great achievements in the field of chemistry, and has devoted his life to studying the fear deep in people's hearts. The fear gas in the film is his masterpiece. He simply enjoys emitting fear, and is addicted to it. His mask, the Scarecrow mask, was also specially designed by Wayne, based on people's uncanny valley effect and the fright effect. Putting aside other things, all the props that appear in this film are well designed and made, and very convincing. This is the benefit of starting preparations a year in advance. Chapter 280. The next one is Arthur. The film gradually came to the end, and Batman began to reveal the secrets. Bruce Wayne also discovered the clues behind Carmine through a meeting with Detective Gordon. As he continued to investigate, he finally learned from the bribed detective that this batch of goods, which were not drugs, were transported to the island of Narrowness. Narrowness is an island in Gotham City, between Midtown and downtown. The people living on Narrowness are the most desolate and the lowest income residential areas in Gotham City, with higher crime rates and more villains. Arkham Asylum is also located on this island of Narrowness. The original design inspiration of Narrowness in the film was obtained from the Kowloon walled city in Hong Kong. Batman came to Narrowness and planned to find out the whereabouts of the goods. As he found the building where the goods were hidden, Clean also brought his men and was about to burn it down. Bruce Wayne easily dealt with a group of minions, but Clean used fear gas to make him fall into an illusion. In his eyes, the Scarecrow kept spitting out bats, and he also remembered the scene when his parents were shot. These were the sources of his fear. Then the Scarecrow ignited the gasoline on Batman, and he turned into a huge fireball in an instant. In order to save himself, he had to jump off the building. Fortunately, it was raining outside, so he escaped. Everyone knew that it was not that the Scarecrow was stronger than Batman, but that the fear gas restrained him too much. After the rescue of the butler Alfred, and the antidote developed by Fox, Bruce Wayne, who had been sleeping for 2 days, woke up, and this day happened to be his birthday. When Rachel came to give a gift, she got bad news. The mentally ill Carmine was really crazy in the Arkham Mental Hospital, which was full of talents, and Rachel had to go to check it out. Bruce Wayne also ignored the possibility that the birthday dinner might be stood up. He was injured and changed into Batman, and secretly protected Rachel to go to Arkham Mental Hospital. In the mental hospital, Clean found that he could no longer hide it from Rachel, so he took her to the underground warehouse, where someone was pouring poison water that could make people feel fear and madness into the underground water system. The fear poison water will not be a problem for people to drink, and the toxicity can only evaporate when it turns into gas. The realization of all this is related to the microwave transmitter lost by the Wayne Group. This transmitter was originally designed to evaporate the enemy's limited water resources in the Desert War. Now this weapon has fallen into the hands of a secret organization and its whereabouts are unknown. After knowing all the conspiracies, Rachel was about to escape, but was caught by Scarecrow, who then used fear gas to put her into a coma. When Batman arrived, Scarecrow asked his men to call the police, and wanted the police to deal with Batman. This also shows how deep the cooperation between the police and the gangsters in Gotham City is. However, they underestimated Batman's combat effectiveness. He quickly killed the gangsters, and used fear gas to let Clean inhale it. In the eyes of Scarecrow, Batman has become a black devil at this moment. This also shows that what Clean fears most is a devil in hell. Later, he learned from Clean that it was all related to the Shadow Warrior Alliance. Before he could ask more questions, Scarecrow had gone insane and the police had arrived at the scene. He could only save Rachel first. In the process, he changed the flight path of the bad group through sonar, and guided all the bats into the building, disrupting the police's pursuit plan. Detective Gordon helped them escape from here. After that, Bruce Wayne drove his Batmobile, and escaped from the encirclement. In the process, the Batmobile flew over the eaves and walls, destroyed various public buildings, and blew up many police cars. Cool. Well done. This exciting car chase scene won praise from a group of fans in the theater, especially the extremely powerful Batmobile, which almost nothing could stop it. Young people have no resistance to this kind of thing. Every boy should have had a fantasy in his heart and want to own such a Batmobile. When seeing Batman successfully get rid of everyone and save Rachel, the audience's nervous and exciting emotions began to gradually calm down. Bruce Wayne, who returned to the mansion, just caught up with his birthday dinner. To see that everything was under his control, his soul mentor Henry Duca appeared. It was not until then that he discovered that Henry Duca was the real leader of the Shadow Warriors League, the incarnation of Ra's al Ghul, and the organization that wanted to destroy Gotham City was the Shadow Warriors League. At this time, the film has solved the last mystery. Henry Duca told Bruce Wayne that Gotham City is hopeless. He will use water pipes containing fear toxins to spread the poison gas from the island of Nate to the entire city. Then use the microwave transmitter of the Wayne Group to turn water into steam gas, so that people can be infected and absorbed, and let people in the whole city kill each other in fear. At the same time, Henry Duca also released all the lunatics in Arkham Mental Hospital to increase the violence of this gas-killing city. It is worth noting that among all the lunatics released, there is a villain named Mr. Sass, who is a serial killer and a supervillain in DC Comics. His characteristic is that every time he kills a person, he will cut a knife on his body as a mark. In this short shot, Wayne deliberately arranged several special characters, all of which are paving the way for the filming in the next few years. For example, this Mr. Sass will appear in the Birds of Prey that he planned in his mind. There are several more such characters. If there are careful fans, they can find that these people have their own distinctive characteristics, such as the familiar scarecrow, and a man in a suit with a clown mask, etc. After that, the camera flashes back to Wayne's mansion. Henry Duker also pointed out to Bruce Wayne that several disasters in human history, such as the plague in ancient Rome, also known as the Black Death, the Great Fire of London in 1666, burned 90% of the city of London, etc., were all done by the Shadow Warriors Alliance. In short, when the world's civilization is corrupt to the extreme, the cleansing and reconstruction are all the responsibility of the Shadow Warriors Alliance. The examples that appear in the film are all famous conspiracy theories in history, which have not been explained by science so far, so Wayne dared to use them in the film. While they were chatting, the other members of the Shadow Warriors League set fire to Wayne's mansion, and the master and apprentice started fighting. But Batman, who was not wearing bat equipment, was just a strong normal man, and was eventually knocked unconscious by the falling pillar. Because Bruce Wayne had saved Henry Duker once, the other party did not kill him personally, but left him to fend for himself in the fire. After they all left, Alfred, who rushed into the fire again, and saved Bruce Wayne, and the two quickly fled to the underground base. Just when Batman woke up, and saw Wayne's mansion burning down, he was disheartened, and Alfred said what Thomas Wayne said at the time. "Bruce, why do we fall? It's to learn to stand up." Bruce Wayne, who has experienced all this, obviously understands the meaning of this sentence better than when he was young. So, Batman put on a full set of equipment again, drove the Batmobile, and went to settle accounts with the Shadow Warriors League. The film also came to the end. You know, this first Batman trilogy in Wayne's hands is also an important foundation for the DC universe. The film is often as long as 140 minutes, which is 2 hours and 20 minutes more. After all, there are too many things to explain in the film. During such a long film screening, the fans have been quiet and focused on watching the film, and the fans' expectations for the final battle scene have been raised to the peak. On the big screen, the release of the prisoners in the entire Arkham Mental Hospital caused serious urban chaos, and all the police rushed to the island of Nay. This happened to be Henry Duker's conspiracy. He has used a microwave transmitter to evaporate the groundwater of Nay Island, and the poisonous gas instantly enveloped the entire island of Nay. People who inhaled the gas of fear began to panic and riot. Henry Duker's real goal is to bring the microwave transmitter to the Wayne building in the city center, and through the elevated railway hub, let the people of Gotham City inhale the gas of fear. Later, Batman arrived and discussed with Detective Gordon, asking him to drive the Batmobile to attract attention, and they fought again. Detective Gordon crashed the support of the elevated railway, thus making Henry Duker's plan fail. During this period, Batman also rescued Rachel. Facing the doubts of his childhood sweetheart, he deliberately said the words they had talked about: "Don't care about my appearance, but look at what I do." It was not until then that Rachel realized that Bruce Wayne was Batman and the one who had been protecting Gotham and dealing with evil. After that, he finally caught up with the speeding train and started the last fight in the movie. A pair of masters and apprentices attacked each other crazily in the carriage. This time, Bruce Wayne was different. He was wearing a full set of bat armor. Officer Gordon under the train also destroyed the viaduct before the train passed and completed his mission. The duel in the train finally came to a winner, and Henry Duker lost to his own catchphrase: "You will never learn to listen to all directions and see all directions." Seeing that the train had derailed and was about to hit the ground, Bruce Wayne still did not choose to kill. He smashed the car window with a bat dart, opened his cloak, and flew out alone, leaving Henry Duker to fend for himself. Amid a huge roar, the train hit the ground and exploded. The fire filled the big screen in an instant. In the end, only Batman was left in the camera, flying alone in the night sky of Gotham City. The city was also saved by his own efforts, and avoided the doom of being destroyed. At this point in the film, many viewers thought it was over. Many people stood up and prepared to applaud to express their excitement, only to find that the lights in the theater were not on. The picture turned, and in the dark night sky, a familiar searchlight appeared, with the Batman logo inside. This is a new hope of Gotham City, and it is also the symbol of justice in Gotham City. The camera slid down from the night sky, and on the roof of a building, Inspector Gordon and Bruce Wayne appeared. Because of this incident, Jim Gordon became the police chief. Take this guy for example. He killed people and set fires, and did all kinds of evil. He likes to play drag shows like you, and leaves business cards after committing crimes. As Gordon finished speaking, he took out a card. Under the close-up, everyone recognized the task on the card. It was the shape of a circus clown, but wearing a red suit and yellow vest. Oh my god. This is Arthur. The next one is the Joker vs. Batman. This surprising Easter egg gave movie fans great expectations and clearly pointed out who the villain of the next Batman movie would be. It was the Joker they had been thinking about, Arthur. Chapter 281 booked the cinema. The Hollywood Chinese theater was filled with applause, cheers, whistles, and cheers. The entire film lasted nearly 2.5 hours, and no one in the hundreds of people left their seats to go to the bathroom. During the screening, few fans made any noises, as they were all concentrating on watching the film, let alone fans who left early, because the film did not suit their taste. Although the premiere was very grand, no celebrities were invited to the premiere. The only outsider was Nicolas Cage. So when the fans were reluctant to leave for a long time, the crew bowed 4 times amid the continuous applause before the satisfied audience lined up to leave. Although this film is destined to be a big hit, I still want to congratulate you for completing an excellent work. Nicolas Cage and other audiences began to leave, and he was the first to walk up to Wayne, hugged him, and said politely, "This is definitely a work that is not inferior to Joker. It takes into account both commercial selling points and artistic connotations." Wayne patted the other party on the back, let him go, and said with a smile, "Thank you." Then Nicolas Cage gave his blessings to the photographers and lighting technicians who were familiar with him, and reluctantly went to the party hotel prepared by Warner Brothers under the guidance of the staff. To be honest, since Joker, although he has not lacked dramas to shoot, it is difficult to achieve higher achievements. In the past 2 years, he can be said to have been living off Arthur's old capital. The reason why he readily agreed to Warner Brothers this time was also to test Wayne's intention. If Batman wants to shoot the second part, no one is more suitable for the role of the Joker than him. But through a simple chat before the screening, Nicolas Cage understood that in Wayne's heart, he was definitely not an irreplaceable candidate. After all, the Joker definitely had no plans to shoot a sequel. Since he had shot DC character movies and achieved enough success, he had deliberately learned about these comic characters. Although the Joker is very good, if Warner Brothers wants to continue making movies, there are too many characters and heroes to choose from, and they all have advantages over the Joker. The independent movies of the 3 Justice Giants alone may take many years to shoot, and the love-hate relationship between the 3 giants is definitely not lacking in drama. Therefore, the role of the Joker in the next Batman is an opportunity he must strive for, which will once again take his career a step further. Through today's Batman Begins, Nicolas Cage understands that Wayne Greenberg's shooting technology and market insight have been steadily improving, and the next one may be better. Especially the one watched tonight. The dark and serious story is both easy to understand and discusses many social issues. For example, the law enforcement issue mentioned lightly. Does Batman really have the power to enforce the law? There are also some issues that constantly reflect reality, which are mentioned in a subtle way. In the middle of watching the movie, Nicolas Cage once tried to remove Bruce Wayne's halo through his own imagination. That is, to remove the DC comic element. He found that this is a classic crime and gangster film, and even if the protagonist is not Batman, it will probably be successful. At this time, only the core creative team and the main actors were left in the theater. From the performance of the audience, they knew that the performance of this film was definitely not bad. The only one who didn't look good, oh no, it can't be said that his face looked bad. After all, he was black, but his facial expression was more tangled. "What's wrong with Samuel?" Naomi Watts stood beside Wayne and asked in a low voice, while watching the fans leaving in an orderly manner. Wayne shrugged and leaned close to her ear. "Our main competitor Die Hard 3 also has Samuel Jackson in the performance. He shot that movie first, so now he is competing with himself. However, he can be sure that the focus of this damn fucker's work is still on Batman Begins. After all, His role in this movie is much more important than that of Die Hard 3. Therefore, in the subsequent promotional activities, he will also follow the crew here to tour the United States. Nina. Wayne called the assistant behind him, and when she came to him, he asked, "The Shrine Theater should have finished long ago, right? Have you received any news?" He just saw Nina received a call and guessed that Warner Brothers had sent the other party's premiere information. That film was a pure commercial popcorn, and even if it was considered for the theater screening schedule, the length would not be too long. The opinion of the investigator of Warner Brothers is that the quality of the other party's film is very good, and it has all the element that should be there. If it doesn't encounter our competition, the box office will not be less than $100 million. The assistant lady said the investigator's analysis, then glanced at her boss and continued, "There is another situation that needs attention." According to the investigator's words, the purpose of this film is very clear. That is, it is a pure summer commercial film. At least he went to the bathroom twice in the middle, and it didn't delay continuing to watch it when he came back. The plot is relatively weak. This is the characteristic of summer commercial blockbusters. Any story logic can be appropriately ignored. All of this must give way to the element that movie fans like. Action, fighting, explosions, gun battles, etc. are the themes of the film. Especially for commercial films with huge investments, Hollywood production companies will strictly control the length of the drama during editing. The conflict will appear in a few minutes and then be resolved a few minutes later. The fighting scene will appear a few minutes later. All of these are strictly controlled. This is the safest way to make commercial films. Everything still depends on the box office. At least we can get preliminary results today. Even though Wayne knew that the other party's film was of excellent quality, he had no worries. It was too difficult to make Batman Begins a failure. At the same time, when the premiere at the Hollywood Chinese Theater ended, and the first batch of fans had left, nearly 1,000 fans had gathered in the lobby of a King's chain cinema in Burbank. These people lined up in neat rows, and were preparing to enter different theaters, to watch the same film Batman Begins. Even though everyone was happy and excited, the police on duty at the scene were also facing a great enemy. Too many people gathered together. Even if there was a little incitement, uncontrollable accidents would occur. Mass incidents have always been a sensitive point for the government. Are these young people crazy? Cassie, a tall and fat police officer, whose large police uniform could not cover his big belly, looked at the people who kept coming to the hall and complained to his partner in frustration. "I don't know what these young people are thinking. It's just a movie. Why do they have to gather together to watch it? Can't they wait until the weekend and watch it by themselves? Damn it, they want us to work overtime here to accompany them. To me, this is definitely an illegal assembly." The detective named Cassie Jackman is used to his partner's complaints. Hector Hall is just a bit of a nag, but he is not a bad person. Hey, heck. Cassie patted his partner on the shoulder and pointed at the crowd and said, "Don't you usually watch movies? This is Wayne Greenberg's Batman. If I didn't need to work overtime, I think I would join them. In fact, I don't like his movies very much." Hector Hall saw his partner's eyes change and explained helplessly, "But this is not up to me. I have promised the kid at home that I will take him to see Batman with his mother on weekends. No matter what type of movie it is, there will always be people who can't adapt to it. This is normal. Officer Hector Hall is like this. He likes simple and rough gun battle movies. Those movies can make him fully relax and entertain, not like Wayne's movies, which are dark and bloody and require thinking when watching. But his 11th grade son likes it and has rented several videotapes directed by Wayne through him. The videotape market for R-rated movies is relatively less strictly regulated. Wayne Greenberg's Batman is not for those over 18 this time, and many teenagers are going crazy, including Hector Hall's son, Hal Jr. Moreover, his son said that more teenagers in the school have been looking forward to this movie for several months, and most of them have made an appointment to watch it together on the weekend. Quiet down. A sharp female voice suddenly came from the hall. It was Daisy holding a megaphone and standing directly on the ticket counter, shouting to all the fans. "Ladies and gentlemen, everyone should know me. I'm Daisy, the organizer of this event. I'm sorry, because it's the first time to organize so many people, so we are not prepared for emergencies. Now we have been delayed for an hour, so listen to me. This collective viewing of Wayne's Die-Hard fans is not as simple as Daisy imagined. A total of more than 900 people have signed up. After confirmation, she booked the entire theater at a low price through Warner Brothers. But when the movie was about to start, she found that she and the organizers were caught off guard by the various situations of late arrival, temporary delays, and temporary desire to join. Moreover, nearly 1,000 people gathered together, and they were nearly 1,000 people with the same hobby. Everyone was so excited that she was worried about unexpected situations. Now that everyone has finally arrived, she found through statistics that there are more than 50 people, almost all of whom are friends of movie fans. We will enter the theater immediately, and the movie will start in 15 minutes. Everyone, please don't make a mess. We don't need movie tickets. Everyone, enter the theater in an orderly manner. When it is full, go to the next one. Also, for the dozens of extra friends, please give me your activity funds. Since you also like Wayne Greenberg's movies, we are our own people. The IMDb Wayne discussion group also welcomes you. When Daisy finished speaking, she looked at the long queues of people who began to enter the theater one after another under the organization of the theater staff. She was really relieved. Chapter 282 Advance Box Office. Daisy nodded to the theater manager and prepared to show the movie at the same time until everyone entered the theater. Fortunately, this is a newly built theater. Most of the old theaters do not have multi-hall designs. Large theaters that can accommodate hundreds of people are more common. However, multi-hall design is a trend and has gradually become popular. Seeing that the movie was about to start, Hector Henry rushed over with a few friends. Daisy was already anxiously looking at the theater. Hurry up, the movie is about to start. Daisy pulled a few friends and her boyfriend, complained while running into the prepared theater, and walked to her seat in the dark. What are you doing? If it weren't for the accident that delayed the screening, you would be late. They had just sat in the last row when the lights in the theater began to go out, and the light of the projector appeared on the screen, and the opening advertisement began to be shown. Hector Henry shrugged his shoulders and whispered in his girlfriend's ear, "The company is very busy today. This movie will be officially released tomorrow. Our department needs to arrange a full set of movie peripherals and send them to various cinemas and surrounding stores." Peripherals? This sentence reminded Daisy and made her wonder if she could get a batch of them. She had a large number of potential consumers, but she immediately drove this idea out of her mind. It was better not to make such money. It was tantamount to killing the goose to get the eggs. You know, the event she organized this time was equivalent to a test. If she could achieve good results, she could get in touch with Wayne's agent Jimmy and cooperate in running Wayne's fan organization. This relatively advanced approach was the first time in this Hollywood circle. Running your own fan group and letting them support their idols through various methods was beyond the standard of directors of this era. Even if the directors who came to the stage in the future, I'm afraid that few of them would have such fan organizations. Another relatively advanced approach was the letter of surrender that Daisy came up with, organizing fans to book a private theater to watch a movie. If this practice is put in 20 years, netizens on the other side of the Pacific Ocean should be very familiar with it. Almost every time a movie is released, there will be fans doing this. In fact, it is not only the fan organization. When Jimmy talked about this with Wayne, his first thought was to try it. If Daisy, the discussion leader, does a good job, Wayne also wants to wait until the organization matures and create a black fan organization in advance. No one can imagine how influential the online water army is now, but he knows too well the power of having a group of black fan leaders in the early days of the internet. Whether it is used to promote their own movies or to discredit competitors, these black fans can show strong combat effectiveness. During the entire movie screening, Daisy couldn't concentrate on watching. She would leave her seat from time to time and go to other theaters to check the situation. These fans who came to watch the movie were all young people. After getting excited, no one dared to guarantee what would happen. It was not until nearly midnight that several theaters broke out in violent applause almost at the same time, which lasted for several minutes. Daisy breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that, if there were no accidents, this level today would be over. As for the hundreds of thousands of annual salary offered by her agent Jimmy, she could be sure to get it, but she must not tell her teammates about these things. This is a secret that belongs to her alone. What a pity, Daisy. After the fans left the theater one after another, and even the police on duty left, Hector Henry walked out with his girlfriend's hand, with a smug look on his face, saying, "You actually missed this great movie. Listen, if I were you, I would watch it again, to make up for this regret. You don't know how exciting the movie is later. I want to watch it too, damn it." Daisy was also very upset, but she was always worried, and always afraid of unexpected situations. She hardly watched what the movie was about. "Come with me again tomorrow. I hope I can grab the tickets then." "Hector, this is my career. Managing Wayne's fan organization is the focus of my future work. I must take it seriously." Hector Henry opened the car door for his girlfriend, turned to the driver's seat, started the car engine, and drove towards the direction of their rented apartment. "I understand, dear. I will always support your work. To be honest, I always feel that your job has more prospects than mine." What the two of them didn't notice was that among the fans who walked into the theater today, there was a person who was not in the discussion group at all, but watched a movie together by accident. That was the black security guard Schroeder, but he is now one of them. Through chatting with a group of like-minded fans, he discovered the most important thing. During the movie, several fans who chatted with him did not discriminate against his skin color. This situation is so rare. When discussing Wayne's previous work and the plot of this movie, those people did not look down on him, but put him on an equal footing, allowing Schroeder to feel respected for the first time. Through Wayne's movie Joker, this black boy realized the value of life. After giving up everything, he became a building security guard in Burbank. If he could also gain respect and some friends through Wayne's Batman, he felt that his life would become complete, which he never dared to think of before. In downtown Los Angeles, all he thought about every day was not to be shot by someone. Although the last movie, It, did not suit Schroeder's taste, he could not find the good points in those childhood memories that made people feel good, and he could not like that horror movie, but he liked this Batman very much. Although Wayne's style has changed, he finally came back with a new movie. The midnight bell has sounded, and the black boy Schroeder returned to his apartment with joy, fell asleep early, and prepared to greet the next day's work in the best condition. But the 7th floor of the Fox building in Burbank was brightly lit, and some people were destined to not be able to sleep peacefully. In Townsend Rothman's office, the main creators of Die Hard 3 were anxiously waiting for the advanced statistics. Bruce, John McTiernan, the film's director and producer, called the male lead with a somewhat ugly expression, and said reluctantly, after the premiere, when the reporter interviewed you, "You shouldn't have attacked Wayne Greenberg. I understand your feelings, but this can easily lead to more accidents." "Listen, John." In fact, Bruce Wesley also regretted it a little afterwards, but the words had already been said, and it would probably be reported tomorrow, so he could only hold on at this time. "We are competitors. Do you expect me to praise that director? Now is the time to fight, and we have no room to retreat." Although he said it tough, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. After the premiere party, when the reporter interviewed him and asked him to evaluate his competitors, he hardly said a few good words under the influence of alcohol. Wayne Greenberg, that 25-year-old kid. I believe that Die Hard 3 will let him know what a real summer blockbuster should look like. Don't talk about his previous achievements. In my eyes, Wayne Greenberg is a director who can only direct low-budget thrillers. The hundreds of millions of dollars invested by Warner Brothers are destined to be his Waterloo. Thinking of what he said, he felt uncomfortable. He had habitually said big words, and now he just hoped not to be slapped in the face. Just as he thought of this, the secretary knocked on the door of the office, and then walked in with a few printed papers. Everyone knew that the two films that premiered at the same time and opened advanced screenings at the same time, the first day's victory or defeat was all on these printed papers. According to the habits of large companies, 20th Century Fox and Warner Brothers both hired third-party investigation companies tonight, plus some of their own company's investigators, to collect all data related to the film. Okay, everyone has waited long enough. I'll read it to you. Townsend Rothman, who was already quite old, yawned and picked up the statistics. He looked at the people and said, according to the preliminary and rough statistics of the Theatre Alliance, the advance box office of Die Hard 3 is about $7.8 million US. Well, this result is very good. The first item is the box office statistics. This number is already very good. The first two films have accumulated a large number of fans. This is the advantage of this kind of sequel. And this number also made Bruce Wesley and John McTiernan smile confidently at the same time. No matter what the competitors are like, at least the advance box office of their own film has reached the expected level. A third-party survey company randomly distributed 2,200 questionnaires and collected more than 2,100 questionnaires. 79% of the fans who have watched the film gave the film a score of A or above. These fans generally believe that this film is very exciting and a rare Hollywood blockbuster. The rest of the fans also gave it a score of C or above. At this time, the people in the office completely put aside their worries. A Hollywood commercial popcorn movie can have such a high audience reputation, which means that the performance of the film meets the tastes of most people and the box office should not be a problem. As for the professional reputation of the film, since the incident of The Shawshank Redemption, Hollywood production companies have discovered that the opinions of film critics can be ignored during the summer season, and their influence on summer audiences is limited. Are there any statistics on Batman? John McTiernan asked. They all knew that there were no secrets in Hollywood at this point in time, and these survey data were not confidential, and would be made public later. Of course, I think there should be. Townsend Rothman turned to the next page of the printed paper, and the smile on his face had not faded before it suddenly darkened. Bruce Wesley realized that something was wrong. How much, Townsend? What's wrong? Batman Begins opened a total of 2,500 advanced screenings. According to rough statistics from the Theatre Alliance, it has earned a total of about $15.8 million US. F***K. He broke the record. Everyone understood what this number meant. That is, almost every advanced screening was almost full of audiences, and this number, without having to check, you know that it should have broken the box office record for advanced screenings. Maybe it's because this movie is rated PG-13, or it may be because of something else. There is one thing we should pay attention to. Wayne Greenberg's Die Hard fans have actually booked an entire theater. Chapter 283 Superstar-like appeal. The office on the 7th floor of 20th Century Fox suddenly became quiet. Several people looked at each other for a while. After hearing the advance box office of Batman Begins, it was so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing. You know, this is just the advance box office. The performance of Die Hard 3 of $7.8 million US is already very exciting, but the competitor's $15.8 million US made several people feel sick, as if they had eaten a dead fly. As the most direct competitor, they all understand what this number means. They have been completely crushed before the film was officially released. How can there be fans of the director who are crazy enough to book the entire studio? Bruce Wesley was a little unbelievable and had a skeptical expression on his face. Warner Brothers is not helping the box office, right? Unless those fans are really crazy, how could such a thing happen? As a big star in Hollywood, Bruce Wesley absolutely does not believe this. If Tom Cruise was told that he booked the entire theater because his fans liked the movie, he might not even show any doubt. The mid-1990s was the time when Hollywood superstars were the most appealing. No matter what type of film it was, as long as there were superstars and no mistakes were made in the production, the box office was always guaranteed. But Wayne Greenberg was a director. If this kind of behind-the-scenes work was put into more than 10 years ago, the public fans would basically not pay special attention to it. When will the director have the same appeal as a superstar? This is too unbelievable. No, the data in this survey report will not be inflated. Townsend Rothman's face was as white as water, and he was gloomy and a little unnatural. In the early days of the film's release, the production team or production company took action to support the box office. This kind of thing is also quite common. Most of them are for publicity needs and subsequent greater profits. But these small-scale investigation companies in the circle are aware that the data they provide will generally remove these extra numbers and only provide real and credible data and news. Compared with the director and starring actor of Die Hard 3, Townsend Rothman felt very bad. All kinds of phenomena showed that his choice this time might have been wrong. He should have avoided this horror superhero like other companies of all sizes. Even if he loses several million in early investment, it is probably better than his film, which could have made hundreds of millions of box office, being squeezed out and having no room for survival. Unfortunately, things have come to this point, and he can't say these thoughts out loud. Since he has chosen the wrong schedule, he can only struggle to the end. This is just his inner thought. There are many people who are confident in Die Hard 3, not only the film's creative team, but also many people in the company's senior management. They are full of confidence in the competition, and think that at most they will divert fans, but at least they will not lose. Our advanced screenings have a very good reputation. This is the audience's reputation and the first-hand real sales data of the theater market. John McTiernan, who was sitting at his desk, said that this was one of his main sources of confidence. So, as long as the audience's reputation does not collapse, our film will definitely sell well. Bruce Wesley put aside his surprise and nodded gently. If we only talk about the advanced screenings, this film is a rare high among commercial films, and the first-hand fan reputation is indeed the best proof of converting box office. Such excellent fan reputation, coupled with the $7.8 million box office, that fully reflects the quality of the film, is almost the best market performance of all the films he has starred in. Don't be happy too soon. Townsend Rothman, sitting in the boss chair, did not agree with their point of view, and his face did not improve at all. He glanced at the two people, opened the drawer, and took out a thick cigar. After lighting it, he realized that this cigar did not have a trace of victory. Finding that the two people opposite were looking at him in confusion, he was too lazy to read the survey data again. He was no longer in a good mood at the beginning, so he simply pushed the second printout in front of John McTiernan and let him read it himself. According to the data obtained by the survey company, after the screening of Batman Begins, more than 4,000 questionnaires were distributed to fans, and no less than 4,000 questionnaires were collected. Fans who chose A or above accounted for 93% of the total questionnaires. Most of the fans who chose other ratings were B or B. John McTiernan's voice became smaller and smaller. This was not good news. If the other party crushed his film in terms of fan reputation and box office figures, Die Hard 3 would likely see a big box office drop. Hollywood has proved countless times that it is not afraid of different audiences for the film, as that would only result in the situation where both films have good box office. It is afraid of a crushing film comparison, in which case both the media and the fans will subconsciously choose to ignore the crushed film and only focus on the winner. This is a winner-takes-all game, and the market rules have been like this for many years. See. Townsend Rothman thought about the way he could use it, and exhaled a large mouthful of bitter smoke. The situation is not as good as you think. If the reputation of our film declines too quickly tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, it is possible that the box office will not exceed $40 million in the first weekend. Maybe the North American box office will not even exceed 100 million. Look at the end of the survey report. Yes, that's it. Almost 95% of the fans who watched Batman Begins are young people who are the main force of movie consumption. This is definitely not good news for us. This situation is not impossible to happen. His words were like a basin of ice water instantly poured on John McTiernan's head. The production cost of Die Hard 3 is as high as $90 million. If you want to recover the cost through the box office, the total global box office figures must be at least 3 times higher than the production cost. The North American theater market with the highest box office share can be said to be the top priority. This is the basic market. If the North American box office figures are not high enough, the film will not perform well overseas. Since the 1990s, it seems that Hollywood films have conquered overseas, but there is a rule for high-grossing blockbuster films, that is, only when North America succeeds first and has a large enough influence, will other countries and regions overseas follow suit. So far, even if we exclude the highest-grossing films in the world, such as Joker and Jurassic Park, all other well-performing films have not escaped this rule. There has never been an example of a film with low box office in North America, but super hit overseas, not even once. As the director and producer of the film, it can be said that, if the film really fails to meet expectations, even the responsibility cannot be shirked. Although it is not their own money that is lost, the production company seems to have no choice but to admit defeat. But if they want to continue directing films, or initiate projects as producers, all production companies will seriously consider it. This is a highly commercial circle, and no one is willing to cooperate with money-losing goods. Townsend Rothman put the cigar into the ashtray, shook his head, stood up and took off his coat. After putting it on, he looked at the time and said, "Let's stop here today. You should take care of the film promotion plan first, and I will think of other ways." Since he has made a selective error, he is not ready to stand and wait for death. No matter what method is used, the necessary competitive means must be used. Warner Brothers will probably not relax its attack on them after they are ahead by a body. When the lights on the 7th floor of 20th Century Fox went out, the three people went home to rest with different moods. The Warner Brothers building not far from them also turned off the lights amid hearty laughter. The same two survey data, in the eyes of competitors, produced completely opposite moods. Such things happen almost every Thursday and Friday, as long as the summer season begins. The films released during this period are all big productions. Even the top executives of the production companies can't sleep well without getting first-hand statistical data. The cost of a big production in the summer season is often tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars. Even if there are 6 giants behind the media group, if a film suffers a serious loss, it will also be in a state of breaking down. Big investment and big production in the summer season is indeed the most profitable project, and the revenue and profit generated are also very amazing. Even laymen know these things, but what they don't know is that behind every successful Hollywood blockbuster, there must be at least one sad case that fell on the road. On the same weekend when the summer season just started, 2 highly anticipated films were released on a large scale. This is not uncommon in the crowded North American summer season, especially for movie fans. This is the right way to open their holiday movie carnival. Most of these young fans will save money for movie tickets in advance, and then take out their accumulated pocket money according to their own or their friends' preferences, to choose movies they are interested in, to contribute to the box office. In terms of movie choices during this period, the main force of movie consumption is almost not affected by film critics. The common characteristics of these young people are rebellion and contempt for authoritative remarks. What can really affect their choice of watching movies is a recommendation of relatives and friends, and the promotional advertisements that can be seen everywhere. Through the promotion of the film's promotional advertisements, the star actors loved by fans, the type of film, etc., can all affect the public's choice. Directors like Wayne who have established their own brands are also important factors that affect the choice of fans. To put it bluntly, this is the role of appeal, because ordinary people now have few channels for information, and the mysterious veil of Hollywood has not yet been unveiled, which just creates the necessary conditions for the appeal of stars or directors to prevail. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284, Fierce Competition in 1995. Early Friday morning, when Wayne led the creative team to fly to New York to start the promotional roadshow, various newspapers and media made large-scale reports on the 2 films that premiered simultaneously last night. Some of these reports were promotional soft articles, the result of the film company's public relations, and some were neutral authoritative media. Well-known film critics in different cities also began to tout the films they supported. On May 15th, 1995, that is, last night, after waiting for several months, Wayne's Batman Begins finally premiered at the Chinese Theater in Los Angeles. After more than 2 hours of watching the movie, I was greatly shocked. Before this, I felt that Batman was very far away from me, and was just a character in the comics. After watching the movie, I felt that Batman was very close to me. After watching the movie, my biggest feeling is that Batman is actually an ordinary person who has gone through hardships and finally grew into Batman. Yes, what I want to say is that, in fact, each of us can become Batman, and Batman is the person we dream of becoming. The biggest impact of this movie on me is that I began to firmly believe that an ordinary person has unlimited possibilities. Never set limits for yourself, never stop breaking through, surpassing and defeating yourself, and never fear the unknown world. We may be hurt a lot, we may experience adversity, and we may even suffer great setbacks and blows, just like Bruce Wayne. However, all of these, as long as they do not destroy us, will surely make us grow rapidly, become strong rapidly, and eventually achieve us. Don't look back, don't dwell on the suffering we have experienced. Look forward, move forward, and rush forward. This is the best redemption. After watching Batman Begins overnight, I will think of the past 30 years of my life. Whenever I have achieved new achievements, but don't tell anyone around me, I feel that I'm Batman. No one knows who I am. No one knows what great things I have done. I just know it myself. If you are a fan who has not yet planned to watch the movie, I highly recommend you to watch this movie. On the surface, it is an epic full of darkness, and the story it tells is also full of social analysis, but in fact, it is indeed a positive film that conveys very good spiritual energy. The film is not lacking in storytelling, and it also has the hot scenes that most fans love. This will be a movie choice suitable for everyone. Kenneth Turan of the Los Angeles Times. Not only Kenneth Turan, but also Todd McCarthy, a local film critic in Los Angeles, sang praises for the film in his column in The Hollywood Reporter, attracting more fans. The title of his review is A Battle That Never Stops. Wayne Greenberg successfully brought a comic character into the real world, and the theme of the film is fear. Batman is the person we dream of becoming. Why do we fall? Because we can learn to pick ourselves up. That's right, why do we fall? Because we can learn to stand up in this way. Although the core of the film is full of dark style, the story it tells is a rare spiritual chicken soup in reality. In fact, many parts of the movie express a point of view. Heroes are not born heroes. The movie gives me more of a sense of reality. Batman will also train, work hard, improve his speed, and insist on doing a lot of push-ups every day. He will also get injured, stay in bed, because of the reversal of day and night, and have his own emotions. Everyone will have something to fear, and will experience a lot of adversity. Never give up, because we are full of infinite possibilities. Never stop insisting, never stop surpassing and defeating yourself. Look forward, there is no need to dwell on past sufferings. What is important is the future. Wayne Greenberg gave up a lot of large-scale shots, and the result was obviously very good. This is a film suitable for teenagers to watch. If these children can understand something from it, it will be the greatest wealth in their lives. Not only did the critics collectively recommend it, Bella Grant also published a column report from the other side of the movie, but her main praise was not for the director, but for the film's leading actor Christian Bale. In the first hour of the film fully explores Bruce Wayne's backstory, without the cape or the fight scenes. Despite this, the pace never slows down, and the story is so unexpected and fascinating. In this way, we really get to know who Bruce Wayne is, a quality that all previous films have failed to capture, including Tim Burton's first two films. We see what drives him, what makes him this iconic crime fighter, and what is behind the mask. Of course, to help audiences understand Bruce Wayne, it doesn't hurt to have someone as talented as Christian Bale in the lead. Bale has become one of the most talented actors of this generation, and he takes that talent to the top here, playing the darkest of all superheroes. If you break down the character of Batman, Bruce Wayne, you'll find that it's essentially three characters. Wayne as Batman, behind the mask, Wayne as the public persona of a billionaire playboy, and the real, brooding Bruce Wayne. Bale plays all three roles to perfection, characterizing them well enough to make it clear that they are still the same person. It is worth mentioning that there are hardly too many special effects shots in the movie, and even the shot of Batman standing on the top of a tall building overlooking the city was shot by the actor himself. In terms of actual viewing experience, this kind of real-life shot looks much more comfortable and convincing than special effects synthesis. But don't think that this movie will be too serious and boring because of Wayne's realism. Yes, Gotham looks too dark and dirty to make people feel that it is a fantasy world, but Batman has retained the unmistakable sense of fun that only comic books can have from the beginning. We laugh at and fear the villains and cheer for the hero because he puts his life on the line to defeat evil and save the city. Not only is the publicity momentum of Batman Begins overwhelming, but the same is true for 20th Century Fox. Famous film critics Roger Ebert and David Denby also recommended Die Hard 3 with long film reviews in their columns in the Chicago Sun-Times and the New Yorker. When the publicity competition entered a white-hot stage, both sides began to throw dirty water on each other, and even the channels they chose were similar. That is, the gossip tabloids that people love and hate. Warner Brothers did its best to discredit Bruce Wesley's private life and constantly directed public opinion to contraband. Fox also criticized Wayne as a director and directed public opinion to the director's psychological problems. After counting the films shot by Wayne after his debut, almost all of them are inseparable from the dark core. There are various speculations that he has mental illness. Criticism of such films that overexplore the dark side will only lead teenagers astray and create more negative social energy. 1995 was originally a year of fighting between the gods. Since the beginning of the year, when Forrest Gump and The Shawshank Redemption began to compete for the Oscars, everyone was sensitive to the fact that the cultural industry has ushered in spring. Whether it is the film industry, the record industry, or the game industry, almost since entering 1995, they have ushered in an explosion in competition. Even the metaverse VR, that became popular more than 20 years later, appeared in the hands of Nintendo in this year, sparking a war between the gaming giants and Sony. Competition in the entertainment industry is everywhere. Batman Begins and Die Hard 3 also continued the main theme of this year. As the curtain of the summer season opened, the teenagers who had been patient for several months finally rushed into the cinema like a wild horse. Peter is a middle school student. As a fan who could only watch Wayne's movies through videotapes before, he had been looking forward to Batman Begins for several months. He couldn't wait to make an appointment with his neighbor's friends and ran to the AMC chain theater in Santa Monica Business Center to enjoy this movie. When the two of them entered the theater, they were stunned by the crowded crowd in front of them. It can be seen that at least hundreds of people walked out of the Batman theater that had just ended, and the number of fans waiting in line to enter was definitely not less than this number. Luckily I booked the tickets in advance, otherwise we might not be able to buy tickets for Batman. Peter patted his chest, and the two of them squeezed towards the ticket window together. He specifically booked the morning show because he was afraid that there would be too many people, but he didn't expect that there would be a long line in the cinema at around 11 o'clock, and there were still people rushing to the entrance of the cinema behind him. Hello, 3 tickets for the latest show of Batman. The white boy in front of them skillfully handed the ticket seller a Franklin, but surprisingly, the ticket seller took a look at the ticket system and did not take the money handed over. Instead, he said with a difficult face, "I'm sorry, sir, the show before 4:50 in the afternoon, the movie tickets for Batman are all sold out. If you want, you can buy the show after 5 o'clock. What the F **K? The boy looked at the ticket seller, and after confirming that there were indeed no tickets, he finally bought the evening show in advance. When it was Peter's turn, he said to the ticket seller with a smug smile on his face, "I called to book the ticket before. Yes, it's the next Batman. My name is Peter and Matthew Webb." He patted his friend's shoulder, but his friend looked embarrassed. "Hello, Peter's movie ticket is available. Matthew's ticket is not booked. Can I give you the ticket now?" The ticket seller's words were like a basin of cold water, which made him stunned for a moment. How could it be? We obviously booked the tickets. "Pete, I actually want to watch Die Hard. You know, I have always liked Bruce Wesley, so I didn't call to book the ticket." The friend explained very embarrassedly and bought a ticket for Die Hard. Until the two of them came to the lounge to wait for the movie to start, Peter was still unhappy and angry. "Matthew, you traitor. You lied to me. You told me yesterday that you had booked the movie tickets. Do you know how hard it is to buy tickets for Batman? Look at the crowds around you. It doesn't matter. We watch different movies. We can tell each other what's in it and which one is good. After we go back, we can watch it again tomorrow." Matthew patted his friend's shoulder and looked at him in embarrassment. Well, this is the only way. I hope your idol Bruce Wesley won't let you down. The two movies started almost at the same time, but before entering the theater, Peter Immer still found that there was no need to queue up for Die Hard. There were no more than 10 people checking their tickets, and the queue on his side was at least more than 130 people, which made him more determined. Chapter 285, Horrible Surroundings. The AMC cinema chain in Santa Monica Business Center was still bustling. The bustling crowd seemed to have ignored the fact that lunchtime was about to begin. People who were queuing to enter the theater to watch movies were almost all excitedly discussing the plot with their friends. Matthew Webb, who had just entered the theater, had to wait for a while before watching Die Hard 3. He turned around and walked out of the theater again. After Peter Immer checked his tickets, he pulled him aside and whispered to the theater staff, "There are almost no people watching my movie. If the movie is not interesting, I will come to find you secretly. Pete, you know, I'm a fan of Bruce Wesley, not a traitor. Okay, I forgive you this time. The screening time of Batman Begins is very long, and your movie will definitely end first. When the time comes, you can come to find me secretly, and maybe you can even see the final battle scene." Peter Immer waved his hand and followed the crowd into the theater. Whether in North America or China more than 20 years later, it has never been difficult to change the screening room after the film starts. There are only a few people in a theater, especially when it is busy with a hot movie. Almost no one is watching the theater specifically, so it is common for customers to change theaters to watch movies privately. Later, the only thing to worry about was the projection mode. Because of the emergence of 3D, it is impossible to watch without glasses, so this phenomenon has been reduced a lot. In the large screening room that can seat more than 100 people, the lights on the ceiling went out one by one, and the opening advertisements appeared on the wide screen. Because there are mostly teenagers in the theater, these children are chatting and discussing movies with great interest. After the routine opening advertisements passed, and the film entered the official screening, a low soundtrack sounded first. Combined with the seemingly indissoluble darkness on the screen, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. The chatter gradually subsided, and Peter Immer suppressed his excitement and watched the group of bats appearing on the screen with a low background music. A beam of light like that used in stage plays was turned on, shining on the groups of bats. The cold orange light, the surrounding black fog, and the sudden change of the violin sound in the background music made people feel breathless at the beginning of the film. Sure enough, Wayne Greenberg's movies can only be best enjoyed when watched on the equipment in the theater. Peter Immer couldn't help but admire. This feeling of being deeply immersed in the atmosphere of the film is definitely not something that can be experienced with a videotape. Without any verbosity, the camera switched and directly began to tell the story of Bruce Wayne and Rachel's teenage years, which immediately attracted the attention of movie fans. The two theaters showing the two films at the same time had completely different atmospheres at this time. Although there were only a few viewers in Die Hard 3, it was not quiet at all. Two couples watched the movie while eating popcorn and chatting, as if they were watching TV in their own living room. The next door Batman Begins is completely the opposite, except for the first few minutes of the film. There are still some bright colors. Since the story came to the murder of old Thomas Wayne and his wife, the theme of the film has become completely dark. There are no less than 150 people in the whole hall, and they have been watching the movie quietly. The dark and serious plot, even the fans who came with friends, have no desire to discuss, just want to focus on the next story discovery. It is also a big investment and big production in the summer season. Even if you watch a movie while chatting, it will not affect the viewing experience. The other one, from the beginning, used the director's specialty to draw the audience's attention into the story. Batman Begins can be said to be full of darkness and seriousness even in the sunshine. From the beginning, it uses profound themes to guide the audience's thinking, and also allows the audience to grow up with Batman. How much impact does it have on a person to lose both parents in childhood and have an affair? How can normal people get out of the shadows? If a superhero loses the direction of life, will he be as fragile as an ordinary person? There are too many questions to look forward to, so even a second of the shot, the fans are unwilling to waste. Hey, when did you come here? Peter Rimmer was tired of watching, and just when he wanted to change his posture, he found his good friend sitting on the steps. The film has entered the end part. It can be said that there is no boring part in the whole film, and basically no chance for moviegoers to breathe. Although the plot is advanced according to the timeline, the editing is very compact. Matthew Webb stared at the big screen, stretched out his finger in front of his mouth, and signaled his friends to keep their voices down. I came here about 10 minutes ago. Well, I regret it. Die Hard 3 is good, but it's just an ordinary summer popcorn. There is no novelty at all. It's boring. Peter Rimmer shrugged in the dark. His favorite movie was recognized by his friends, which made him feel an inexplicable sense of pride. Perhaps this is the joy of sharing. The whole movie is nearly 2.5 hours. When Batman took the card on the big screen, jumped, and soared in the sky of Gotham City, before the lights on the ceiling came on, there was a fierce applause in the dark. The thunderous applause lasted for 5 minutes until the theater staff came in and urged them to leave. How was it? Peter Rimmer and his friend walked out, proudly sticking out their chests. I said watching Wayne Greenberg's movie would never be wrong. My god, this is the best superhero I've ever seen. Did you notice the Batmobile? It's so cool. Matthew Webb nodded involuntarily, thinking back to Batman's equipment in the movie, with a look of yearning on his face. Yes, there is also a bat armor and bat darts. My god, it's so cool. I wish I could have a set of equipment like that. The state of the two of them represents the thoughts of most young people. From the moment they walked out of the theater, these impatient children talked most about the equipment. Obviously, all of this was calculated by Warner Brothers. In the analysis of the marketing department, this film has a broad peripheral prospect, which is different from Wayne's previous films. As the first particularly successful comic character, although the Joker has achieved historical results, there may not be many derivatives. Most of the offline profits are copyright operations and videotape sales and rentals. Batman is different. According to the market department survey and analysis, this kind of superhero movie, especially the superhero that movie fans are most familiar with, the profits from the surrounding areas are definitely not lower than those of animated feature films, if they are well managed. Peter Rimmer and his friend just walked into the theater lobby and saw the surrounding stores surrounded by people. They might have ignored it before watching the movie, but after watching the movie, the two of them changed direction almost at the same time and walked towards the surrounding stores of the theater. The store was not too big and was crowded with people. The bat armor, mask, cape, bat darts, and even the Batmobile that appeared in the movie were parked in the middle of the store, and countless young people were staring at them with fiery eyes. It's a pity that, even if we take out all our pocket money, we can't afford this car. Matthew Webb looked at the bright price tag on it. The sky-high price of $250,000 was an astronomical figure for teenagers. Interested in this car? The Clark Simpson Terry waited until there were fewer customers, walked up to the two people, and asked with a smile. This Batmobile is what the crew used for filming. It can be said that it is not for sale. So we marked it with a sky-high price. He was right. In this day and age, a used car only costs a few $1,000s, and the reason why a prop car is priced at $250,000 is that they don't want it to be bought by others. It is placed in the store as a gimmick to attract customers. Well, if you really like the car, we have a scale model of the Batmobile here, only $29.90. Of course, this car can't be driven, sir. Peter Rimmer reluctantly took a last look at the car, turned his head, and asked the clerk, if you buy a full set of Batman equipment, will there be a discount? Of course, if you want a set, armor, cape, mask, darts, you can take them away for $199. Calculating the pocket money in his pocket, Peter Rimmer nodded reluctantly. Yes, sir, I want a complete set of Batman equipment. Please find me a set that fits my body. By the way, give me a model of the Chariot as well. Matthew Webb looked at his friend with envy. He had very little pocket money, and he was not used to saving money. He could not take out so much money at once, and finally bought only a car model. When the two were about to leave the theater and go home with a lot of things in their arms, they heard a domineering voice from the store. I want this car $250,000 US. If it can still be driven, no problem. The young man who spoke was probably less than 30 years old. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked at him enviously. "Okay, sir, please wait a moment." The Clark Simpson Terry was sweating all over his face. After he stabilized the customer, he immediately ran to the manager's office. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that he ran back with the manager. In the end, the Batmobile was still bought, but no one knew how they negotiated later. It was destined to be a crazy move, to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on movie peripherals. "I've decided. Let's watch it again tomorrow." Matthew Webb helped hold the equipment and turned to suggest to his friends, "I didn't see the first hour of the movie. It's such a pity. Maybe I can discuss with my dad tonight, advance some pocket money, and buy a set of this equipment. Okay, I'll wear a full set of equipment tomorrow and watch the movie again." It's not just these two children who do this. Moviegoers who walked out of the theater bought some movie peripherals, not just this AMC theater, but all over North America. The box office statistics of the movie were not fast, but the real-time sales of the movie peripherals were placed on the desk of the CEO of Warner Brothers before leaving. Get off work in the evening. Yes, that's it. Well done. Jeff Robinov didn't look at the specific statistics, but directly focused on the final sales estimate. More than $23 million sold in less than a day. Is this number correct? I've confirmed it. It's right. Bruce Rosenblum said affirmatively. Jeff, this is a number created in less than a day. Don't forget that the evening is the peak viewing time. Many cinemas have called us and asked us to replenish peripheral goods. Chapter 286. After all the hardship comes happiness. I made the right choice this time. Less than a day after the official release of Batman Begins, dozens of theaters called Warner Brothers to restock the vehicles at around 5 p.m. Along with the phone calls came the sales forecast on the desk of the CEO of Warner Brothers. "We even sold a Batmobile?" Jeff looked at the sales at the end and raised his head in surprise when he looked forward. These vehicles were not in stock, but the crew used the remaining 4 vehicles and placed them in 4 different major cities to attract customers. "Here, Bruce." Jeff Robinov scratched his chin with his hand, squinted his eyes and thought, "I remember that the group company has a good relationship with Chevrolet. Go and contact them and see if you can customize a batch of Batmobiles. The profit here is too huge. If the design fee is deducted, the material cost of a prop car will not exceed $10,000 at most. This kind of lucrative business can be compared to popcorn in the theater. I'll contact him in a moment. I'll work overtime with you today and wait for the box office." Bruce Rosenblum nodded, and looking at the terrifying peripheral sales statistics, he smiled proudly. "The peripheral inventory we prepared is still too conservative. Wayne's films have been creating miracles. Now, he has completely blocked the shortboard of the film's offline peripheral revenue. Don't worry, Jeff. Just look at the peripheral sales. The box office of the film will not be less than $20 million. This is just his conservative estimate. Even in his heart, he thinks that the box office figures of the film will not be lower than the peripheral sales. It's been more than a year, and I bet right this time." Jeff Robinov breathed a sigh of relief. From the time Wayne proposed the concept of the DC Universe to the 10-month preparation time for Batman Begins, he has been under tremendous pressure. The investment in a movie project itself takes a long time to recover, but it took nearly 2 years for Batman to finally officially land in the theater market. Now it seems that all this is worth it. The profit attribute of superhero movies has begun to show. Judging from the market reaction on the first day alone, the profit margin is not inferior to that of animated feature films. However, the production cost and time of an animated feature film are much greater than that of a live-action film. Why does Disney have the largest market value among the 6 giants in a chaotic period? It is not because of the copyright operation of animated feature films with guaranteed revenue. These offline incomes can support a media group to squander for many years. We have a greater advantage. Bruce Rosenblum understood what the other party meant, and his heart was also restless. We have an entire DC universe. As long as the market can accept this type, there are too many heroes to shoot. This is such a huge treasure. Just as he said, DC Comics under Warner Bros. Was already struggling due to the cold winter of the comic industry and needed to rely on the copyright operation of the parent company to survive. But after Wayne's two comic movies, this company turned around and became one of the biggest treasures in the group. If there was anyone who had anticipated this situation first, it would be the old CEO of DC Comics. Whether it was the first Joker or this Batman Begins, even though DC Comics had sent producers, they never interfered with the filming and production work. Jeff Robinov turned his eyes to the window and looked in the direction of 20th Century Fox. From all aspects, they had won the competition this time, and it was Fox who gave up the treasure of Warner Bros.' revenue in the next 20 years. Wayne's promise to us will probably be fulfilled if nothing unexpected happens. In 2.5 days at most, we will know whether the grand goal of the DC universe can be achieved. This is not just a matter of 1 or 2 movies. Jeff Robinov is also watching. As long as Batman can really create a market miracle, he will do his best to promote the investment in subsequent films, and will definitely clear all obstacles for Wayne to get enough investment budget from the board of directors and the parent company. Whether a superhero movie will sell well or not, everyone except Warner Bros. Has tried it before, but everyone in the industry knows that the investment in shooting a superhero movie is definitely the highest among all types of movies, and special effects are always a hurdle that cannot be bypassed. Is Wayne's promotion going well? Send him the good news as soon as possible tomorrow morning. He has been under a lot of pressure, and games are the best way to relieve stress. Not bad. The crew reported a fan meeting in Times Square this morning and participated in a TV interview in the afternoon. It should have just ended now, Bruce Rosenblum said, after looking at the time. Jeff Robinov nodded. Then don't disturb his rest. Fax the box office, peripheral data and investigation report to New York tomorrow morning. Friday is the first day of the weekend break. After a busy day of work, ordinary people can finally take a breath from work. But when they are ready to bring their families and invite a few friends to watch a long-awaited movie together, they find that the first-tier cities have almost sold out the movie tickets for Batman. Unlike the previous releases of Wayne's films, most of the previous films were R-rated films, which naturally excluded teenagers from the cinema. The main audience was this group of urban white-collar workers and young people. However, this time the PG-13 rating attracted countless teenagers, and family group viewing finally became a common phenomenon. So early on, all the movie tickets for Friday night were booked out. Countless fans could not buy tickets, so they had to settle for the next best thing, and could only book the Saturday and Sunday sessions. The cinema also acted quickly, and reported the situation to the cinema headquarters. The cinema manager has the authority to schedule more films, to ensure the flow of people in their own stores, but they do not have the authority to schedule films beyond their quota. Otherwise, the number of screens for Die Hard 3 on the first day of Friday will be squeezed to the minimum requirement of the contract. When the noisy Friday passed, it was just dawn on Saturday morning, and Wayne, who was far away in New York, opened his eyes, pulled up the quilt that had been kicked aside for Naomi Watts, and walked lightly to the bathroom. With the sound of flushing, 10 minutes later, Wayne came out in a bathrobe and wiped his hair. He glanced at the Australian beauty who was exhausted from the busy promotional activities, opened the bedroom door, and walked into the hotel living room. Is the box office out? When he saw the assistant lady with no makeup on, his first question was to ask about the box office data. At this stage, this was what he was most worried about and looking forward to. How well this head start would turn out depended on the market response on the first day of the film. It's out. Nina covered her mouth, yawned, and pointed to the sorted documents on the coffee table. Warner Brothers faxed it early in the morning. Here are the newspapers that Sergey bought. Sitting on the sofa, Wayne habitually took out a cigarette, lit it up in the eyes of the assistant lady, and flipped through the pile of documents and newspapers while asking, "What are my plans for today?" Speaking of the schedule, Nina waved her hand to fan away the smoke, took out the other party's schedule record book, and carefully confirmed it again, and then said with surprise, "Congratulations, boss. The activities this morning, and in the morning, will be attended by Christian Bale and Nami, the male and female protagonists, respectively. The theater activities in the Upper East District in the afternoon are also planned to be mainly for the male and female protagonists, so we can take a break today and take a breath. For promotional activities like this flying back and forth, almost a city will only stay for more than a day, and there are a lot of repetitive activities. It is possible that a question needs to be answered dozens of times, and it is necessary to pretend to be surprised. Not to mention the main creators of the crew. Even Nina is very troubled by these. Moreover, as the film is released for a longer time and more fans have seen it, the sensation caused by the crew in each place will become greater and greater. Often, after appearing on a TV show, they have to rush to the airport and fly to the next city. At times like this, there is no time for the crew to rest, and they want to sleep on the plane. The promotion of the film is also a rare opportunity for actors, especially for actors. Basically, no actor will complain during this time. People who are sober understand that this is something that must be experienced on the road to fame. Just after picking up the first facts, Wayne was given a huge surprise. It seems that I was right to make the film PG-13 in order to expand the audience. The enthusiasm of this group of teenagers is too high. The first thing that caught my eye was the first day box office figures of Batman Begins and the audience survey analysis. After the film made $15.8 million in the 2,500 advance screenings on Thursday, the box office closed at $20.08 million on Friday alone. This figure means that the attendance rate of the prime screenings in first-tier cities may be as high as more than 80%. According to the unspoken rules in the industry, plus the box office of the advanced screenings, the film grossed $35.88 million on the first day of its release. Wayne and Warner Brothers both knew that the reason why the number was so high was that there were too many promotional measures in the early stage, which made the fans expect the movie to be full, and they couldn't wait to watch it as soon as it was released. The box office figures will definitely drop significantly in the future, but this is already far beyond their target figures. You know, Warner Brothers estimated that the first weekend box office was only about $55 million US. As long as the estimated figures can be achieved, this film can stay in the theater for a long time with its good story, and it will be easy to recover the cost through the box office. Now on Friday, most of the goals have been achieved. Even if the box office on Saturday and Sunday drops, it will not be difficult to exceed the estimated box office. You have succeeded again, haven't you? Congratulations, boss. Nina has already seen the statistics and whispered congratulations to her boss. It's not me who succeeded again, it's us. Wayne smiled and shrugged, taking a deep puff of cigarette comfortably. Below the box office figures, Warner Brothers listed the audience in detail. On the first day of the film screening, the proportion of teenagers and families watching the film together accounted for more than 70% of the total audience. That's why he lamented that the enthusiasm of this group of teenagers was too high, and they almost single-handedly supported most of the film's box office. It cannot be ignored that the PG-13 level did take a big advantage. This kind of screening scale almost throughout the year, coupled with the well-known superheroes, saw a lot of family group watching on the first day. This is the first time this situation has appeared in his work. Previous R-rated films did not have this treatment. Chapter 287, Nasty and Shameful Flattery. The explosive first day box office brought a huge flow of people, and at the same time, it also brought high sales of peripheral products. $25.5 million US. Wayne shook the printed paper in his hand, and he felt a moment of surprise. But it clearly stated that the various movie peripheral products on the first day sold $25.5 million US, which actually exceeded the box office of the film. Unfortunately, we can't enjoy this part of the benefits. We have been in the circle for too short a time. If we want to share the benefits of the offline market, we probably need to lay the foundation for 2 more films. Nina saw him talking to himself, shrugged and didn't say anything. She had been working as an assistant with Wayne for several years, so she was familiar with the rules of Hollywood. It is already very difficult for a film company to let a director or a superstar share the box office revenue. Generally, offline income is not worth thinking about. This is the basic plate of a production company. Even if a film loses money at the box office, it can recover the production cost through offline operations. It's just a matter of time. Offline income is different from the one-time deal of box office revenue. It is long-term income, which may last for 10 or 20 years. You can get profit share every year. Even if you die, this part of the share can be inherited as an inheritance. Therefore, offline income is a forbidden area for production companies, and the main creators of the crew rarely get this part of the share. No, you and Tim Burton have a share. The assistant lady saw that he was jealous of the peripheral income and said jokingly, "Of course, it's just the figures stipulated by the Directors Guild and the Producers Guild." The film was released, and the peripheral sold more than $20 million on the first day of sale. Batman's Kevlar armor and mask were sold out on the first day. The profit was too great, so great that Wayne was jealous. Hearing Nana's ridicule, Wayne shrugged. Well, at least it's a consolation prize. The share stipulated by the union is not much. If it is placed on ordinary people, the hundreds of thousands of shares of such a popular film every year are indeed not a small amount. But with his current net worth, he really doesn't take this share seriously. The only consolation is that this part of the money is long-term and is paid on time almost every year. For example, a Hong Kong tough villain actor on a popular short video platform more than 20 years later revealed this part of his income. This actor named Chan Wei has been able to get the share stipulated by the Actors Guild since he participated in The Matrix. Because of the global success of The Matrix, the amount he receives every year is not low, at least for ordinary people. It is a large number. Hi, good morning. Wayne had just put down the fax, and Naomi Watts walked out of the bedroom in slippers, scratching her hair with one hand, covering her mouth with the other hand and yawning playfully. "Honey, how is the box office performance?" "Wait, let me guess." Naomi Watts took the coffee handed to her by Nana and sat next to Wayne. "It's predictable that the film will do well. It would be big news if it fails at the box office. I guess it will take about $20 million on the first day. How about that?" She looked at the man beside her and saw that he looked relaxed and had no intention of revealing the answer. She took the fax on the coffee table. "Oh my god." After just one look, she excitedly shouted, threw away the printing paper, turned around and threw herself on Wayne. "This number is really too amazing. This unit is still strong US dollars, as high as more than $30 million US dollars. Hey, Naomi." Wayne pulled her away helplessly and pressed her to sit next to him. This woman is not young anymore, but she still maintains a passionate attitude towards life. The extroverted personality of Western women sometimes makes him laugh and cry. "I remember you have a show to go on in the morning, right? Calm down and wash up. Don't delay the promotion activities. You are a damn capitalist." Naomi Watts rolled her eyes at him, ignored his advice, and picked up the newspaper below to see the media's reaction. Batman Begins exploded at the box office on its first day of release. After a year, The Lord of Darkness is about to dominate the beginning of the summer season again. According to information obtained by our reporter, the film grossed $35.88 million in the theater market on the first day, completely surpassing Die Hard 3, which was released at the same time. As a film that was released on a large scale at the same time, Die Hard 3 only earned $16.5 million on the first day. Facing the menacing Batman, it has become increasingly difficult for 20th Century Fox's $90 million blockbuster to recoup its costs through the box office. Unless the film can maintain a strong reputation, it will be difficult to maintain a high box office revenue. The New York Times Naomi Watts happily put down the newspaper, switched to a copy of Hollywood Daily Entertainment, and started reading again. "This is the best black film since the beginning of the decade. Maybe 7, which will be released in September, and some other films may surpass it, but for now, Batman Begins is the best black film. Whether visually or spiritually, the film has a strong impact on people. If you remove the color of comic characters, this is a model of realistic crime film." Wayne Greenberg redefined the type of commercial film. He used Batman to tell the entire North American market that less popcorn-like films can also be successful in the summer season. The core of the film's story is amazing. Although compared with ordinary commercial films, its content is full of depression. It is these black elements that give the film an unparalleled story. The Batman shot by Wayne Greenberg perfectly balances the commercial attributes and entertainment attributes this time. Listening to these free praises, Wayne was leaning on the sofa and smoking happily, and found that the Australian girl stopped talking. "What's wrong? Keep reading? Damn it." Naomi Watts pouted and threw down the entertainment newspaper in her hand. "Why are all the media praising you and not mentioning Christian and me? They are discriminating, totally discriminating." "No, Wayne, I remember you never took the media's praise to heart, right?" She looked at the man beside her curiously, with an incredible expression on her face. "Everyone likes to hear good words, and I'm no exception." Wayne held a cigarette in his mouth and spread out his hands. All the good news in the morning made him feel very relaxed at the moment. What the newspaper said is right. This film is indeed the best balanced one I have made. Even the previous Joker only won by relying on other things. Okay, do you want to continue listening? Naomi Watts flipped the newspaper in front of her. "It's almost either a report on the box office or a corny compliment on you." "Well, that's it. The Black Rose in the Hollywood assembly line film factory. Wayne Greenberg's Batman Begins is completely different from the increasingly homogenized Hollywood clichés. It is a great black film with grand and towering spatial layout and scenes, delicate and full character personalities, and a deep and serious but well-designed storyline. Whether it is performance, script, photography, editing, etc., this work is perfect, especially the soundtrack of Hans Zimmer's team, which can be said to be a perfect stone of success for the creation of the film's atmosphere. Wayne Greenberg has almost created a new benchmark for commercial films through his exquisite design. In a way, he has indeed pushed entertainment films to another height. In the summer season full of Hollywood popcorn blockbusters, it can be said to be a crane standing out from the crowd. It is precisely because of the emergence of such outstanding directors that Hollywood has gradually conquered the global film market. This is indeed a carnival for movie fans. Whether they like artistic connotations or big scenes and big productions, they can all get pleasant and shocking enjoyment from the film. But for his peers in film and television production, this was also a devastating blow. Wayne Greenberg shattered the fantasies of many of his peers and told them that non-assembly line production could also be successful. It can be predicted that there will be many imitators next year. This is the sadness of Hollywood and the proof that Wayne Greenberg leads the production industry. Okay. Wayne snatched the newspaper from her hand. He was embarrassed by the praise of this article. Even in front of the two closest women around him, he felt ashamed. "Who wrote this report? I have to say that this editor is definitely a talent." "Bella Grant," Naomi Watts said teasingly, standing up and walking into the bathroom. "You can call your cow to thank her. No one else is so shameless to flatter you. F***K. Wayne raised his hand and slapped his forehead, shook his head as if he didn't hear the other party's ridicule, and looked at his assistant. "Anything else?" "Nothing else. I'm going to go back and take a nap. After today, it won't be so easy to be idle." After being busy for several years, especially after making it, he immediately started making Batman Begins, which has made him extremely nervous. If it weren't for the critical moment now, he really wanted to take a good rest for a whole year. "Two things. Both need your signature." Nina didn't waste any words. She bent down and took out a large file bag from under the coffee table. After untying the rope, she took out two forms that made people feel headache at first glance. The subsequent share of it has been received. All the shares of this film have been paid. Colin Howard needs to use this money to repay the bank loan and continue to invest in the internet. Your signature is needed. That's easy. What about the other thing? Wayne signed the document. Without his signature, even Nina couldn't withdraw a penny from the studio account. "Maybe you'll be happier about this." The assistant raised her eyebrows. "It's about the revenue from the Blair Witch Project. We hired accountants from PricewaterhouseCoopers to make sure that there are no problems with the accounts." Chapter 288. Good things come one after another. Since the filming of Batman Begins was finished and the busy post-production began, Wayne has hardly cared about Blair Witch. Even his agent Jimmy was warned by him to try to avoid participating in the film and not to meet with Harvey, the fat man. Even if there is something to discuss, it is better to do it over the phone. Not only people in the circle, but also many media know that Jimmy is Wayne spokesperson, and the two are one. The reason why he warned Jimmy is that he does not want to expose his existence. Although he has never cared about the operation of this matter, he can know that Harvey Weinstein, the vampire, will definitely squeeze out the value of the film and the crew, and will not leave a penny of benefit to the scolded creators. Even if he did not deliberately learn about the film information, he heard a lot of rumors through newspapers and staff around him during the period before the Oscars. Fans and the media criticized Blair Witch to the extreme for a whole month. The main creators who were pushed out had to continue to show up to promote the film due to the confidentiality agreement and publicity contract they signed, so as to attract the attention of fans and the media, so as to create more topics and generate more box office for the film. As soon as they returned to North America, they knew that they had been cheated. The price of becoming famous in this way was very high, but they dared not disobey the arrangement of the fat man, nor did they dare to tell the truth. Otherwise the liquidated damages would make them pay for half their lives. I heard that the young director was invited by Universal Pictures to shoot another pseudo-documentary horror film. Wayne asked curiously. These things are generally the concerns of assistant girls. She has always been very attentive to these gossips. Yes, it seems that Universal Pictures gave him $500,000 and wanted him to continue to copy the Blair Witch Project. Nina nodded and said affirmatively, it's not a high cost to gamble with hundreds of thousands of dollars. Hearing this, Wayne gently scratched the stubble on his chin and had some thoughts in his mind. Go on. Okay. The Blair Witch Project was only released for 6.5 weeks before it was withdrawn from theaters. The film grossed $146 million in North America, $140 million overseas, and $286 million worldwide. These are the figures provided by PricewaterhouseCoopers. Even if there is some water in the overseas box office, it will not exceed the $1 million level. In the end, the Witch Studio and the Witch Distribution Company received a total of $116 million in box office revenue. There is nothing much to say about this part. We and Harvey Weinstein each took 50%. Nina tilted her head. Regardless of whether her boss could understand it or not, she pointed to the numbers on the form and explained. You need to sign here. The share will be deposited into the Greenberg studio account tomorrow. Well done. Wayne happily picked up the pen and signed the authorization document. Good things came one after another this morning, making him feel more relaxed. This amount of money is probably less than $60 million US. After deducting our initial investment, we have made a net profit of almost $50 million US. Nina, you see, sometimes making money is so simple. For this matter, Wayne made a marketing plan casually, and the rest was to invest money, and he hardly spent any thought. This feeling of others working hard and enjoying the fruits of their labor really fascinated him. Wayne couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No wonder everyone scolded the black-hearted capitalists, but they all wanted to be capitalists. This feeling of watching others make money for themselves was simply too good. Is there a bonus, boss? Nina was also very happy. As long as her boss's wealth became more and more, she would never be afraid of losing this job. Of course there is, 3%. You and Jimmy get the same amount, both 3%. In his eyes, this money was no different from free money. Jimmy was responsible for keeping an eye on it in the early stage, and Nina also took a lot of effort at the same time. Moreover, he has always been generous to the people around him. As the timeline gradually stretched, Wayne knew better than anyone that, even if the relationship was good, he still needed greater interests to unite his core team, and money was exactly what he had the most. Thank you, boss. Nina excitedly waved her fist and screamed excitedly, with a gleam of money in her eyes. Sometimes Wayne couldn't understand his assistant. Not to mention the first 2 years, the salary he gave her, and Sergey in the past 2 years was definitely a sky-high figure. Nina managed her life and all external contacts, while Sergey was responsible for the most important security. But this girl didn't find a boyfriend, and she held fashion magazines all day long. She had the ability to easily buy the luxury goods on them, but she never bought any of them. She was just like a paisano. Once the money was in her bag, she would hardly spend it again. Oh, right, boss. After the excitement, the assistant saw that he wanted to go back to his room to catch up on some sleep and quickly said, Harvey Weinstein has been calling and wants to talk to you. According to my analysis, the first is about the offline copyright of Blair Witch, and the second is that he still has not given up on the Lord of the Rings. This fat man is really calculating. He just said that I'm too busy recently and let's delay it for now. Wayne shook his head and smiled. The copyright of Blair Witch nominally belongs to the Witch Studio. Even if the distribution work is mainly done by Miramax employees, the distribution company is also a newly registered witch company. He has thought of this a long time ago. If this film wants to be operated offline, even if it is a simple distribution of videotapes, it requires the consent of both shareholders of the studio, not to mention other things like TV copyrights, which are the big money makers. The reason why Wayne is not in a hurry is that he knows the shortcomings of the film. Although the box office has been rising amid criticism, it has completely consumed all the market potential during this period. At this time, distributing videotapes and operating copyrights and surrounding markets will definitely not maximize profits. He has been waiting for a buyer. Now it seems that Universal Pictures is a good choice. Since they have invited the director, why not just buy the film rights and the sequel rights? As soon as the work on Batman Begins is done, he will discuss this with Harvey Weinstein. He doesn't believe that Universal Pictures will not be tempted by the rights of a film with a North American box office of nearly 150 million and a global box office of 280 million. Even if Universal Pictures is unwilling to buy it, there must be many people in Hollywood who want to buy it, right? As long as they can make money, the production companies will not care whether they will be scolded or not. The main reason is that Wayne does not want to expose himself. People in the circle don't care, but if fans know that he is the planner and the mastermind who deceived so many people, the halo that has always existed on him will most likely be scolded. After a year or two, when the public has gradually forgotten about this matter and the anger is not so great, it doesn't matter whether it is exposed or not. There are new gossips emerging in Hollywood every day, and the attention of the public and the media will not always be focused on one thing. I'll go back to sleep for a while. If there's nothing else, don't call me, Wayne told his assistant, and went back to the master bedroom. No matter how crazy the outside world was about his film, he closed his eyes and fell asleep peacefully. The focus of this promotional activity was made in advance, that is, the popular male and female protagonists, to be exact Christian Bale. If Naomi Watts hadn't been unwilling, the public relations department of Warner Brothers would have wanted to hype up their relationship. This kind of drama, where the male and female protagonists fall in love with each other because of the play, can be said to be everlasting in the hands of Hollywood distribution companies. Movie fans are simple in some ways. They hope that the handsome men and beautiful women on the screen can also hold hands in real life. Most of the actors who broke up and got together because of the release of the film were in this situation. Even the time of holding hands, the time of quarreling, and the time of the first date were all planned in advance. Relatively speaking, the director Wayne is definitely much more well known in the industry, but among the fans in the 1990s, movie stars were more famous. After a rare half-day break, Tim Burton led the team to take off again from New York and began a promotional tour of one city a day. This process was very torturous, but several main actors enjoyed it. Every time they arrived at a place, fans would welcome the main creative team with the greatest enthusiasm. As the film was released longer, the places where Christian Bale appeared became the focus of fans' pursuit. Now he has become the real Bruce Wayne, especially after the TV station under Warner Brothers continuously broadcast his appearance at the premiere. He surpassed Michael Keaton and became the best candidate for Batman in the hearts of fans with almost no effort. All this work was not in vain. When the turbulent first weekend passed and a new working day came, the achievements of Batman Begins were dazzling enough to make everyone in the industry jealous. Congratulations, Director Greenberg. On the chartered plane from Boston to Seattle, Liam Neeson and Gary Oldman waited until the plane entered a stable state and walked to Wayne to congratulate him. "Hey, what's wrong with you today?" Wayne opened his eyes helplessly. This achievement does not belong to me alone. It was created by all of us, including you. Do you understand? So, don't congratulate me. You might as well take advantage of the time and get some more sleep. There are many activities waiting for you after you land. Since getting on the plane, almost all the actors and behind the scenes workers in the crew lined up to congratulate him. He has repeated these words so many times that he can't remember how many times. Okay. Liam Neeson usually has more contact with him. He shrugged and glanced at Gary Oldman, saying, "Anyway, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to participate in this great movie." Okay. To be honest, I didn't expect the box office numbers to be so high. However, I originally planned to say these words at the celebration party. It's the same now. Your efforts are the key to the success of this film. Chapter 289. Superhero movies are not easy to copy. There was a strange atmosphere of surprise on the plane. Even though Wayne explained again and again, people kept sending him congratulations. When even Zack Snyder left him with a complicated expression, Nina and the others finally calmed down. The atmosphere was a bit abnormal afterwards. The group did not rush to take a rest as usual after getting on the plane. There was no chatting and laughing. Almost everyone formed small groups, whispering about the box office figures and occasionally looking at the director's position with various eyes. Tim Burton's mood was also complicated. If you talk about the Batman series of movies or superhero movies, you can't avoid his first successful work in 1989. Now this young man has overshadowed the glory of the previous two Batman movies in just one weekend, and has caused a movie watching craze in North America with a superhero that is familiar to North America and even the world. Since boarding the plane today, almost everyone in the group has been holding a few newspapers, and Tim Burton himself is no exception. From the various newspapers and magazines at the newsstand, it can be seen that the editors of those newspapers must have worked overtime overnight to make all the paper media full of news about the movie. Unlike others, he and Wayne also have a telegram from Warner Brothers, which not only has box office figures, but also a detailed analysis of various audience groups. After winning $35.88 million on the first day, Batman Begins soared all the way on Saturday, continuing to maintain a very high attendance rate. It has become so difficult to get a ticket in the first-tier cities. The box office closed at $22.1 million again that day. On Sunday, the theaters were finally no longer crowded. Because Monday was a working day, a lot of popularity was consumed in the first 2 days. On that day, it won another $15.8 million, and the box office trend was very healthy. Batman Begins grossed $73.78 million in its first weekend after 3 days of release. Facing this Batman who had to come back from the dead, the media gave a unified headline: "The Dark Lord crushes the start of the summer season once again after the Joker." Die Hard 3, which was released at the same time as Batman, performed mediocrely. If you ignore the performance of its competitor Batman, the box office of this film, which grossed more than $22 million in its first weekend, was at most not up to expectations. It is possible to recover costs or even make a profit later. But when the two films are put together, everyone will find that Batman Begins completely crushed Die Hard 3, leaving almost no market share for the other film. If the film was not indeed on the path to the summer season and Bruce Wesley still had some appeal, I'm afraid that after the first weekend, it would face the embarrassing situation of reducing the scale of screenings. There are many factors that contributed to the box office miracle of Batman Begins, but the most important reason, even Wayne himself has to admit, is that the over-intensive bombardment of publicity and marketing has driven many family moviegoers and teenage moviegoers into the theater. You know, because it is rated PG-13, parents are completely assured that the movie will not have a bad impact on their children. Once they watch the movie collectively on weekends, they will buy at least 3 or 4 movie tickets. The same is true for teenagers. According to a survey report by Warner Brothers, groups of teenagers will also have several movie tickets for a movie, and there has been a phenomenon of repeated viewing in the early stages of the movie screening. Compared with these two groups, Wayne's main fans, young people aged around 18 to 30, have not yet exerted their strength. Their attitude towards watching movies is more rational. Many people who can't get movie tickets have chosen to postpone their plans to watch the movie. This is also the confidence of Wayne and Warner Brothers in the subsequent box office trend. The audience of the first weekend is almost all impatient teenagers, who are the most enthusiastic and have free time. The profits from the derivatives of those movies are simply too scary. Tim Burton saw that Wayne was not asleep and sat next to him and sighed. I'm afraid Warner Brothers will make a fortune this time. Oh, no, you are also one of the bosses of Warner Brothers. This market is too big. Wayne nodded gently, and he was also jealous of the profits of various derivatives. Even if I had a hunch at the beginning and gave those equipment enough shots, I didn't expect that the bat armor and mask would be sold out. Those teenagers are too crazy. In the facts they received, Warner Brothers clearly stated the peripheral statistics that the various props that appeared in the movie alone sold nearly $65 million in sales. Not to mention the bat armor and mask that were sold out directly. Even the expensive Batmobile was directly taken away by someone. Then Warner Brothers opened the ordering activity, and 7 or 8 of these cars have been pre-ordered. This is simply a huge profit, Wayne. Tim Burton glanced out the window and exclaimed sincerely, in addition to the terrifying profits of animated feature films, you have created a second one. Just wait and see. I estimate that there will be many superhero movies in the summer of next year. The profits are too great, and those companies can't help it. It's difficult. Wayne didn't quite agree with his point of view. If there are many follow-up productions, he still believes it. Just like when he shot horror movies, this year there were many shoddy American grindhouse blood horror movies. Why is Hollywood increasingly called an assembly line? Various collective follow-up productions account for a large part of the reason. If you compare carefully, you can find that many successful movies are very similar. This is a group of production companies that are good at summarizing successful experiences and directly set up dolls. If you want to make a good superhero movie, the investment is too high. This is destined not to be a game that small companies can play. The investment of movie can make those small and medium-sized companies go bankrupt and liquidate. This stage can screen out most of the followers. Don't forget, in addition to Warner Brothers, there are 5 giants who are eyeing it covetously. Tim Burton has been in the industry for so many years and knows too well what kind of virtue the production company is. They will not let Warner Brothers take the huge profits alone. By the way, I heard that you have a good relationship with Steven Spielberg. I'm afraid DreamWorks also has the ability to produce. Then let them come. If they don't fall hard, no one can understand the difficulties. Wayne's mouth curled up with obvious sarcasm. Even if someone can solve the eye problem, they don't really think that superhero movies have become mainstream, right? His words woke Tim Burton up. Yes, in this era, only he and Wayne have made successful superhero movies. There are too many things to prepare and difficulties to face. It is definitely not something that can be replicated in a few months. Moreover, the most important point is that the mainstream commercial films nowadays are science fiction, action, war, and epic movies. Even comedy and horror movies, which are good at making a big profit with a small investment, are better than non-mainstream and niche superheroes. The success of Batman Begins is because the reputation of the 3 Justice Giants is so great that people ignore the situation of superhero movies. And there is another very important point. Without your 2 previous works in 1989 and 1991 to accumulate fans and expand the influence of Batman, I would not dare to try it easily this time. To put it bluntly, he dared to try Batman early this time because of Tim Burton. This gothic genius director has fully expanded the influence of Batman and made fans accept it and watch superhero movies on the big screen. This is equivalent to standing on the shoulders of the other party to make a production. Among the 3 most famous DC superheroes, Diana Prince is a woman. Unless the status of women is greatly improved, otherwise under the current social ideology, he will never touch it. It is generally recognized that whoever touches a large-scale production with a single female protagonist will die. Clark Kent has an invincible influence and is the world's #1 superhero, but the special effects are too problematic. Wayne wants to wait 2 years until computer special effects become popular before he can start production. The only one left is Bruce Wayne. Whether it is from the perspective of production cost or shooting difficulty, he is the best candidate. Moreover, the genius director on the other side has helped him expand his influence. No, Wayne, you are better than me. Tim Burton was deeply touched by this. After Batman Returns, I realized that not all movies need to be overly personalized. Gothic style is good and movie fans also recognize it very much, but it may not be overly abused. What he admires most about the young people around him is that they can restrain their own production style. All of North America knows that Wayne Greenberg's directing style must be dark and serious. The film analyzes a lot of human nature and social issues, and there are also indispensable large-scale shots to let the audience release their emotions, typical academic multi-line narrative techniques, and so on. But this time, Batman Begins does retain most of his production style, but perfectly restrains his own desires, allowing the film to have a large audience. Otherwise, this kind of bitter and vengeful character story, R-rated movies are the best choice. It is never shameful to compromise for the market. Directors who cling to the so-called artistic attributes cannot achieve such great success as him. Mr. Burton, the plane is about to land. Please return to your seat and fasten your safety measures. The two people ignored the time in their unconscious chat, and the flight attendant had to come over to remind them politely. Okay, I'm going back, Wayne. Are you ready to be surrounded by reporters? Those reporters will never let you go easily. Tim Burton spread his hands and returned to his seat while joking. Just as he said, as soon as a plane landed on the runway, the airport staff reminded them that there were not only a large number of fans waiting in the terminal hall, but also hundreds of media reporters. The airport security personnel were insufficient, so they were told to wait a few minutes until the police arrived before getting off the plane. Chapter 290. Now there is something to write. While the main creators of the crew were waiting on the plane, in the airport terminal, countless reporters carrying cameras and radio equipment, and hundreds of fans were looking forward to it. The goals of the two groups were different. The fans wanted to see Christian Bale more. This British actor is now extremely popular, and has become popular in North America in just a few days. The reporters and paparazzi who were mixed in, their main targets were Wayne and Tim Burton. After a few years of understanding, all media, regardless of size, knew clearly that, if it was not for the promotion of the film, Wayne, this young man, would rarely be willing to be interviewed. He has a very clear positioning for himself, and does not care about the exposure that people in the circle want. But the more this happened, the more media reporters wanted to get news about him. There was no way, and now readers were full of curiosity about this young man, who was constantly successful. If we talk about the representative of the American dream in recent years, it must be Wayne Greenberg, Martin Stock-Ellis and Jamie Weston, who arrived in Seattle early to wait, are two reporters from the Los Angeles Times. Not only them, but almost all the media reporters who can make it now have come early. Even the gossip tabloids are no exception. Jamie, don't treat him as a young man, or even just a director. Martin Stock-Ellis looked at the new intern beside him, shook his head, and reminded in a low voice. If Wayne Greenberg was a simple person, he would have been swallowed up by the fierce competition in Hollywood. He can succeed all the way and gain a lot of wealth and status in the circle in a few years. He can't do it just by making movies. Now it is recognized in the circle that after he puts down the camera, he is a ruthless and cold capitalist. The sunny and handsome appearance on the surface is just on the surface. Obviously, this is different from what Jamie Weston knows. As a new photojournalist, all the news about Wayne he knows is only those widely circulated in the outside world. I heard that he has a good relationship with our newspaper, right? Why did we rush to Seattle overnight? Anyway, we can always get an interview with him. Jamie Weston complained a few words, and his tired face was suddenly full of gossip. He approached the company's senior, lowered his head, and asked in a low voice with a lewd smile, I heard that the reason why we can always get exclusive interviews is because editor-in-chief Grant has an affair with him. Jamie. Martin Stock-Ellis immediately waved his hand to interrupt him, and stared at him seriously. I will pretend that I have never heard of this question. I remind you that when you return to Los Angeles, don't mention this to the people in the company if you still want to spend your internship peacefully. Bella Grant is a big beauty, which is recognized by the whole company. Not only does she have a delicate and beautiful face, but she also has a bomb-like figure, but she has no sweaters. As her job status rises, this beautiful editor-in-chief has become more and more eye-catching, but she has not been harassed at all in the workplace. This is too rare in the male-dominated entertainment industry. Because everyone in the circle knows that this beautiful woman who makes men unable to take their eyes off will spend the night at Greenberg Manor whenever she is on vacation, and sometimes she is sent to work by the iconic Rolls-Royce Silver Spur. With the new Hollywood boss behind her, many bad things are basically kept away from her. Since Wayne officially became the major shareholder of Warner Brothers, one thing has been tacitly agreed in the newspaper office, that is, try not to talk about Bella Grant's private life and gossip. No one wants to be fired because of the right foot stepping into the newspaper office the next day. The police are here. They should be coming out. Jamie, pay attention to take more photos of Wayne Greenberg. Martin Stock-Ellis saw the police coming in and pulled up a long cordon, reminding his new partner, if he wants to be interviewed, we should have a chance. Just take care of the shooting issues and don't worry about anything else. There are too many people now. No problem. The hall, which was noisy and chaotic just now, suddenly heard the uniform shouts of fans. Amid the countless voices calling Bruce Wayne, Christian Bale, wearing sunglasses, walked out with the actors. Because there were too many fans at the scene, even with the police and security personnel blocking them, people still rushed to them from time to time. Several leading actors were signing autographs while moving out with their heads down. Compared with the high-profile actors and stars, the people behind the scenes were much more relaxed. But when Wayne and his group showed up, they were still surrounded by reporters carrying cameras. Wayne, Batman has made more than $70 million in the first weekend. Can you talk about your feelings at the moment? Director Greenberg, can you talk about the expected box office of Batman? Will the end of this film be $300 million? Batman Begins will be released overseas this weekend. Do you have the confidence to exceed the global box office of the previous work Joker? Facing more than a dozen microphones and recorders in front of him, the flashing lights that made people unable to open their eyes, and countless noisy questions, Wayne raised his hands and made a gesture to press them down to quiet them down. Okay, friends, one question at a time. Wayne saw that most of the reporters had shut up, so he continued to talk to them. Well, to be honest, neither I nor Warner Brothers expected that the film would achieve such a high box office in the first weekend. All of this is proof of the recognition of the fans. Without the support of the fans, I don't think I would have been able to succeed. As for the expected box office of the film, Warner Brothers' initial goal was $250 million in North America. I personally believe that the film can get more than $300 million. This is my confidence in the enthusiasm of the fans. When it comes to the film's overseas performance, all of this is still unknown. No one knows whether it will be unaccustomed to the local environment. I can only say that the probability of the film surpassing the global box office of Joker is very small. I even think that no film in the past 2 years can achieve the results of Joker and Jurassic Park. In fact, what Wayne said was relatively conservative. Others may not know, but he knows very well. Except for the big ship that has been prepared for several years, forcing 20th Century Fox and Paramount to make additional investments several times, and has not yet started shooting. It is too difficult for other films to exceed $1 billion worldwide. Even if it is a film he shot himself, he is not sure about this matter. Director Greenberg, this weekend, Batman Begins will face another strong competitor, Braveheart, directed by Mel Gibson. Do you think this film will dethrone Batman from the top spot? Martin Stock-Ellis seized the opportunity and asked the prepared question loudly as the other party finished speaking. No, I heard that Braveheart tells a story about Scotland. Wayne immediately put away his smile when he mentioned his competitor. A story about the struggle of Scotland in the 13th and 14th centuries cannot be liked by movie fans. This is not something that happened on North American soil. Why would movie fans go to see a foreign hero? We have our own superheroes, don't we? This is what Wayne wants to promote. If there is any film market in the world that is the most exclusive, it is undoubtedly North America. No matter what the mentality of the audience here is, they generally only care about the film stories of their own country. Many ambitious directors want to export movies outside North America, but unfortunately few can succeed. This market is extremely exclusive, and even many non-local stars find it difficult to succeed. This is just a matter of the audience's mentality. Maybe no one noticed it before Wayne mentioned it, but now he has. Since Braveheart is not a story that takes place in North America, it will definitely make many fans give up on this movie. Warner Brothers will do the same thing later. Wayne, Mr. Mel Gibson accepted an interview with the media yesterday. He is very confident about his film, and just when the reporters in front thought they had found a topic that was eye-catching enough and wanted to provoke a war of words between Wayne and Mel Gibson, Nina, who had been covering her ears to answer the phone behind her, turned pale and ugly the moment she put down the phone. She ignored the reporters and photographers surrounding her and erected surgery to rudely separate the crowd, ran a few steps to her boss, and ignored the countless shots on the scene. She tiptoed and leaned over to his ear and said something. "What? F***K. Are you sure?" Wayne's face turned pale in an instant, and all the blood color faded. The calm temperament he had always maintained was also thrown away thousands of miles away at the same time, and only anxiety was left on his face. "It's confirmed. Hella said we'd better hurry back. Barton died in his sleep under the garden awning. Fendi has been guarding his body, not eating or drinking, and not letting anyone get close. The two golden retrievers are too old." Even though Wayne knew that this day would come sooner or later, he was still not mentally prepared. They accompanied him through his childhood, adolescence and youth. Since Wayne had no friends, since he was a child, his intimacy with the golden retrievers was no less than that of his parents. The reporters around him saw Wayne's expression at this moment and instantly entered a state of highness. They knew that something must have happened. It was the first time they had seen something that could make this young man lose his composure in public. "Contact the captain. We are going back to Los Angeles now." Wayne didn't care about the reporters around him or the ongoing publicity activities. Now he was only anxious. "Okay, I'll go right away." Nina also knew what this meant and turned and ran to the chartered plane. "Mr. Greenberg, what happened?" A reporter saw him leaving and immediately blocked him in front of him, holding a recorder with an extremely excited expression. "Excuse me, I'm in a hurry. Please make way." Almost all the reporters around were reasonable and made way. They knew that they were not facing a small director, and no one here had the right to force him to answer questions. "Mr. Greenberg, what happened? The public has the right to know." The excited paparazzi obviously didn't understand the situation and didn't notice that his colleagues around him were moving away from him. He ran 2 steps and blocked Wayne again. He had a hunch that something that could make this director lose his composure must be big news. "Shut the F***K up." Wayne slapped the recorder away, pushed it on the other person's chest, and raised his leg to get back on the plane. The reporters who had already made way became excited when they saw his action, and the flashlights flashed like they were free. Now they didn't have to worry about having nothing to write besides reporting the box office figures. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291. I think I need a rest. Surrounded by airport security personnel, a large group of media reporters and fans, Wayne hurried back to the airport. The lights of various equipment stopped flashing only after his bag completely disappeared. The reporter who was pushed to the ground was held down by Sergio's hand. Now this big Russian man also appeared on camera. "I don't know how many photos were taken of him." "Listen, sir." Sergio waited until his boss disappeared, let him go, took out 2 business cards from his jacket pocket, and stuffed them into the reporter's hand. "If you need to see a doctor, please mail the bill to Greenberg Manor. If you want to call the police, this is the business card of Mr. Greenberg's private lawyer, which can let the police contact him. Of course, you can also call this number to talk about how to solve the problem. After saying that, regardless of the other party's ugly face, he stood up and ran into the airport with his long legs. While the plane was applying for a route, but hadn't taken off yet, Wayne tried his best to suppress his irritability, looked out the window, and said to Nina beside him, "Please call Tim Burton for me, and tell him that the future publicity activities depend on him." "Okay." The assistant nodded, looked at him worriedly, took out her mobile phone and dialed. Almost everyone around Wayne understood his feelings for the two dogs, and this situation is very common in North America. Dogs are never pets, they are family and friends. Many families here have this habit. When the children are very young, they buy 1 or 2 companion dogs to let them grow up together. They can also cultivate the children's sense of responsibility and maintain the children's innate kindness from an early age. No matter how deformed the social form here is, as long as they are normal parents, the first rule of educating children is always to maintain kindness and be a good man when they grow up. And family companion dogs usually play the role of friends of children, and in family life, they also play the role of family members. "I have been notified." Nina hung up the phone and sat next to Wayne and said softly, "Tim Burton will help notify Warner Brothers, so you don't have to worry about the publicity plan. He will take care of it all." The assistant lady watched his face change, and it was obvious that, although Wayne's eyes were looking out the window, he was lost in memories from time to time. He sighed softly in his heart. Until then, this man who had always remained calm and tough showed a trace of emotion that a young man should have. This sudden feeling of emptiness filled Wayne's heart from the moment he heard the news. In fact, his mind was very clear, and he understood the reason better than anyone else. After all, the two dogs were too old, but the feelings were too deep after all. They accompanied him for too many years, and he couldn't help but always think of his childhood. In the dull atmosphere, the plane taxied on the runway and then plunged into the sky while he looked at the blue sky and white clouds and always unconsciously recalled the past. He remembered that he never had friends when he was a child. It was those 2 golden retrievers who always squatted in front of him to listen to him play the guitar, accompany him to watch football games, and even when sleeping, they couldn't help but lie on his bed. Don't think too much. Those 2 little bastards are living happily. They are just too old. God told them that it is time to go back. A hand suddenly reached out and gently held Wayne's hand. Nina's voice also rang at the same time. "I know that you regard them as your relatives. My brother and I have also experienced this. However, Terry in my family is not as lucky as these 2 golden retrievers. He had a car accident when I was 15. I'm fine. Don't worry, Nina." Wayne patted her hand in return and turned his head to give her a smile. "The situation is different. Since moving to Los Angeles, the 2 little guys have always been very attached to me. Now think about it. I have too many things in my eyes and I'm too busy. I slowly ignored them, but I'm their world. Only when people lose important things will they suddenly think a lot more clearly. Everyone understands the truth, but only when they have truly experienced loss can they experience the mixed feelings. Okay, I'm fine." Wayne let go of Nina's hand and turned his head to the window again. Since it has happened, although he is not mentally prepared, all he can do now is accept it. After all, he is different from the people around him. Everyone around him has faith and can pray to God for everything and seek peace of mind, but he has too many secrets that he can only tell to the golden retriever. That's right, even after living a second life, he is still an atheist now. There are some things in his heart that even God dare not tell. "After the work of Batman is finished, I will start a long vacation. If you want to take a break, you can also take the opportunity to go home to accompany your parents or have a relationship or something. We have worked too long." Nina was stunned. In her mind, after Wayne finished making this movie, he would definitely give up the vacation he had been talking about, and then he couldn't wait to start preparing for the next movie. This is a workaholic who can go on vacation for several years in a row. It can be seen that this matter still has an impact on him. People around him have an illusion that Wayne seems to be constantly chasing time and is always unwilling to waste a minute. "I'll think about it." Nina took a deep look at his back, leaning back in the chair, and fell into deep thought. Time slowly passed in silence. When the plane landed at Los Angeles International Airport, Sergey ran out first, got the prepared car, waited for the two people behind him to come out of the terminal, and took them to the manor at high speed. News always spreads faster than planes. No matter what the reason was, Wayne pushed a reporter. This incident also attracted the attention of a large number of media, and many paparazzi had blocked the gate of the manor. "Boss, this matter is a bit troublesome." The car gradually entered the manor. Nina looked at the excited crowd from the window and said helplessly, "No matter whether the person pushed is a serious reporter or not, even if he is a gossip paparazzi, it also touched the nerves of those media. We'd better do some public relations in advance." There were some things she still didn't dare to say out loud. It was estimated that her boss would not listen to it now. If she didn't do public relations in advance, it was estimated that the photo of Wayne pushing the reporter would be put on the headlines of many media tomorrow morning. With the integrity of these reporters, who knows what the matter would be distorted into? These journalists and paparazzi who hold the public's right to know are always looking for trouble. Even if they are concerned about Wayne's status, it is probably not so easy to give up such reports. After all, they are a group that claims to be righteous, and there are also many people with fragile hearts. What should be done? Wayne said. It is best to issue an apology statement in advance. Nina saw that his face was getting worse. Knowing that he might not accept this idea, she raised her hand and made a gesture of surrender. "Okay, well, I'll call Warner Brothers." When the car stopped at the small square, Haller opened the door immediately and walked towards the awning with Wayne, while talking about the whole process in a hurried tone. "I felt something was wrong last night. Usually, the two little guys would go to the bedroom on the third floor to sleep after dark. But when I went to observe in the early morning yesterday, only one of them, Fendi, was holding snacks by himself, and Barton was missing." Seeing that Wayne was calm and had no intention of getting angry, Hella breathed a sigh of relief in her heart and continued, "Before I went to find Barton, Fendi's abnormal behavior attracted my attention. I usually feed them, so they are very close to me, but last night, before I could get close to it, it ran out of the villa with a snack bar in its mouth. I could feel that it didn't want anyone to get close to it, and was very defensive. After that, I didn't wake up the others. I followed it from a distance and saw where you usually like to lie down. Barton was lying motionless on the recliner, and Fendi was desperately sending their favorite snack bars to Barton's mouth. As they approached the awning, the golden retriever who had been guarding his companions whimpered and ran towards Wayne, grabbing his trouser leg and pulling it back. In fact, Hella had confirmed in the early morning that Barton had indeed lost his heartbeat, but when she wanted to pick up the body, the other golden retriever rarely showed its fierce teeth, and the tug-of-war continued until the morning. Wayne sat silently on the recliner, put Barton's head on his legs, and gently stroked its fur with their favorite action. Judging from the traces at the scene, what Hella said was alright. Fendi bit the stick of snacks and wanted to put it into Barton's mouth. At this time, Fendi also put her head on his legs and gently nudged her companion's body. Seeing that it still didn't respond, it whimpered softly again, and the sound was indescribably sad. Hella. Turning around and calling the housekeeper, Wayne let out a long breath and said, "Help me dig a hole here. When I bask in the sun later, maybe this little bastard will know that I'm back." "Okay, sir." Hella waved her hand and called two gardeners, directing them to start digging a hole in front of the recliner, and occasionally looked at him worriedly. Wayne understood the housekeeper's concerns. She was afraid that he would lose his temper and vent his anger on her, and was also afraid of losing this decent and well-paid job. "It's not your fault, Hella. Everything is God's will. If there is any excuse that can best appease people's hearts, God is definitely the best choice." Wayne just said it casually. "God will bless it." A not so big deep pit was dug quickly. Wayne picked up the body directly. There was no coffin or ceremony. He put Patton at the bottom of the pit in silence. Fendi stayed close to him, lying beside his legs and watching him, and slowly buried his companion, Nina. After staring at the ground for a long time, Wayne suddenly said, "You are responsible for communicating everything these 2 days. I think I need a rest." After that, He walked back to the main building step by step with the golden retriever clinging to him, and went directly back to the bedroom on the third floor, lying on the lounge chair on the balcony. Chapter 292, Breaking the Billion in 1 week. Wayne didn't have any abnormal emotions, except holding the only remaining golden retriever and stroking its fur. He didn't wait for Heather to call him at dinner time. He went downstairs to eat and returned to the bedroom. Now that he has been in Hollywood for several years, he has accumulated a lot of status, power, and money. Even if he occasionally acts willfully, it is not a big deal. Compared with the weird things done by those weird stars in the circle, his behavior is definitely not out of line. He is just preparing to miss the rest of the promotional activities. After a brief observation in the afternoon, Wayne found several deep claw and tooth marks on the recliner. He speculated that these were the last efforts made by Fendi to wake up Patton. This feeling is very strange. His mind is very clear, but his heart becomes empty. He doesn't want to think about work at all. He just looks at the prosperous Beverly, a city that never sleeps. Before dinner, Nina notified Warner Brothers, and then Warner Brothers responded quickly. They did not ask Wayne's specific thoughts. They apologized to the reporter who was pushed down through their media and contacted the other party. The PR department of Warner Brothers responded to this incident in a very simple and direct way. On the one hand, they use their huge media resources to suppress the influence as much as possible, and on the other hand, they hope to give the young reporter some compensation. Now that Batman Begins is being screened, it is the hottest time period. The box office figures are increasing dramatically every day, and the sales of movie peripherals are creating miracles. They don't want this kind of trivial matter to be used by someone with ulterior motives and affect the subsequent choices of movie fans. Although Warner Brothers acted quickly and had informed the larger authoritative media, negative news inevitably appeared in the newspapers the next day. Wayne Greenberg hit people at the airport. Is the dog more important or the person more important? Is this still the free America? Townsend Rothman fell into silence after looking at this headline, since he started work early in the morning. He didn't rush to read on. This matter was at most a hype by gossip tabloids and second-tier media to attract people's attention. Apart from these newspapers, the authoritative media didn't mention this matter. Now he has been considering whether to mobilize the media and TV stations under 20th Century Fox to follow up on the hype and increase the box office by discrediting Wayne. He even had the idea of mobilizing the parent company News Corporation to hype up the incident through News Corporation's huge media channels and label Wayne as a person who does not respect human rights. However, he sighed softly and gave up the idea. His relationship with old Greenberg is very complicated. Even if this point is ignored, and the box office of Die Hard 3, it is almost impossible to turn over and suppress Batman. There is no hope. Now the film only has more than $22 million in the first weekend, which is in an awkward position. According to the analysis given by the market department, if there is no greater squeeze later, Die Hard 3 may still recover its costs through the box office after a long screening and overseas box office revenue. The reason why the summer season is said to be the best season is that the base of movie fans is too large. There are always people who like the taste of this film and are willing to spend money to buy tickets to watch it. Then we have to change the plan. Townsend Rothman threw the newspaper on the desk, stood up and walked to the window, looking out the window with his hands on his shoulders. If this happened before the film was released, it goes without saying that he would mobilize all his resources to discredit Wayne. Even if it could affect the choice of some fans, it would be worth it. But now the first weekend has passed, everything is almost settled, and the subsequent trends of these two films are unlikely to change too much. It is not worth it to fight with Warner Brothers now. Thinking of this, he turned and walked back to his desk, took a last look at the gossip tabloids on the table, picked up the phone, and dialed the number of Jeff Robinoff's office. That's right, since the result of the competition with Batman Begins can no longer be changed, he is now ready to maintain the current screening scale and join forces with Warner Brothers to squeeze out the upcoming Braveheart. After he hung up the phone, he finally showed an ugly smile, and then he called AMC, Imperial Cinemas, and North American Artists Cinema chain one by one according to the agreement. Although Wayne's sudden disappearance from the publicity team caused a lot of speculation among fans, as the film's screening time became longer and longer, everyone naturally focused on the leading actor Christian Bale. The fans always pay attention to the glamorous big stars first. Even if some gossip tabloids reported the news of Wayne's beating, they did not reduce their enthusiasm for watching movies. In addition to the white-collar workers who have returned to work on weekdays, teenagers on summer vacation are still pouring into the theater. Feelings are always very useful. Even if these teenagers may not understand, they hope from the bottom of their hearts to see the comic characters they have been with since childhood appear on the big screen. Master Bruce Wayne has enough fame, and the superpowers he possesses are the closest to ordinary people. Batman is not like Superman, Wonder Woman, Flash and other characters. His superpower is very simple, direct and crude. In summary, it is rich. Very rich. This is also one of the characteristics that attracts young people. After all, who hasn't dreamed of becoming a rich man like Bruce Wayne? Monday just passed, and early on Tuesday morning, Mel Gibson hurried into Paramount, almost at the same time as Shirley Lansing entered the office. Braveheart will be premiered on Thursday, but at this critical time, a lot of bad news suddenly appeared, which made the Australian superstar very annoyed. Shirley, did you read the newspaper this morning? After taking the coffee brought by the secretary and waiting for her to go out, Mel Gibson couldn't wait to say, I don't know what happened, but many media have negative news about Braveheart. Almost all of them are in the same tone of public opinion, leading movie fans to refuse to choose this movie, and frequently mentioning that this is not a North American story, and it didn't happen on this land. What does this mean? As an insider in Hollywood for many years, Mel Gibson knows the other party's sinister intentions too well. Perhaps those who are more sober understand that, although this is the world's #1 film market and the world's #1 movie ticket warehouse, the degree of xenophobia among movie fans here is definitely ranked first in the world. If the media had not deliberately hyped this topic, with the special feelings of this land towards the British Empire, it should not have affected the choice of movie fans, and everyone would have ignored this point. But the thing he least wanted to see happen suddenly. It's the media from Warner Brothers, and I suspect that 20th Century Fox has also made a move. Townsend Rothman, the old Fox, immediately changed his attitude when he saw that the momentum was not good. Shit. Shirley Lansing frowned. As a female executive, she really disliked the Australian savage in front of her. The other party's media and film image were two different people compared to his private image. It's not that we didn't take action, Mel. Her fingers tapped the table lightly. We will also follow up on the Wayne Greenberg assault incident. Besides, Batman Begins and Die Hard 3 are both in their second week of release. Even if the films have more staying power, Braveheart still has an advantage. Ding ling ling ling. Before she could continue, the phone on the desk rang. Excuse me, I need to take a call. She glanced at the other party apologetically and picked up the phone on the desk. Hello, this is Shirley Lansing. The call was not too long, but the Paramount CEO's face became more and more ugly. She only agreed to a few words in the middle and listened to the other party almost the whole time. After hanging up the phone, she looked at Mel Gibson deeply and said, it's a call from the Theatre Alliance. The scale of Braveheart's first weekend screenings remains unchanged, with 2,432 theaters across North America opening. The number of screens that can be screened has been reduced to the minimum standard in the contract. Mother F*** KER. Before the other party could continue to swear, Shirley Lansing frowned and continued, I seriously doubt that even with the lowest number of screens in the contract, we will be at a great disadvantage in terms of scheduling. This is the unanimous opinion of all theater chains. There's no way. Batman Begins received another $9.08 million yesterday. Theater companies now only recognize customer traffic. They'll regret it. Mel Gibson understood that this was not only because the other party's films performed well, but also because the two giants who created negative news put pressure on the Theatre Alliance at the same time. I have enough confidence in the film. When Braveheart wins the box office championship, I want those theaters to increase the scale of our screenings. Perhaps 20th Century Fox has no advantage in competing with Warner Brothers alone, but Townsend Rothman is very familiar with joining forces with Warner Brothers to hype up the negative news of Braveheart while squeezing the other party's screening scale. The effect of doing so is obvious. Although a large piece of the cake was taken away by Warner Brothers, they also kept their own screening scale, which increased the possibility of the film's subsequent long-term screening. Just as Warner Brothers expected, Batman Begins easily won $9.08 million, $8.65 million, $6.62 million and $5.51 million in the 4 working days from Monday to Thursday. The film was officially released for a week, and before the arrival of the next weekend, it successfully broke through the $100 million mark, with a box office of $103.64 million. Facing the aggressive Braveheart, Batman Begins will also land in the overseas theater market this weekend. Regions with close relations with North America will be released simultaneously on Friday. Chapter 293 is called Producer. Early Friday morning, when Batman Begins was showing for the second weekend and officially squeezed out Braveheart with Die Hard 3, Jeff Robinoff put down his busy work and took John Gray to Greenberg Manor. Before the car entered the gate of the manor, the first thing they saw was a group of paparazzi. These tabloid reporters surrounded the gate, stretched their necks to look inside, but like a group of good children, they did not dare to cross the line in front of the gate. Whenever there is a movie released, the gate of the manor will be busy for a while. I think the security personnel here are used to it. John Gray looked at the paparazzi through the car window and joked with the CEO of Warner Brothers beside him. You know, Wayne may be the only director who enjoys the treatment of rummaging through the trash can. This thing is usually only for Tom and Tom. So what? Jeff Robinoff is at the top of Hollywood power and looks down on these low-level workers. His style in front of these people is that of a typical big boss in the circle. Even if they find something or take a photo, I don't believe any newspaper would dare to publish it directly unless they don't want to live in this circle anymore. It was just a joke. John Gray didn't expect the boss to take it seriously and shrugged helplessly. He knew that Jeff Robinoff was not just talking. Didn't the reporter who was pushed by Wayne a few days ago also quietly disappear with the $10,000 from the Warner Brothers public relations department? John Gray knew that there would certainly be people with ulterior motives who would tempt the little reporter, but he was smart enough not to say a word after receiving the money. In the past few days, except for the gossip tabloids under Paramount, no media reported this incident. As a veteran media group, Time Warner, even giants like News Corporation and Comcast, are unwilling to get involved in a hornet's nest because of such a small matter. Anyone in the industry knows that Wayne Greenberg is too important to Time Warner. Even without his status as a major shareholder, the interests he represents are too great. In the past, he was just able to make money, but after the release of Batman, he represents the future of Warner Brothers. In a commercialized society like North America, targeting the future major interests of a media group will only result in a crazy counterattack from the group. Because Wayne is so important, Jeff Robinoff put aside everything and brought John Gray, who has a good relationship with Wayne, to visit the manor early in the morning. It is not important to miss the rest of the national and overseas promotions. What Warner Brothers is afraid of is that he has emotional problems. Batman Begins is making great strides in North America and will soon be released in overseas markets. The performance of this film can be said to be the least worrying thing, especially the terrifying peripheral income. They are worried that Wayne will give up his next work plan because of emotional problems. This young man is full of energy and can be called a model worker and workaholic in the Hollywood circle. In the past few years, he has maintained a super high output of one film a year. Now that the DC universe has just started, all shareholders of the group have seen an unparalleled prospect. Everyone is afraid that Wayne will have an accident at this time. Hey, I didn't expect you to come so early. Do you want to have some breakfast together? The car stopped by the small fountain. The two people who just got off the car happened to bump into Wayne, who was jogging around the garden in the morning. While wiping the sweat from his forehead with a towel, he greeted them. I may have neglected exercise for too long. I only ran one lap, but my body is protesting against me. Jeff Robinoff said, "We've eaten. You look good." The few of them walked into the living room while chatting. After Nina brought coffee to Hella, John Gray looked at him and said, "Don't worry about the release and promotion of Batman Begins. From the data we collected, Brotherhood will not pose any threat to the film. The main choice of moviegoers this week is still our film. According to the survey of the market department, the main audience this weekend will be young people between 18 and 30 years old. Because the film was too popular in the first weekend, most of them postponed their plans to watch the film. These people are the basic base for your film, and there will be no accidents. This is also the reason why they let Wayne rest assured. No matter from which aspect, Greenberg's production has enough appeal, especially among young people. In addition, there are a small number of family fans and teenagers who go to the theater to watch the film repeatedly. These reliable survey data give Warner Bros. Great confidence." Wayne stroked the golden retriever lying beside him, nodded, and could not help but remind him, "Don't underestimate Mel Gibson. He has great ambitions for this film. Be careful not to capsize in the gutter." At this time, Jeff Robinoff sneered, "Brotherhood should suppress Die Hard 3 first, and maintain its own screening scale first." Wayne understood what the other party meant. Although Brotherhood had a great reputation before its release, this film that loudly shouted freedom was indeed in line with the mainstream values of North America, and many film critics gave it professional high scores. But since Warner Bros. And 20th Century Fox made a move, they dug up the roots of the film from the public opinion. Generally, it is not uncommon for scandals to suddenly appear at the threshold of a film's release. It is also a common method used by major Hollywood companies. It doesn't matter whether it is true or false. Its purpose is to guide public opinion and use public opinion to influence the choices of ordinary movie fans. It can only be said that everything is for profit. The market size is so big that if you can make the other party eat less, it means you can eat more. This principle is understood by all capitalists. In fact, it is not only Hollywood that plays this way now, but the country across the Pacific Ocean also uses the same method, and even surpasses it, not limited to the entertainment industry. For example, the to-be #1 of the light of domestic products that suddenly became popular. At the end of October, it suddenly broke out that nearly 10,000 people unfollowed it every day, and it was also on the top of the hot search. You said that this matter was not mentioned earlier or later. Why was it exposed at this time? It's really interesting. The media seemed to suddenly start to expose the news in unison. Since the sudden heavy rain in Henan and the light of domestic products, please do your best to donate attracted attention. Its popularity began to decline continuously. Then the media also took out the background fan data of the light of domestic products, saying that in the past month, it has lost 269,000 fans, almost 10,000 a day. As a result, this matter was reported by the media and became a hot search. The comments below were all in the same tone, saying that a brand relying on patriotism will not go far, the product design is not good, and the price is so expensive, who would buy it? Various after-the-fact comments were made in order to guide the public opinion of ordinary netizens. In fact, they all ignored that the number of fans of the store of the light of domestic products increased from 2 million to 14 million, and the daily drop was not worth mentioning at all. They would not mention this matter, but would selectively ignore it. Moreover, the timing was too bad. It happened to be before Double 11. The media in the water army broke the news with a unified caliber. Can this matter be so simple? To put it bluntly, the capital's buttocks are sitting crookedly. They made a fuss about this matter. Their purpose is to gain market share on Double 11. Aren't you the light of domestic products? If everyone supports you, will other well-known domestic products still be sold? The principle is the same. With the continuous commercialization of society, all means are used for the purpose of profit. As the saying goes, if you eat a big bite more, it means that I will definitely eat a big bite less. Wayne shook his head and threw away his messy thoughts. He gently stroked his golden hair with one hand and took a sip of coffee with the other hand. He suddenly said to the two executives of Warner Bros., "I'm not worried about the performance of the film. We have made sufficient preparations. Regarding my future work arrangements, I will make some changes here." Hearing this, Jeff Robinoff and John Gray looked at each other. They both knew that the key point was coming. The original purpose of their coming here was to understand Wayne's mental state and his next work arrangements. Now not only the executives and shareholders of Warner Brothers, but also the big and small bosses of DC Comics and Time Warner hope that Wayne can start immediately to produce the second part of Batman, guide more superheroes and comic characters, and officially open this huge treasure. The interests here are too great. Anyone who is in this industry can analyze the surprising market prospects from the first Batman. Moreover, the senior executives and shareholders of Warner Brothers knew that this series of movie universe could only be opened by Wayne himself. The huge plan of the movie universe was customized by him personally for a long time. The style of all the films and the details of the connection between the front and the back can be said to be in his mind. No one dared to let other directors take over at the risk of destroying the billion-dollar market. Seeing the two people opposite him were shocked and staring at him with serious eyes, Wayne showed a helpless but a smile and spread his hands. I have been working for too long. The remaining months of this year will mainly be used for vacation. Jeff, John, don't look at me like that. I'm not a robot. Noticing the disappointed looks of the two, he continued, and in my plan, Batman needs time to ferment and raise the expectations of fans for the next movie. As a shareholder of Warner Brothers, there is another point that must be considered. That is, the special effects of the subsequent films. No matter which character is to be introduced, the high special effects cost is a hurdle that cannot be bypassed. Warner Brothers has sufficient liquidity. Jeff Robinoff said immediately. Just make a good movie. I'll help you with the money issues. You don't need to worry about these. There are plenty of people willing to waive checks and join Wayne Greenberg's project. No, Jeff. Wayne knew it wouldn't be easy to convince the other party. Although I won't be directing the film myself during this period, it doesn't mean I will completely quit my job. I really need a break. Don't worry, even if I'm not a director, I can guarantee Warner Brothers box office for next summer. Producer? Project initiator? The two people on the opposite side asked at the same time. Wayne smiled and shook his head. When I went to Hong Kong to shoot, I learned that there is a position in their crew called producer. Chapter 294 about work plans and the Matrix. That's right. Wayne has arranged most of the rest of the year to take a vacation. He plans to go back to the farm, to live for a while, and spend time with his mother. Maybe it was because the tension suddenly loosened, which made him feel empty. He wanted to take a complete break for a few months, and didn't want to consider the various problems of a large crew. But this doesn't mean that he can't initiate other projects. When the popularity of Batman is over, I will take out the backup project I wrote before, and let Zack Snyder direct it. He has been trained with me for a long time, and you can rest assured of his ability. Is it the Guerrilla Project? John Gray asked immediately. No matter what Wayne did, he never deliberately concealed it from Warner Brothers, so the company was aware of the fact that he filed a science fiction script framework while filming in New York. No, Zack is not suitable for that project. I have another candidate for the director of the Guerrilla. He shook his head directly. Don't make a fuss. Let Zack Snyder direct King Kong. I'm afraid it will be a dark, bloody and violent movie. And the script for this Guerrilla is also the idea I got from King Kong in 1933. Well, it's another script that has been written for a long time, telling a story about a world that needs a computer interface to enter. That's right, if there is any R-rated movie suitable for Zack Snyder to shoot at this stage, Wayne will first think of The Matrix. Since the production and distribution company is Warner Brothers, he just made this epic R-rated movie a few years in advance. Compared with directing himself, he prefers to control the direction of the film and hand over the specific work to Zack Snyder. This can not only train Zack Snyder's ability, level him up, prepare for the next film, but also allow himself to take time out of his busy schedule. As for the pair of directors who were brothers first, then siblings, and finally sisters, he can't control them. Anyway, he doesn't like them very much. Jeff Robinoff frowned slightly. Like the shareholders of the group, he is now thinking about DC superheroes in his heart, and he doesn't take other projects that seriously. Then, when are you going to start the second Batman movie? Wayne sighed in his heart. Warner Brothers has a tradition of being eager for quick success. If he hadn't taken control of the series too early and let those shareholders get their hands on it, even if the DC universe had appeared 10 years earlier, they would probably have overturned it. Next year, there will be a year between the two, so the second movie won't have to wait for a long time. I can guarantee that it will be released in the summer of 1997. Don't worry, when the second movie introduces other characters, the subsequent progress will be faster and faster. This was his original plan, but it was delayed for a year. In addition to taking a vacation and launching other projects, he also had his own plan. Maybe Anthony Minghella had forgotten him, but Wayne was never a generous person. It can be said that his bottom line and pettiness were his inner nature. Since the other party mentioned the kike, he was ready to squeeze this soft persimmon. He calculated that the other party was not interested. Even if Harvey Weinstein was willing to turn against him, I'm afraid that the probability of losing was not high when he knew the other party's methods. And Wayne had already recalled carefully that this year's Oscars was very rare, and there were almost no films like Schindler's List and Forrest Gump that were sure to win awards. This was one of the reasons why he changed his plan. Okay then. With a long sigh, Jeff Robinov knew that, as long as he made up his mind, no one could force him to do something against his will. If Hollywood superstars are scarce resources, then Hollywood's top directors are even more so. No one can force them. Just like Steven Spielberg and George Lucas, they themselves represent huge resources, and Wayne is the same now. You can ask your agent to give the computer interface plan to the company at any time, and I will push the review process as soon as possible. In Jeff Robinov's mind, even if this film is a money-losing product, he will force the project to pass, as long as it allows Wayne to open the DC universe early. Nothing else matters. No problem. After understanding Wayne's future work arrangements, the two executives of Warner Brothers did not hesitate to leave the manor in a hurry. Wayne could rest assured at this time, because he had completed his main work. But they won't relax. There is no need to worry about the North American box office of Batman Begins. The marketing department and third-party research companies predict that the final landing point of this film will not be less than $250 million US. But the overseas screening tour that started today is their main concern. No one can guarantee whether this dark and serious story core without a hint of funny atmosphere will be unaccustomed to other countries. Boss. Nina sat opposite Wayne after they were the only two left in the living room. It is confirmed that we will not participate in all subsequent publicity activities, right? Wayne nodded. Yes, I'm not in the mood to face the media now. I just want to rest quietly. Seeing the assistant's expression of wanting to say something but stopping, he shook his head and smiled, understanding the other party's concerns. Don't worry. Braverheart is definitely not a threat. I'll tell you what will happen next. Batman will crush the other's box office and dominate the summer season. Believe me, no one can beat Batman after he triggers a social trend of watching movies. Perhaps Braverheart will be famous enough in the future, but its box office is in the tens of millions of dollars, not as good as Die Hard 3, which has always been persistent. It's just that the Oscars have added too much fame to the film. Now that it is sandwiched between two giants, whether this film can still get more than $70 million US in box office as it did originally, Wayne has to put a question mark on it. Anything else? After saying that, he was about to get up and go upstairs to take a shower. Yes. Nina opened her workbook and took a look. The share of Blair Witch has arrived. In addition to the part that needs to be donated to the Greenberg Charity Foundation for tax deduction, Colin Howard wants to pay off part of the loan and invest the rest in the financial market and continue to buy internet shares. Don't touch this money for now. Wayne thought about it and sat back on the sofa. There will be another sum of money coming in regarding the copyright of The Witches. Don't worry about the loan. At least $35 million to $40 million of this money should be left. I have other arrangements. Soon, Naomi Watts will end her promotional activities, and the New Zealander whom he has been asking, Jimmy, to investigate, has also come to fruition. The other party won many awards for shooting over the line. In the first 2 years, Angels of Sin won the Silver Lion Award at the Venice Film Festival. This is not an unknown person. However, compared with the temptation of Hollywood, the world's film center, Wayne believes that the other party will definitely not be able to resist it. Going on the road of Hollywood movies is the trajectory that the other party should have. The investment in King Kong is destined to be large. Even if it does not reach the $200 million claimed by Universal Pictures, it is estimated that it will cost hundreds of millions to produce it. However, there are many places for operation. The reason why Universal Pictures dares to report such a high production cost is because the operation of transferring money from the left hand to the right hand is too common. He believed that, as long as he initiated the project, even if Warner Brothers hesitated, they would eventually approve the review and invest in the film. But he couldn't do nothing. If Warner Brothers disagreed, he was ready to get involved. The original rule of the game in Hollywood was that directors would not invest their own money in films. Borrowing chickens to lay eggs was the mainstream practice. But for the Australian woman, he was willing to take a risk. He never lacked money. By the way, please give me a copy of the script of The Matrix to Charlize Theron, so that she can get familiar with the role of Trinity in advance. No problem. Nina knew that her boss was paying off his debts, and the opportunity that the South African girl had been waiting for had come. After saying that, Wayne waved his hand and returned to the bedroom on the third floor with the golden retriever that never left him. While taking a shower, he was still thinking habitually. Regarding the follow-up issues of The Matrix, Zack Snyder was absolutely assured. As long as he set the production direction, the other party's shooting style was similar to his own, and there should be no problem in the production of the film. This is not only a test for director Zack Snyder, but also an opportunity for him to prove himself. A film director can make a big production by himself, and there are so many things he can learn from it. He also has some ideas about the main actors in the film. Warner Brothers originally invited Sean Connery, the first generation James Bond, to play the role of Murphy in this film, but he was rejected because he couldn't understand the script. Later, Warner Brothers found Gary Oldman, but he was also rejected for the same reason. Now the situation is different. Gary Oldman has just worked with him. As long as he asks, there is basically no possibility of being rejected. And the best candidate for Agent Smith in his mind is Leon, that is, Jane Reno and Leon, the professional. The most important candidate for the protagonist is the easiest to find. That's right, Brandon Lee. Keanu Reeves originally played the role of the savior after 4 months of kung fu training, but Brandon Lee didn't have to train from scratch. He had a good kung fu foundation since he was a child. Add in the long-legged Charlize Theron, and the core framework of the film is almost built. He remembered that when the Wachowski brothers, sisters, were making the film, they divided it into 2 parts. The first part cost $10 million and shot the first 10 minutes of the film. After Warner Brothers saw it, they invested the subsequent $70 million with confidence. But Wayne, as the initiator of the project and the producer of the film, certainly didn't need to be so troublesome, and investment was definitely not a problem. In fact, he thought about directing the film himself, but human energy is limited. He couldn't do everything himself. Even if he changed his plan temporarily and wanted to shoot a special Oscar work, he postponed the production of Batman Second and squeezed out time. The English Patient. Aha. Wayne hummed an unknown song softly, standing in the bathroom and enjoying the relaxation of the hot water. Hey, Fendi, do you think we can get rid of it? The golden retriever lay on the side of the bathroom, raised his big head, and watched him take a bath, his tail wagging constantly. Chapter 295 1.5 billion. As May is coming to an end and June is approaching, this year's summer season has presented a different atmosphere from the past. Normally, as soon as the summer season begins, every weekend will be the beginning of fierce competition. As long as the films are released at the same time, they are eager to fight each other face to face. But this weekend in the cinema market, Braveheart, which was also very popular and controversial before its release, did not stir up any waves after its release. Except for the star-studded premiere, it was directly submerged in the cinema market silently. Originally, in people's impression, no one believed that Braveheart could be compared with Batman Begins, even though Batman was released on the second weekend. Whether it is the investment scale or the main creative lineup of the film itself, almost everyone thinks that these two films are not on the same level. Just talking about the comparison between directors, Mel Gibson is considered a first-line actor in the circle, but his box office appeal is not necessarily amazing. On the other hand, Wayne has not only been creating brilliance in the cinema market in the past few years, but also has a large number of die-hard fans. These die-hard fans are his base, and they are the main reason for guaranteeing the lower limit of the box office when the film is released. Even if the actors are taken out, Liam Neeson and others have also received enough recognition for their performances because of Schindler's List. In the box office battle between the two films, Batman basically has no chance of overturning. Braveheart cannot beat the box office of Batman Begins, which many media have expected, but this film led by Mel Gibson was suppressed by the low-key Die Hard 3 at the same time, and could only rank third in the weekend box office. This situation is unexpected by many people. 3 days later, after the large-scale opening of Braveheart in North America, it only received an extremely pitiful box office of more than 14 million in this extremely hot schedule. This result completely made Paramount see no hope of turning over. In this matter, Shirley Lansing completely complied with the business rules. Knowing that the theater company would reduce the scale of screening in the second week, she ignored Mel Gibson's opposition and directly gave up the subsequent publicity and investment of the film to stop the loss in time. Compared to Paramount, which has no hope, the performance of 20th Century Fox is much better. The box office of Die Hard 3 has never exploded. It is in a state of neither hot nor cold, but it has been very strong in the theater market and has always occupied a certain market share. After 3 days of the second weekend, it still achieved a score of $22.7 million, successfully suppressing Braveheart, which opened in the first week and ranked second in the weekend box office rankings. The first film is undoubtedly Batman Begins. After 4 working days of brewing, this film ushered in a strong rebound on Friday. The young people who postponed their movie watching plans last week because of the difficulty in getting tickets after the second weekend vacation called their friends to the theater together, contributing to the healthy and stable box office trend of the film. On Friday, under the incredible eyes of the media and film critics, the box office closed at $15.07 million. On Saturday, the box office rose again, surging to $18.07 million, and on Sunday, it took advantage of the victory and got another $15.65 million. After 3 days of the next weekend, the film won the weekend box office championship with a box office of $48.79 million. At the same time, the media's focus was also on the film's total North American box office. It took only 10 days for Batman Begins to break through $150 million, reaching $152.43 million. The extremely strong box office trend of this film has repeatedly allowed third-party forecasting companies to raise the final destination of the film's box office in their forecasts. Even the gambling companies in Las Vegas cancelled the betting channel for the film's $250 million box office after Monday and changed it to $300 million. Unlike the media's extensive coverage of the film's box office, the Hollywood circle's attention is on the peripheral revenue of Batman Begins. This film not only has an extremely strong box office, but also creates amazing profits offline. Although Warner Bros. Has not announced the sales of peripherals, various companies have speculated through market reactions that the value created by this part has exceeded more than double the box office share. It has to be said that Wayne started the trend of superhero movies ahead of time and also made various production companies turn their attention to the comic hypes that can be adapted. Sony Columbia had already held a meeting on Monday morning to discuss the possibility of making Spider-Man. 20th Century Fox also has the same plan, and the initiator of the plan is Townsend Rothman, who also set his sights on the heroes he has. This weekend, Jimmy, as an agent, is the busiest person. Countless job invitations and party invitations were sent to the new agency almost at the same time. During this period, he had to deal with the harassment of his old company CAA, and at the same time, he had to determine the various matters of the new company, and he could not stop the tasks assigned by Wayne. It can be said that he was very busy. The matter of Blair Witch has been negotiated. On Monday morning, Jimmy rushed to Greenberg Manor and began to report the results of his work during this period to the clients, who were eating breakfast. Universal Pictures came to a standstill in the first negotiation when faced with our $40 million offer. Then I released the news that I wanted to sell the copyright showing the attitude of selling it to other companies. Wayne took a big sip of milk, raised his head and hummed softly, and most of his attention was on breakfast. After so many years of cooperation, no one knows agents better than him. Maybe he is mediocre in other jobs, but once it comes to negotiations about money, Jimmy is a psychological expert. So since this matter has been negotiated, the profit from selling the copyright will definitely not be lower than his mental price. Okay. Jimmy wanted to keep it a secret. Who knew that the two people who were eating did not show any curiosity, which made him a little helpless to continue. The final transaction price is $34 million US. Universal Pictures bought out all subsequent copyrights of Blair Witch, including the offline distribution rights of this film. Wayne nodded with satisfaction. Very good. What did Harvey Weinstein say? Of course he agreed. That fat guy has the same idea, which is to realize and squeeze out the potential of the film as soon as possible. Also, Jimmy continued, after we signed the contract, Universal Pictures CEO Ron Mayer found me and hoped to invite you to Universal Pictures' anniversary party. Please turn it down for me. Wayne reached out and took a tissue, wiped his mouth, and then lit a cigarette. I will go back to the farm for vacation in 2 days and have a good rest. If there are any invitations like this, please turn them down for me. Jimmy nodded and asked curiously, then you will not participate in any of the Batman Begins matters? Yes, I don't plan to do any specific work this year. At most, I will just plan and launch 2 projects. Wayne said, ignoring Nina who was still eating breakfast, and got up and walked towards the living room with the dog while talking. Batman Begins will be released in overseas theaters the next weekend. The crew also finished the North American promotion work and boarded a plane to a new battlefield. On Friday, they attended the premiere in the UK. While the crew started the promotion in Europe, Wayne planned to return to the farm for a while. Otherwise, when the crew returned to Los Angeles, the celebration party of the film and the work arrangements for Zack Snyder and others would take up some of his energy. As for not appearing in the media and not participating in all the subsequent promotion tasks, he didn't think it would have any impact on the film's trend. The current situation has basically settled. From May to early June, except for Braveheart and Die Hard 3, there are no heavyweight opponents. Slightly larger investment projects have also avoided the release time of Batman Begins 2 months ago. Now as long as it can be confirmed that these 2 films are not a threat, it means that Batman Begins can dominate the beginning of the entire summer season, this golden period for a few weeks. How is Batman's screening rate this week? Has it not decreased? After sitting down in the living room, Wayne stroked the big head of the golden retriever and asked his agent casually with a cigarette in his mouth. No. Jimmy has been keeping an eye on the trend of the film, which is related to the final income that Wayne can get, and also to his own part of the income. Now in the theater screening, our film occupies more than 50% of the screenings, basically all in prime time, and the rest are other films. Hearing this, Wayne was even more relieved. After entering the 1990s, Hollywood film companies and theater companies were clearly divided. Every time they signed a screening contract, they basically gave up the exclusive clause. This also means that although Batman Begins has the largest screening scale and the most screens, it is inevitable that it will overlap with the other 2 films in most theaters. This is also one of the sources of violent conflicts between the films. At present, the screening rate of Batman Begins is more than 50%, and most of the screening time is still the prime time in the evening. This item has widened the gap with competitors, and the situation formed is that Batman Begins will only arrange competitors' films in the remaining time slots. The reason why this situation occurs is entirely determined by market performance, and there is almost no personal favor. The better the performance of the film in the early stage, the better the screening resources it can get, and the better the screening resources, the more box office it will bring to the film. It is a dead circle. The focus of the theater's work is customer flow. They only look at the box office results, and then other things. As long as this scheduling situation is formed, unless the reputation of Batman Begins collapses and the box office plummets, there is no hope for competitors to turn the tables. Chapter 296 Various Invitations. There are a few more invitations. Jimmy raised his hand to rub his temple, picked up the coffee, and took a big sip. Before I came here this morning, I received a call from Paul Knight of Sony Columbia. He also wants to have a chat with you. Not only Sony Columbia and Universal Pictures, but also Steven Spielberg of DreamWorks and Marvel Comics, another giant in the comics industry, have sent invitations, wanting to invite you to visit Marvel's headquarters when you have time. Because Batman Begins was released for 2 weekends, the outside world has basically understood the potential of superhero movies. This type of movie with profitability comparable to that of animated feature films, but without the production cycle of animated feature films, has made many people turn their attention to him, the initiator. In the past, the only series that could rival the profits of animated feature films was Star Wars in Hollywood, but Star Wars was basically impossible to copy, and this kind of movie series that has formed cultural attributes cannot be produced in a short time. Wayne's consecutive production of Joker and Batman Begins is equivalent to opening up another new possibility for this already solid and saturated market. Compared with Star Wars, superheroes have too many advantages. The most important thing is that films of this nature can be copied continuously. Steven Spielberg, Wayne muttered softly. This good guy has invited him again. He can basically guess why. It should be the R-rated World War II epic Saving Private Ryan that was backstabbed and blackened by Harvey Weinstein at the Oscars. Now it is a recognized thing in the circle that if you want to shoot an R-rated movie and still have box office success, then you have to find a way to ask Wayne Greenberg to do it. This is the most guaranteed way. But everyone knows that it is difficult. Since his debut, Wayne has never taken on a project initiated by others. All the films are planned by himself, and he is backed by Warner Brothers, and is a major shareholder of Warner Brothers, so there is basically no possibility of making films for other companies. Please help me push it from DreamWorks. As for other invitations, Wayne scratched his chin lightly, trying to analyze the benefits he could get. Let's put the rest aside for now. I'll consider whether to agree to it when I come back from the farm in a while. No problem. Jimmy nodded, took out a bound resume from his briefcase, and handed it to him. This is the New Zealand director you asked me to investigate. The detailed information is all on it. Wayne took the resume and turned the pages with interest. Peter Jackson was already famous at this time and was no longer a new director. A Silver Lion Award could explain many problems and prove that he had the ability to make a film alone. While flipping through the resume and looking at the dazzling work experience on it, he asked, "Have you communicated with him? What is his attitude?" Jimmy suddenly smiled. "Believe me, no director in the world can refuse the olive branch thrown by Hollywood. Especially when I told this young director that we still have the copyright of The Lord of the Rings. He agreed to finish his work before October and fly to Los Angeles without any hesitation." Wayne told his agent in advance about the copyright of The Lord of the Rings. Now no one knows the New Zealander better than him. He is an absolute fan of The Lord of the Rings and the most suitable candidate for the film and television adaptation of The Lord of the Rings. As long as he has this copyright, he is sure to let Peter Jackson work for Warner Brothers for many years. You know, not only the Lord of the Rings trilogy has created many miracles. The Hobbit, the Silmarillion and so on can be filmed continuously. Although The Lord of the Rings is known as the most difficult magical masterpiece to adapt in history, it can bloom into a huge spectacle of film history in the hands of this New Zealand director. As for the problem that the other party seemed to only shoot this series and failed after leaving, Wayne had also made a plan so he would let him keep shooting this series for him. The copyright in his hand would be enough for him to shoot for many years. However, this time he found the other party not to start The Lord of the Rings in advance, but to make the guerrilla. Compared with the huge and complex Middle-earth, this film is much simpler and is also a relatively successful work of this director. Okay, this Peter Jackson, you are responsible for communicating and coordinating with him. No problem. Jimmy finished his business and prepared to stand up and leave. He is now officially the busiest time, and there are too many things about Wayne that he needs to deal with. I'll go back first, and I'll notify you if there are other situations. Okay. In fact, Jimmy didn't realize that among all the invitations he brought today, Wayne was most interested in the invitation to visit another North American comic giant, Marvel Comics. This comic industry giant was founded in 1939 and was renamed Marvel in 1961. In his eyes, it can be said to be one of the biggest treasures besides DC. However, compared to DC Comics, which is backed by Warner Brothers and Time Warner, Marvel's situation is not very good at this time. It has almost sold all its sons that can be sold. With the downturn in the North American comics industry, Marvel has been on the verge of bankruptcy for many years, relying on loans and investments to survive. Wayne once thought about investing in this company because he knew very well that this company would make a big comeback in the future and rise again with Iron Man. However, the company's equity is dispersed, there are many internal factions, and the debt ratio has been high. Wayne wants to save Marvel Comics, but he thinks he can't do it. He just knows how to make movies, but he knows nothing about such a complex big company. The final conclusion is that with that energy and money, it is better to make ready-made DC movies. Compared with Marvel, DC has too many convenient conditions. The centralized copyright of comic characters can make him give up all his calculations. DC Comics is still a wholly owned subsidiary of Warner Brothers, and many things don't need to be solved by wrangling. As far as Wayne knew, he had almost no Marvel heroes in his hands. The copyrights were either mortgaged for loans or sold cheaply to Hollywood production companies. They were completely in a quagmire. "Boss, when are we going back to the farm?" Just as he was lost in thought, Nina pushed her glasses and asked. "Oh?" Wayne asked curiously, "Are you sure you don't need a vacation? It's enough to have surgery with me. After these few months, there may not be such a good opportunity in the next few years." Nina rolled her eyes. "No need. Going back to the farm with you is just like a vacation." "Okay, then we'll go back tomorrow." Wayne shrugged. "I've made an appointment with Bella tonight. She will come directly after get off work. You know, I don't have the habit of standing up ladies." Nina already knew what kind of person her boss was. She said he was a scumbag and a playboy, which was definitely a compliment to him. In fact, she had thought more than once in her heart that, if his private life was not so chaotic, he could really be considered a perfect man. Wayne was taking a vacation in the manor, but Batman Begins did not rest. After the film landed in overseas markets last Friday, Warner Brothers finally received detailed feedback on Monday. The first 40 countries where the film landed were almost all the main dumping grounds for Hollywood films, led by English-speaking countries and regions, including the markets in Asia such as Japan, Taiwan, and South Korea, all of which achieved excellent results. The box office revenue exceeded $100 million in the first weekend. As one of the most well-known superheroes in the world, Bruce Wayne did not encounter the acclimatization problem that Warner Brothers was worried about. Whether it was the traditional Western region or most of the Eastern region, the film topped the box office chart in the region on the day of its release, and its ferocity was no less than that of the Joker. Because the internet was not well developed in the 1990s, the timeliness of calculating the box office overseas could not be guaranteed, and the information transmission was not that fast. But according to the statistics that had been fed back, Batman Begins had already achieved a box office result of $110 million. At the same time, relying on the perfect global hair network, Warner Brothers also began to sell and license the peripheral products of the film on a large scale. Everyone knows that, as long as the popularity of Batman does not fade, these things will continue to create more profits. Warner Brothers adopted the strategy of licensing the sale of peripheral products of the film in other regions except North America. The only thing they retained was the TV premiere rights and videotape copyright of the film. The income that can be created from this part will be greater and last longer. Early on Tuesday morning, Wayne was awakened by a wet big tongue licking. The upper body of the golden retriever lay on the bed, staring at him with two big eyes. "You little bastard." Yawning, he got up and pushed open the bedroom door. The golden retriever then ran out and went to find a place to defecate. After getting back into bed, Wayne looked at the beautiful editor-in-chief who was sleeping soundly beside him and couldn't help but stretch out his hand again and began to wander over her bomb-like body from under the quilt. "Damn, we didn't sleep for long, did we?" Bella Grant twisted helplessly, opened her eyes, and looked at him and said, "At least last night I can be sure that you used me as a tool to vent. Shit, now my back is still hurting, you over-hormone beast." Hey, honey, don't say that. Wayne held her in his arms and teased her beautiful eyes. I don't know who has been telling me to use force. You shouldn't be hurt. Do you want me to check for you? As he said that, he was about to lift the quilt, lowered his head, and wanted to take a closer look at the beautiful and exciting pictures, but he was afraid that it would not pass the review and be blocked again. So he retracted his gaze. I will go back to the farm to live for a while today, and you can go there for vacation when you have time. Bella Grant felt that he was getting more and more restless and gently bit his shoulder. Do you think everyone can be as willful as you because you are in a bad mood because of Patton's death, so you throw all your work aside? Do you know how many media want to interview you? Wayne's mouth corners gradually turned up. Bella, if you perform well, I'll give you an exclusive interview. How about that? You keep your word. I'm going all out today. When the golden retriever came back wagging its tail, it simply ignored the strange noises in the room, lay down in its own nest with peace of mind, and watched the gardener downstairs start working in the garden. Chapter 297 Wayne and Warner Brothers break up! Exclamation mark. After a night of exhausting work, coupled with early morning exercise with a ball, Wayne felt the long-lost soreness all over his body. Perhaps because he had consumed too much energy. After getting up and washing up, he went to the restaurant. After Wayne and Bella Grant sat opposite Nina, he refused milk, bread, and bacon, and asked the housekeeper Hella for a large plate of beef. The beautiful editor took a big sip of milk, ate the bread by herself, and suddenly looked up at Wayne, who was waiting for the beef, with a serious look on her delicate face. Dear, forget about the interview you promised. I will write a report in the name of the interview when I go back. Well, I want to ask you, what can I write about? Or, what can't be reported? You decide for yourself. You know the scale. Leaning back in the chair, Wayne looked overworked, and his attitude was full of indifference. As long as it's about Batman, you can write whatever you want. You can also write about my current life, but don't mention Patton. I hate the public and the media discussing my relatives. Bella Grant nodded, while eating breakfast quickly. I understand. She knew that with the accumulation of films, especially Batman Begins, is creating glory. Now whether it is various media, or the general public fans, even North American girls from teenagers to women in their 40s and 50s, are full of endless curiosity about this representative of the Hollywood American dream. But this tough and handsome young man doesn't like to be in the limelight, and is unwilling to accept media interviews and disclose his private life, which will make him more mysterious. As a semi-public figure, the greater the success Wayne has achieved, the more curious ordinary people will be about him. At this point in time, no matter who can get his exclusive report, it will increase a lot of performance and eyeballs for their own media. As a woman who has always maintained a close relationship with Wayne, she knows too much. Even if she does 10 special reports, it would be enough, but she has never written anything about the other's private life, which is one of the reasons why their relationship has always been harmonious. Okay, wait a little, I'm full. Bella Grant ate very quickly, and in less than 5 minutes, she cleared the food on the plate in front of her. She nodded to Nina, picked up the milk, and drank it all, stood up and prepared to rush to the newspaper office to work. Oh, by the way, let Mr. Sergi take me there. Waving his hand weakly, Wayne said, no problem, go and talk to him yourself. But just as he was talking, another woman with a sweet face and a hot body walked into the restaurant with a warm smile. Hi, honey, good morning. Cameron Diaz's sweet smile on her face stiffened a little when she saw the other woman, and then sat down next to Wayne, as if she didn't see the other person. Nina ate her breakfast leisurely, her eyes wandering back and forth between the two women with interest. Good morning, Cammy. Wayne leaned back in his chair and greeted her. With his thick skin, he completely ignored the embarrassing situation. Bella Grant glanced at Cameron Diaz lightly and deliberately straightened her chest. She was already wearing a professional suit, and the shirt on her upper body made her look even more turbulent. Then she walked out with the unique elegant steps of a career woman. It happened that Hella came in with beef in her own hands. After putting it on the table, Wayne started to wolf it down, which made the two women around him stunned. Honey, Cameron Diaz teased with a cup of coffee in her hand, you look like you just escaped from Mexico. Don't tell me that the contraband dealers there also need Batman to protect them. I didn't eat anything last night. Wayne didn't even raise his head and shrugged while eating. I was starving this morning. Cameron Diaz thought of the woman with a turbulent figure just now and then carefully observed Wayne's face. Suddenly, she rolled her eyes and said, "You didn't go crazy with that cowl night, did you? Do you think it's possible?" Wayne kept stuffing beef into his mouth, speaking vaguely. "I'm not the real Batman. I don't have a body of steel." "Huh. Then how many times did you roll in the sheets?" Cameron Diaz tilted her head and watched him wolf down in a listless state. Finally, her eyes stopped on Wayne's neck, where there was a trace of red marks left by a passionate kiss. "Cammy." Seeing that she was getting more and more excessive, Wayne raised his head and glared at her, and then continued to deal with the beef on the plate. "Why did you think of coming here today? Why didn't you call before you came?" After eating 2 large pieces of steak, he seemed to feel that his energy had returned to his body, and he picked up a large glass of milk and drank it slowly. "I was on vacation, but I saw media reports that you suddenly withdrew from Batman's promotional activities, so I came back to see you, honey," Cameron Diaz said. After drinking the milk in the cup in one gulp, Wayne burped contentedly, took out a cigarette and lit it, then said, "You're in such a bad time. I'm going back to the farm to live for a while, so I can't accompany you." Cameron Diaz raised her eyebrows, raised her hand to her ear, and made a phone call gesture. "Okay, honey, call me when you get back to Los Angeles." After that, she gave him a sweet smile, and just like when she came, she walked out in a hurry. "Honey, aha." Wayne looked at the back of this woman, holding a cigarette and shaking his head gently. He knew very well that the honey in this woman's mouth was like saying hello, money. But what makes people admire her is that she has a fiery personality, but she never entangles. She obviously came here to take advantage of the popularity and earn a set of luxury brands, but she always behaves so generously. Just as he thought, when Sergey drove back, while the butler was loading Wayne's clothes into the car, the first words of the Russian man made him feel helpless. "Boss, Ms. Diaz is at the gate of the manor, being interviewed by the paparazzi." I asked the brothers at the gate, and they said it seemed to have lasted for a while, and she seemed to be holding a small press conference again. F***K, this woman is too smart. After saying that, he was too lazy to think about these things, and got into the car with the golden retriever. After tasting the sweetness of this kind of thing once, Cameron Diaz obviously wanted to replicate it again. She could clearly feel that, as long as she took advantage of Wayne's popularity and occasionally did this, even if she didn't have movie released, she could firmly maintain her exposure. Just as Wayne got in the car and returned to his farm in Ventura County in the greater Los Angeles area, a piece of news suddenly broke out in the gossip tabloids. This news was not only broken by one newspaper, but more than a dozen tabloids and magazines followed up in the morning. According to the news learned by our reporter, Wayne Greenberg, the most legendary young director in Hollywood and the representative of the American dream in recent years, is about to part ways with Warner Brothers, and there is a high possibility that there is an irreconcilable conflict between the two sides. Since Wayne Greenberg suddenly withdrew from the publicity team of Batman Begins and returned to Los Angeles alone, Jeff Robinoff, CEO of Warner Brothers, rushed to Greenberg Manor yesterday. The conversation between them may be very unpleasant. According to the photos taken by the reporter, Jeff Robinoff looked very unhappy when he left the manor. And from the time he entered the manor to the time he left, he stayed for about half an hour in total. All signs show that Warner Brothers is very dissatisfied with Wayne Greenberg's sudden withdrawal from the publicity plan because of a dog. There are many such groundless reports. In almost the same reports, there is a not too clear photo. The person in the photo is Jeff Robinoff. It may be shot through the car window, or it may be due to the angle and light. The person in the photo does look unhappy, with a very serious and ugly face. If you add the specially written soft articles, the first impression given to the readers is indeed like a quarrel. In fact, every year when Wayne's film is released, this kind of groundless news that he will part ways with Warner Brothers has never stopped. Not only this kind of news, but also about Wayne Greenberg's girlfriend inventory, about his net worth speculation. There are always various reports. As long as there are fans willing to read these, the gossip tabloids never know what the bottom line is. There are even many gossip tabloids that belong to the Time Warner Group, but each company reports in this way, and their own company will certainly not be an exception. In theory, this kind of news is basically just for the fans to have fun, and almost no one in the circle will believe it, but this year's Batman Begins has indeed stirred the hearts of many investors in the circle. Just watching the film still being released, Warner Brothers has made a lot of money, and none of the remaining large production companies are not jealous. In addition, the reasons given in the newspaper were very sufficient. Wayne did fly back to Los Angeles from San Francisco during the important period of the film's promotion, and he never left the manor after returning. In addition, the photo with a strange angle made many people have a new view of this news. This kind of news has never stopped. Warner Brothers and the people around Wayne have never taken it as an important matter, so there is no question of standing up and refuting rumors through the media. If all the groundless news had to be explained, I'm afraid Warner Brothers would not do anything. But after most of the day, these fake news appeared on the desks of many company executives. Some people sneered, while others looked at the newspaper and made serious plans. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298. Each has his own plans. How much influence can a piece of gossip have? The subsequent development is very mysterious. Just when Wayne returned to the farm, began to taste his mother's food, and talked about football with his father, the news about him in Los Angeles began to spread more and more weirdly. In fact, most people in the circle who care about this news, especially the executives of large companies, thought it was fake at first, but some of them thought that they would give it a try. Even if it was fake, they would not lose anything. Before leaving get off work that night, after a busy day, Paramount CEO Shirley Lansing sat alone behind her desk, staring at the newspaper in front of her in a daze. The Braveheart, which is currently being screened, is far from the company's expected box office. The film has been released for almost a week, and the box office has not exceeded $20 million. It can be said that it has basically declared a failure. If this film wants to recover its investment cost in the theater market, it must either start to have a good reputation now, and the box office will continue to rise against the trend, or it can only choose the award-winning strategy and use the powerful marketing ability of the Oscars to let the film return to the theater for e-screening. It can be said that both methods are difficult to achieve, especially the Oscars. If you want to make a difference during the awards season, you must spend a lot of media resources and a large amount of public relations funds. Once you get nothing at the awards ceremony, all these early investments will be wasted. The production cost of Braveheart was $72 million, and the subsequent publicity and promotion investment was about $30 million. If you want to recover the investment of hundreds of millions of dollars online, the global box office of the film must be at least 3 to 4 times the production cost. Since Shirley Lansing took over Paramount, several investments can be said to be unbeatable. The glory of Forrest Gump is still vivid. It took her only a very short time to lead this old movie giant out of the turmoil of being acquired. Paramount's performance may not be one of the best in the past few years among the 6 major companies, but compared with Columbia after the acquisition, anyone with a discerning eye can see how powerful this woman Shirley Lansing is. Now, this rare female executive is not most worried about Braveheart. According to the current trend of this film, even if it cannot recover the cost through theatrical screening, it will not be too difficult to recover the investment through the operation of various offline channels after the film is off the shelves. What is most worrying her now is James Cameron, the tyrant on the set. Several years have passed since the establishment of the Titanic project. As the 1995 year is half over, the crew has not started filming yet. Not only Paramount, but also 20th Century Fox, which invested together, is also very worried about this mess. Shirley Lansing has called Townsend Rothman more than once. Facing this project, that is neither good nor bad, they have talked many times, but they have not come up with a satisfactory solution. But James Cameron is not in a hurry to start filming, but is also asking for investment again and again, and the two companies have invested more than $150 million in production costs. Now the big ship project has become a joke in the circle. They still have to hold their noses and continue to add production costs, praying that the truck driver will start filming as soon as possible. And today's gossip news has reminded Shirley Lansing, who is the most famous quick shooter director after Hollywood entered the 1990s. There is no doubt that the only directors who can guarantee both the shooting speed and the quality of the film are the two Jews, Steven Spielberg and Wayne Greenberg. In fact, in terms of the type of Titanic, Steven Spielberg is the best director, but the other party is devoted to the expansion of DreamWorks, so there is no possibility at all. The only one left is Wayne Greenberg, but even if the other party really broke up with Warner Brothers, it is still unknown whether he can agree to this matter. The production style of the film is tantamount to a big adventure. There is no way, James, I have given you enough patience. With a pop, Shirley Lansing slapped the newspaper on the table, her eyes full of gambler's light, picked up the phone, and dialed Townsend Rothman's number. Although the cooperation between the two on the film Braveheart was not very pleasant, and Paramount was tricked by 20th Century Fox, these are all normal business behaviors. Shirley Lansing believes that, if her position was reversed, she would do the same. In addition, facing the huge investment in Titanic, the two sides must discuss a solution. If it drags on like this quagmire will only make both sides sink deeper and deeper. Hello, Townsend, I have a suggestion about Titanic. I want to talk to you. Yes, maybe we can try another option and replace the grumpy truck driver. Yes, did you notice a piece of news today? No problem, I can try to talk to him, but the result is not guaranteed. The favor I helped him release Happy Death Day is definitely not enough to influence the young man's mind. Okay, I will try my best. Okay, that's it. I hope everything goes well. Bye. The call lasted only more than 10 minutes. They didn't talk about the specific content, let alone how to impress the young man, because they all knew that if they wanted to ask Wayne Greenberg to make a move, they would have to pay at least a sky-high salary plus box office share, which must not be lower than the contract that Spielberg made for Jurassic Park. The current value of this young director is indeed worth the sky-high contract. Even so, except for Warner Brothers, you may not have the opportunity to get him to make a move with a sky-high share contract. After Shirley Lansing hung up the phone, she let out a long sigh, looked at the time, put on her coat, and went off work directly. She had done everything she could, and the final result could only be left to God, not something she could control. They had proposed changing the director more than once, but there were too many things involved. This proposal had been discussed many times in the past 2 years, but each time it ended in failure because of the problem of the candidate. Townsend Rothman, who was far away in the Fox building in Century City, was not as relaxed as his partner. After hanging up the phone, he had been looking out the window and thinking, if the CEO of Paramount was here, he would definitely see at a glance that there were the same gossip tabloids on his desk, and not just that one, but more than a dozen piled together. On each newspaper, there were common points circled with a pen. In the entire Hollywood, there was probably no one who cared more about the truth of this matter than Townsend Rothman. Since the news came out, he immediately sent people from one newspaper to another to find the source of the news. After a day, he finally locked the paparazzi who took the photos, but it was from Time Warner's own gossip tabloid, which made him even more confused. But no matter what, if there is only a slight possibility for some things, he has to try his best. He has advantages that others don't have. Thinking of this, Townsend Rothman didn't hesitate at all. He threw all the newspapers and investigation reports into the shredder, put on his coat, and left the Fox building. After having a warm dinner with his wife, he was alone with a glass of red wine. He looked at the time, picked up the phone in the study, and dialed a number that was both familiar and very unfamiliar. The phone rang a few times before it was answered. "Hi, Anna, this is Townsend. Is Reuben there?" "Townsend? What do you want to talk to Reuben about?" The other party's puzzled voice came from the phone. From the tone, it can be heard that Anna Greenberg was very surprised to receive his call. "They are all in the study. Reuben and Wayne, along with his big bodyguard, have been fiddling with those broken guns since dinner. Do you want me to call him for you? No, it's the same if I tell you. Townsend Rothman laughed heartily. The woman's voice coming from the phone seemed to take him back to 20 years ago. I'm going to visit the farm tomorrow and chat with old friends I haven't seen for so many years. How about it? Are you welcome? What? I mean, of course. If Reuben knew you were coming, he would be very happy. Okay, that's it. I'll probably be there tomorrow morning. Anna, I also prepared a gift for you. This is definitely a surprise you can't guess. After hanging up the phone, Townsend Rothman looked up and saw his wife, who was staring at him with an inquiring look. He smiled bitterly and raised his hands to make a surrender gesture. Honey, I don't want to disturb their quiet life, but Reuben's son is doing so well. This may be the way with the highest success rate. I don't blame you. I never care about your work. His wife was as gentle as ever. She looked at him and turned and walked out of the study. Go to bed early and don't work till late. They have been married for decades, and Townsend Rothman himself is convinced that his generous and gentle wife is at least half responsible for his smooth work. Glancing at the safe in the corner and recalling Anna's hobbies when she was young, he smiled, got up, turned off the lights, and walked to the bedroom. In any case, he has made all the necessary preparations. The only thing left is to have a good sleep and then try according to the plan. As for Shirley Lansing's proposal to change the director, he didn't even consider it and pressed the negative button in his heart. Let Wayne Greenberg shoot a love movie? This proposal is a horror story in his eyes. I'm afraid that after the final film, there will be no beautiful love between Rose and Jack, but also full of dark intrigues. He has reason to believe that Wayne can definitely do it and let Jack stab Rose to death with his own hands. On the contrary, Wayne Greenberg's most outstanding ability now is to operate superheroes, and 20th Century Fox happens to have a treasure-like comic copyright. The series of characters and stories in this comic are naturally full of dark attributes, which is a perfect match with the other party's production style. Chapter 299. A bottle of perfume brings people closer. The pace of life on the farm is very slow, and it is completely different from Los Angeles, which is just a stone's throw away. Every time he returns home, Wayne's restless heart calms down. There are no bright lights, and no parties that make people indulge in luxury. Almost every day's life seems to be a copy of the previous day, simple and quiet. In the bedroom on the second floor of the wooden villa, Wayne sat on the balcony and looked at the cattle and sheep in the distance. The cowboys let the livestock out early in the morning. Looking at the familiar scenery in front of him, he always thought of the scenes in Brokeback Mountain, since he was a child, the same purity and beauty. On the table next to him, there is an old typewriter. Although computers have become popular in North America in the past 2 years, he is like an old man at work, and still prefers the typewriter he has used for many years. At the foot of the small table, there is a lazy golden retriever lying in the morning. After his companion left, it seemed that it had never been energetic, and seemed to be more reluctant to exercise than before. It slept beside Wayne most of the day. Ding, ding, dear, there are guests at home. 2 knocks on the door sounded, and the door was pushed open from the outside. Anna Greenberg looked at his back and called him. Wayne glanced at the half-written plan, stretched and stood up, turned around to look at his mother who was coming over, and said, "Okay, Mom, where is Dad?" "Downstairs." Anna Greenberg looked serious and suddenly reminded him, "Your dad is chatting with Townsend Rothman. Although I don't know the purpose of his coming here this time, it is definitely not just to see an old friend. The only explanation is that he came for you, Wayne. Don't worry about the relationship between me and your dad and him. Do you remember what I taught you before? I understand. Business is business, and business is just business." Nodding, Wayne followed his mother out of the bedroom with the golden retriever and walked to the living room downstairs. It can be said that his parents have said this to him more than once since he was a child. This sentence originally came from the French work The Secret Garden, but it has become one of the basic principles of Jews and even North America. It is not difficult to understand what his mother meant by reminding him. As long as it involves business, no matter whether the other party takes advantage of friendship or family affection, business is just business and has nothing to do with feelings. Let him not be affected. Good morning, Townsend. Hi, good morning, Wayne. After saying hello, he found that his father did not seem to be very enthusiastic when he saw his old friend. He was far less happy than when he saw his collections. There was even a strange atmosphere between them. Anna, look what I brought you. Townsend Rossman kept smiling and took out a small box from his bag. The box was wrapped in a layer of gift paper. Believe me, you will definitely like this thing. I got it by chance and thought of you at the first time. Anna Greenberg took the gift with doubts and said, thank you. Then he opened the wrapping paper directly and opened the gift in front of the guests. There was a bottle of perfume in the box. Although the bottle was beautiful, it could be seen that this thing was a few years old. The collection of perfume might be more meaningful than practical. After seeing this ordinary bottle of perfume, Anna Greenberg suddenly raised her hand, covered her mouth in surprise, and looked at her old friend excitedly. Oh my god. Taboo? Wayne and his father looked at each other, and old Greenberg shrugged and made a helpless expression. With a smile on his face, Townsend Rossman sat on the sofa, took a sip of coffee, and said, yes, a month ago, I met Givenchy at an event, and got this bottle from him. Speaking of Givenchy, the three middle-aged and elderly people present were almost in a trance at the same time, and there was a hint of reminiscence on their faces. Thank you, Townsend. Old Greenberg sighed. I didn't expect you to remember these. Of course I won't forget. With his upper body slightly leaning forward, Townsend Rossman looked at his old friend with a look of reminiscence. I always remember that when Anna was young, she was particularly obsessed with Givenchy and regarded him as an idol. Unfortunately, this guy's also going to retire and will officially leave the fashion center next year. Hey, I'm not obsessed with him. Anna Greenberg glanced at her son and corrected him. I just think that Mr. Givenchy represents great love. Which girl would not be moved by him? Okay. Townsend Rossman smiled bitterly and shook his head. He could feel the value of this gift. This bottle of perfume made the strangeness between them disappear quickly. I have to remind you, Anna, don't try to use this bottle of perfume. This is the batch that the old guy made for Audrey Hepburn. It's been too long. This kind of thing is actually not worth much, and its commemorative significance is far greater than its actual value. This bottle of perfume, which may not be usable, may be worthless in the eyes of men, but in the eyes of women of Anna Greenberg's generation, it is definitely the most representative symbol of true love. As soon as he heard the name Givenchy and saw the bottle of perfume called Taboo, Wayne knew that the other party had indeed spent a lot of thought on it. Not to mention more than 10 or 20 years ago. Even now he knew that his mother had always liked the brand Givenchy. Why is this bottle of perfume representing love? In fact, in his eyes, Givenchy is definitely the first doglicker of the century. He licked Audrey Hepburn all his life and never got married until his death. He is really a representative of licking only one woman in his life. Wayne did have some impression of the funeral of Audrey Hepburn, the most elegant woman in the world, in 1993. The person who carried the coffin first was Givenchy. It can be said that he accompanied this woman to the end of her journey. He has been protecting this woman with all his strength throughout his life. The story of Audrey Hepburn and Givenchy has been sung for many years. They met in their early 20s. One was a little actor and the other was a fledgling designer. This story is regrettable. Hepburn starred in her first movie wearing Givenchy's clothes and won her first Oscar in an evening gown designed by him. He also watched Hepburn marry another man in a wedding dress designed by him. The perfume in Anna Greenberg's hand was specially formulated by Givenchy for Audrey Hepburn. This perfume, called Taboo, was officially launched for sale only after Hepburn used it alone for 3 years. Even after more than 20 years, it is still regarded as a classic by many girls. When the beauty was old and her face was no longer beautiful, it was still only Givenchy who was still guarding Hepburn and kept telling her, I'm willing to do anything for you. This kind of guarding and companionship lasted until Audrey Hepburn died in 1993. Givenchy's guarding of Audrey Hepburn also made many women of this era willing to believe that love really exists, and made more middle-aged women like Anna Greenberg regard him as a lifelong idol. This now gray-haired designer has achieved amazing success in the fashion and business world, but he has stayed with a woman all his life and never married. He has shown many people what the ultimate dog licking looks like. That is, I love you. It has nothing to do with you. Wayne also admires this kind of feeling, not to mention that Givenchy did it in the fashion world known for chaos and corruption, which is much more chaotic than Hollywood. Wayne. Townsend Rothman exchanged pleasantries with his old friend for a while, before turning his eyes to the young man, who was in a daze, and called him twice in a row. According to his observation, Wayne, who returned to the farm, was completely different from his public image in the media. He took off his black suit that had never changed for thousands of years, and also took off his calm temperament that was beyond his age. Now this home outfit of jeans and t-shirt makes people feel dazed. This new Hollywood big shot is actually only 25 years old. Wayne shook his head slightly and looked at the future CEO of Fox. Sorry, I was distracted. There are rumors that you have a conflict with Warner Brothers. Townsend Rothman was thinking about how to get to the point, testing the other party with a warm smile on his face. Whether it is true or not, 20th Century Fox is willing to cooperate with you at any time. Through the reminiscence with the Reubens just now, he has been able to determine that his parents will definitely not be an obstacle to this matter. The rest is nothing more than constantly proposing his own conditions and trying to achieve his goals from which aspects. And he is very confident that he has definitely made a great impression on this young man. He has been investigating the other party. After collecting information for several years, the biggest discovery is that this young man attaches great importance to feelings. Don't be misled by the evaluation of him in the media. This kid is indeed a playboy, but he is not high profile, as if he is difficult to approach. But he has absolutely nothing to say about the people around him. Whether it is the agent who has been with him the longest, or the assistants and bodyguards around him, it can be said that they all live a life of food and clothing, and the salary they get can make the executives of small Hollywood companies ashamed. Even those women who frequently appeared in the tabloids, as long as they had scandals with him, almost none of them said anything bad about him. Even Halle Berry, who had not been popular in the past 2 years, did not say a bad word about him in the media after breaking up with him. All these things can prove that this young man values feelings. Starting from the aspect of feelings, the success rate of the things to be discussed will definitely be greatly increased. Wayne picked up the cigarette on the coffee table, lit one with a sneer on his lips, gently exhaled a cloud of thick smoke, and said, "Thompson, how can you believe this kind of eye-catching news? I'm not afraid to tell you that I own more than 7% of Warner Brothers shares, and my personal accountant PricewaterhouseCoopers is still buying scattered shares from the secondary market from time to time. Do you understand what I mean?" Chapter 300. I won't take over other people's projects. Although he was skeptical about the gossip tabloids reports of Wayne and Warner Brothers conflict, and knew that the possibility of it being true was very low, Townsend Rothman still did not give up. But when he heard the other party speak frankly about the shares in his hands, his heart really sank. According to the current shareholding ratio, Wayne can be said to be one of the major shareholders of Warner Brothers, and there is probably no reason for him to abandon his own company and cooperate with outsiders. No matter what plans Wayne had in mind, considering the special relationship between the other party and his family, he did not beat around the bush and said directly, "Townsend, for the rest of this year, I have already determined my work plan and will not direct any more films. So, for the remaining 6 months, I will mainly rest. I may initiate some projects in the middle. Even if I work as a part-time producer, I will only do some planning at most, and I will not go to work on the first line crews again. You want to take a vacation?" This news really surprised Townsend Rothman. As we all know, Wayne Greenberg is definitely one of the representatives of Hollywood workaholics. He is like an Iron Man, shooting one movie after another. However, his work efficiency and achievements are completely worthy of the title of workaholic. Yes. Nodding affirmatively, Wayne took a deep puff of cigarette and glanced at his mother, who was in a good mood. "So, Townsend, if you have anything to say, you can tell me directly. I will definitely help you if I can. After all, it was you who gave me the first chance to release Happy Death Day." This is his sincere words, without a trace of water. If he really wants to thank someone, the first person he thinks of is Townsend Rothman. Although his father is actually behind this, the other party gave him a chance to show himself, which is an objective fact. In addition, the other party took great pains to find the first batch of perfumes made by his mother's idol, fulfilling his mother's fantasy when she was young. Even though they parted ways immediately after the first movie and ended their short-term cooperative relationship, and there were some unpleasant things in the middle, this did not affect the other party's good impression of him. Okay. Townsend Rothman crossed his hands, leaned on the sofa, and looked at the people around him, including his assistant Nina, who was sitting alone in a corner. Then I'll be frank, Wayne. Yesterday, Ms. Shirley Lansing from Paramount and I talked on the phone for a long time about the project that our two companies invested in together. Yes, it is a Titanic that has become a joke in the circle. The film has been in preparation since 1992, but now half of 1995 has passed. James Cameron has been chasing us for investment and has postponed the filming plan again and again. For more than 3 years, we have invested more than $150 million in this project, but we haven't seen even a single shot of material. So, Shirley Lansing and I have always wanted to change the director, but we can't find a suitable candidate in the circle. If you are willing to take over this series, we can give you a sky-high share of the director and producer's remuneration. No, I won't take over other people's projects. Wayne interrupted him directly without listening to the other party's words or the conditions that were about to be offered. The fundamental reason is that the difficulty here is too great. First of all, not to mention the production style, a project that has been prepared for nearly 4 years and all the specific plans are in the minds of the director team is definitely a dead end for whoever takes over. No matter who takes over this hot potato, the first thing to do is to replace the core team and then face the mess of hundreds of people working halfway. It may take several years to sort it out. And the most important thing is the production style. Wayne himself is very sure that he can never make that kind of warm movie. A love story like this will be completely different in his hands. People know their own business. Every director is good at different things. Wayne himself is the same. Just like now, he will never overestimate his own abilities and shoot comedy movies and pure love movies. This is completely different from his way. Are you sure you don't want to consider it again? Townsend Rothman's voice is neither hurried nor slow. Believe me, with your speed of shooting, this project that has been basically prepared should be able to shoot all the shots in less than 2 or 3 months. Wayne has never avoided his reputation as a quick shooter, but he really doesn't dare to touch this movie. Townsend Rothman is an insider, but he is not a director and has no idea of the difficulty. Townsend, I suggest you give up the idea of changing directors. Wayne extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and tilted his head to give his sincere advice. There are too many things involved, definitely beyond your and Paramount's imagination, and the results may not be good. Director James Cameron is the most suitable candidate. Hollywood has new projects starting every day, involving countless changes of people in the middle of the film. Changing actors is relatively normal, but the most taboo thing for the crew is probably changing directors. Regardless of whether there is a producer or not, the director is always the leader of the filming work, and the work of all the crew members in a normal crew will always revolve around the director's creativity. However, Hollywood has always been ruled by capital. Even if they know the various disadvantages of changing directors, sometimes they have to change. For example, if there is a conflict between a big star and the director, making it impossible for the work to proceed normally, or if the producer has opinions about the director, it is possible that the director will be unemployed after half of the film is shot. Just like the classic Gone with the Wind, in the preparation stage of the film, it was stumbling because of the actor's salary issue. After finally starting the filming, the male lead Clark Gable fell out with the director George Cukor because of a trivial matter. The producer chose to stand on the side of the big star and accused George Cukor of the filming progress and other issues. Louis Mayer, the founder of MGM, weighed the pros and cons and finally fired the director halfway through the filming and replaced him with the well-known director Victor Fleming. Poor George Cukor worked hard for more than 2 years and was fired after only shooting for more than 3 weeks. There is another more famous thing. After the formation of Marvel, Disney announced that Edgar Wright would direct the latest movie Ant-Man. A large number of fans and media around the world thought that this movie must be the best one in the Marvel universe. But the opposite happened. Edgar Wright's strong personal style was not harmonious with the Marvel Cinematic Universe. In an interview with the media, he said helplessly, "I want to make a Marvel movie, but Marvel doesn't want to make a movie in the style of Edgar Wright." In the end, when the film was about to be shot, the two sides had an unpleasant quarrel and parted ways. The situation Wayne encountered was not much different from that of Edgar Wright. Directors with strong personal styles like them are most afraid of such tricky situations. So even though he knew the potential of Titanic, he never had any small thoughts. Okay, then let's not talk about this topic. Seeing his firm attitude, Townsend Rothman did not continue to insist, but took out a stack of comic books from his bag. Take a look at this. I think you should be interested. This time, even if he knew that the hope was not great, he made full preparations. Batman Begins is now blowing a dark hurricane all over the world. Whether it is North America or overseas theater markets, they are also trembling under this dark and serious movie. What is even more enviable is the crazy peripheral income of Warner Brothers. The marketing department of 20th Century Fox has estimated that before Batman Begins is off the shelves in North America, the production cost of this film will be earned back from peripherals. The revenue generated by this kind of film is too terrifying. I don't know how many companies are jealous, but 20th Century Fox is lucky. They also have a treasure in their hands, which is this comic book. Aha, X-Men! Wayne exclaimed, and flipped open the top one. It was the first issue of X-Men published in 1969, created by Stan Lee and Jack Kirby. Others don't know about this series, but he knows it very well. This is a big gold mine. Even if 20th Century Fox has no overall plan and shoots a few random films, it can still maintain a successful series. Since Townsend Rothman talked to Wayne about the business, the old Greenberg couple has not spoken a word. They don't want to affect their son's decision because of themselves. Seeing that he focused on the comics, the few people continued to communicate and kept recalling the past when they were young. New Line is about to collapse. I've heard more than once that Shea is planning to sell his shares to Time Warner. This year they have only invested in one big production, which also involves Warner Brothers, and invited David Fincher to direct SE7N. Even if Reuben and Anna didn't ask, Townsend Rothman talked about New Line's recent situation with a sigh, knowing that old Greenberg would want to hear this. No, New Line won't fall so easily. Reuben Greenberg shook his head, leaned on the sofa with his big belly, and said with great confidence, Shea's character is not that fragile. As long as he succeeds in betting on this movie called SE7N, New Line will be revived again. Old Greenberg believed that he understood his former partner. That person had a strong desire for power and would never be willing to sell the company completely. Shrugging his shoulders, Townsend Rothman tilted his head and said, "Who knows? Investing in movies is like gambling, unless..." At this point, he immediately looked at the young man opposite him. The other person had a smile on his face and was flipping through the old comic book. Anna Greenberg also looked at her son at the same time. They both knew that the person who could turn movie investment into a winning gamble was the young man opposite them. He was also the director with the most terrifying success rate in Hollywood in recent years. Long ago, the media reported more than once that the name Wayne Greenberg represented success. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.